Test 1, 2. Recording in progress.
AV, you guys good on the recording? Excellent. All right, morning, call to order for the Board of Investments and Board of Retirement Offsite. Just before we start into the agenda, we have a full couple days. I just want to remind everybody that we're going to stick to the agenda. I don't think we have a hand raised option, do we, Linda?
No. We can.
Yeah, that will work, or just to address the chair. Just trying to get through. I want to emphasize that we're going to stick to the agenda. And obviously, if somebody has something pressing, they're more than welcome to head outside or whatnot. But other than that, just we have a big horseshoe today with extra members and whatnot. So try and maintain as much order as possible, and we'll get to everybody's questions, and don't get discouraged if it's taken a bit. We want to make sure everybody's actively listening and also having a chance to speak. So that's all I got. Mr. Jones, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag, United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any 2449 procedural?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Green. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual and in-person meeting, so we'll do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Ms. Proft, Ms. Ginsburg, Ms. Me, Mr. Green. Oh, just so we know, if you guys hit the button right here, you guys can speak into the microphone.
Yes, here.
Thank you. Mr. Green,
Present.
Mr. Rue,
present.
Ms. Martin,
Present.
Mr. Gatto,
I'm here.
Ms. Martinez, Mr. Jones, Ms. Langton.
Present.
Here.
We have several Board of Retirement members on site. Mr. Razzo, Ms. Fessler,
Here.
Mr. Oakham, Mr. Kehoe,
Present.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Harris, Mr. Moore. Trustee Rue will be participating by teleconference AB 2449 for Just Cause a childcare need. Trustee Rue, can you please confirm if there are any individuals 18 years or older present in the room?
No one present.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. We also have our leadership on site, CIO John Grable, DCEO Jude Perez, Acting CEO Louis Lugo, AEOs JJ Popovich and Laura Guglielmo, and Chief Counsel Stephen Rice. So trustees, please, wait, no Zoom option today. We may proceed with the agenda.
Thank you, Linda. Is there any public comment?
None.
Excellent. Without further ado, moving on to John Grable, opening remarks and welcome statement. Thank you, John.
Good morning, trustees. This is a rather long room, so I'm going to try to project to the back. And if I could throw a football that far, I might have a different career. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Board of Investments Offsite. Want to thank all the trustees from both the Board of Investments and the Board of Retirement, as well as colleagues from LACERA and all the guests in the room. So welcome. Thank you all for coming today. So this offsite, the planning began back in February. It was a true team effort. And part of that team, while it is a team, I just want to a special shout out and thanks to a couple folks. The first is to Dale, if Dale can wave his arm. Thank you, Dale. Dale took the lead on the agenda development, conducting the board survey, and standardizing the material. That's not a small task. That was done in addition to the $25 billion global equity portfolio that Dale oversees. So thank you, Dale. And a big shout out also to Linda, to Alex, to Kyle for all the things that have to happen in order for this to be a success. So the theme for the offsite, and as it says, is navigating our charted course. We have a clear strategic direction, but operate in a dynamic and unpredictable environment. So the goal over today and tomorrow is to step back, see the big picture, as well as some nuances, and have candid conversations about the forces that influence our decisions. So as it relates to an overview of the agenda, there are 6 sessions that were based upon a vote from trustees. Today, we have 4 of those 6 sessions, and we're going to zoom out and look at our portfolio and some key themes. This morning, we're going to focus on energy transition, recognize the structural shift that is underway as long as long-term implications. Then we're going to go to our credit portfolio and have a closer look at the implementation of credit. After lunch, we're going to focus on 2 very interesting topics. The first is blockchain and tokenization, which are 2 technologies or a technology that is, or multiple technologies that are transforming markets and operations. And then something that probably no one in the room has heard of, which is artificial intelligence. Tomorrow, we're going to look at the big picture. We're going to look at and have a conversation about the macroeconomic environment, which in many ways is the context for everything that we do. And then we're going to, in many ways, kickstart the actual experience study, which is going to begin next month. And the actual experience obviously informs the long-term sustainability of the pension benefits. The sessions hopefully are connected. Each adds perspective on managing risk, capturing opportunity, and fulfilling our mission. The format is we have facilitators from staff, from our external consultants, and various asset manager partners. The sessions are designed to be interactive. The slides should be used as guides for discussion, and there's a rumor going about that if it's not engaging enough, Jude and I are going to have a race in the swan boats downstairs. And I just want everyone to know as I brought my own pedals and cleats. So hopefully to avoid having to do that, hopefully we can have very interactive discussions. We have breaks that are built in because an important part of an offsite is the type of dynamic interaction that we have. We saw it at breakfast. That's a really critical part of being offsite. Just so everyone knows, and Linda mentioned it, the microphones, if you hit the button on the right, it activates it. It also can indicate being in the queue, but to the extent too many mics are on, there may be some feedback. Another thing people can do for the benefits, it is a long way, just to see who's in the horseshoe from up here is a table tent, put on the side. That's another way to get in the queue. So to kick off the offsite, just want to pause for a short video entitled Navigating Our Chartered Course. Our colleagues in communications put this together.
LACERA's members count on us to help them retire with financial security after fulfilling a career in public service. With the mission as our guiding star, LACERA works as a cohesive organization to help members reach their retirement goals. This is achieved through thoughtful planning and coordinated efforts aligned with LACERA's values. Long-term investing requires discipline and perspective to navigate changing markets, with the investments division implementing the board's policy and investment plan. It takes a knowledgeable group working together to provide all this planning and implementation. Let's introduce them, starting with our Board of Investments. LACERA's trustees bring decades of leadership experience in the public and private sectors to their roles. They established the investment policy statement and determined LACERA's strategic asset allocation, shaping a long-term investment strategy focused on durable growth and stability. Executing the board's strategic objectives requires a team of dedicated investment professionals. The team works to manage risk and find opportunities for growth. Their efforts are supported by a diversified investment approach that helps balance risk and return across different asset types. The investment division includes 2 cross-functional and 4 asset category teams. The 2 cross-functional teams are corporate governance and stewardship, which promotes sound investment policies and practices across portfolio companies, and portfolio analytics, which oversees performance reporting, risk monitoring and analysis, and compliance. The 4 functional asset category teams, growth, credit, real assets and inflation hedges, and risk reduction and mitigation, support distinct roles in the portfolio. Growth is the primary driver of long-term total return. Credit generates current income and moderate long-term returns. Real assets and inflation hedges provide income, diversify the portfolio, and help protect against inflation. Risk reduction and mitigation reduces overall fund risk while generating modest returns and income. Like a journey, investing is never a straight, smooth path. Unforeseen events, conditions, and obstacles are inevitable. Our teams meticulously plan and prepare before setting out. Once underway, they remain highly focused and make necessary adjustments to stay on track, all while keeping the end point in sight. As we approach our 9th decade of service, LACERA continues to expertly guide the fund, helping our members safely reach their destination of retirement. As we begin the Board of Investments Offsite, this is a moment to reflect, reconnect, and reaffirm our shared commitment to the path we've set, staying the course with clarity and purpose.
Thank you, everyone in communications, for working on that. So we're going to go to our first session, which is energy transition. And while the team makes its way up here, in some ways, it's a great way to start this offsite when we talk about charting or navigating our charted course. As energy transition, we certainly know what the destination is, but the journey to that destination is something that is TBD, is uncertain. A couple of important announcements before the team starts the discussion on energy transition. First is validation for parking. See Linda in the back. And then the other important announcement, our restrooms are on that side. So with that, thank you, everyone. Looking forward to a great offsite.
Great. Good morning, Chair Green and trustees. I'm pleased to kick off the first session of the offsite, which, as John mentioned, will explore the energy transition and its implications for LACERA's investment portfolio, including investment opportunities as well as risks. We're thrilled to have an expert panel comprised of representatives from LACERA's investment firms that we work with in infrastructure, real assets, real estate, as well as one of our portfolio companies. And that panel will be moderated by our very own Cheryl Liu, who heads up the real assets asset class. This session is going to explore the global trend lines in energy transition, including evolving supply and demand dynamics and the cost structures. It will discuss the evolving policy environment, both in the US and overseas, from tariffs to tax incentives, and some of those structures that are on occasion moving in opposite directions. They'll also touch on the huge surge in demand for energy from the rapid build out of artificial intelligence data centers and the implications that that has on the energy mix, both locally and overseas. And some of the implications for increased demand of critical mineral inputs like lithium and copper that we also have exposure to in our portfolio. So this space remains very dynamic. Developments one day, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, can change the whole equation in regions and globally for weeks and months and years to come. But despite that constant change, and I recognize that constant change is perhaps a bit of an oxymoron or a non sequitur, but despite that constant change, LACERA's mission, remains really steadfast and focused on our ability to produce and protect the returns that help us pay our member benefits. So we welcome today's opportunity to discuss some of those dynamics and kind of keep focus on helping to inform our investment monitoring and portfolio construction today, tomorrow, and into the future, as John likes to say. Before we pass the mic to the panel and Cheryl to introduce the panel, the team did put together some slides that we'll go over some quick charts with some numbers, adding some numbers to those trend lines, and a quick snapshot of some of the current portfolio's exposures to energy transition, just to help level set and set the stage for all the trustees. So I'll turn it over to Tara.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Chair, trustees. In the next few intro slides, we will introduce some trends and projections that we are seeing in the energy transition space that will set the stage for a deeper dive by our panel into these key themes. So first, you'll see on the slide, the International Energy Agency, their projections help us to understand the pace and the scale of change globally. According to the IEA, oil and gas will peak in prominence by 2030, but it'll still play a role through 2050. It's shown in the red and dark brown lines. Clean energy adoption, such as solar, wind, and renewables, is accelerating, as shown with the steep rise of the green line. Fossil fuels and renewables will coexist, but that balance is changing. The left chart shows that the economics of renewables have improved significantly. Solar and wind are now cost competitive with fossil fuels. Renewable energy has become cheaper and therefore more attractive, and projections show a continued price decline globally. The right chart shows the notable growth of investment in clean energy, which has surpassed $2 trillion globally in 2024. This is signaling a major market shift. The IEA also estimates that more than half of the energy savings through 2030 will come from technological innovation, not just from renewables. Overall, there is a dynamic environment driven by several factors that will be discussed in the energy transition panel today, such as global policy shifts, geopolitical developments, and energy demands driven by AI, that Scott mentioned. The last couple of slides that I'm going to cover will focus on LACERA's approach. We'll focus on LACERA's approach to energy transition. The IPS and strategic plan calls for LACERA to evaluate risk and opportunities within energy transition and to be climate aware for our portfolio. First, focusing on our risk exposures, we are tracking carbon intensity of the total fund by measuring exposures to companies' emissions. We caution the availability of the data is still limited. We have coverage for about half of the portfolio, but what that coverage does show is that it appears to have trended downward and remains slightly above the benchmark that we use as a reference point. You can see in the pie chart below that the portfolio's carbon intensity is mostly driven by three sectors: energy, utilities, and materials. The other side of the slide shows the opportunities in the portfolio that are related to energy transition. Currently, 13% of the portfolio has exposure to the energy transition, which is over $10 billion. About $5 billion are invested in public equities, And these are largely passive exposures where we are matching an index. And so as the economy evolves, we gain exposures by being diversified global investors. The portfolio's most deliberate exposures to the energy transition are in real estate and real assets within the real assets and inflation hedges category. In real estate, we're tracking properties that generate their own renewable energy on site and also those that are energy certified. For real assets, there's $5 billion committed to a diverse mix of assets, including mining and mineral inputs, as well as clean technologies. So this concludes our introduction remarks, and I will now turn the mic over to Cheryl to introduce our panelists and begin their discussion on energy transition.
Thanks, Tara. Good morning, trustees and everyone here in the audience. It is my pleasure this morning to moderate this panel on energy transition with the three experts seated next to me. Before we begin, I would note that this has been a popular topic at our offsite. This is the third offsite in 4 years where we have discussed energy transition. I think that really speaks to just how quickly things can change in the space, and what is discussed in 1 year can be quickly impacted by policy changes and geopolitical issues within just months or weeks. And fun fact, at this offsite 3 years ago, at this very same hotel, Mark Carney was here as one of our speakers on this very same topic. Today, he is the Prime Minister of Canada. Coincidence? I think not. So, if any of our panelists today have political aspirations, consider this your launching pad. With that, I am happy to introduce you to our three distinguished panelists. Seated next to me is Claudia Muir. Claudia is a board member of Enfra Solutions, which is one of the largest energy infrastructure companies in the United States and is a portfolio company in LACERA's portfolio. Claudia has extensive experience in financial services, public-private partnership developments, and energy, including roles as CEO, CFO, and Chief Investment Officer at an array of organizations like Alpha Structure, Dalkia Energy Solutions, and Clark Energy and Structured Finance. Claudia regularly advises private equity and infrastructure firms on energy transition and microgrid development. Seated next to Claudia is Ruben Munger. Ruben is the founder and managing partner of Vision Ridge Partners. Ruben founded Vision Ridge in 2008 and brought with him decades of experience in investing in the energy transition space. Vision Ridge seeks to capitalize on the global shift to sustainable energy across energy, transportation, and agriculture sectors. Prior to Vision Ridge, Ruben was a partner at the Ballhaus Group, a consultant to Texas Pacific Group, and an investment banker at James C. Wolfson. And last but not least is Jay Vivana. Jay is the managing partner and the global chief investment officer of the Renewable Power and Transitions Group at Brookfield Asset Management. Brookfield is a global alternative asset manager with over $1 trillion in assets under management across renewable power and transition, infrastructure, private equity, real estate, and credit. Jay oversees Brookfield's regional investment strategies as well as the global initiatives in the renewable power and transition space. So welcome and thank you all for being here. We want to keep this interactive, so to the extent that there are any questions along the way, please feel free to raise your hand and ask. We'll also leave about 10 to 15 minutes at the end of the panel for questions as well. So with that, we'll get into it. So let's start off with you, Jay. Tara earlier provided an overview of the current state of the global energy mix and the economics of renewables. Can you go into more detail on the major trends in terms of energy demand and supply and what you're watching out for?
Yes, absolutely. So look, I think our view is, it's a very unique time for energy in general and energy transition specifically. And, one of the factors is we are in this environment where power demand is increasing. For the last decade, especially in developed markets, power demand was flat. We are now in this environment where it's increasing, and it's primarily driven by three things, especially in developed markets. One is onshoring of manufacturing. Two is electrification of industry, areas like transport. And three is probably the one people talk a lot about, but is still underappreciated, is data centers. And so we are in this environment where power demand is growing very rapidly. When you look at the supply side, today renewables is the cheapest form of bulk generation. If you look at levelized cost of energy, renewables is quite a bit more cost effective. And so when we look at, for example, last year, more than 90% of all deployment was renewables. And we don't see that changing at least for the next 4 or 5 years. New gas plants will take a long time to build. If you look at the levelized cost of energy, they exceed where the energy markets trade today. And so a lot of the signals are not, there for new gas. And renewables have the interconnection. They're able to come on quickly with storage. They're able to provide certainty. And so on the supply side, we do see renewables still filling that void. And the other point I'd make is corporates are supporting renewables in a very strong way. At Brookfield, we've signed 2 framework agreements, one with Microsoft for 10.5 gigawatts, staggering amounts of power, more than 15 billion of enterprise value that we're going to invest in decarbonization projects with them. And just a few months ago, we signed a framework agreement with Google for 3 gigawatts of carbon-free hydro. So we are seeing corporates very much step behind the transition, and we really see it as a corporate pull rather than a government push today. And then lastly, I would say, in the medium to longer term, we're very positive about nuclear as well. We are investors in a company everyone might know called Westinghouse. We are seeing the trends on the ground, and nuclear could fill a lot of the void in terms of power that is required, and we're big supporters in that front as well.
Thanks. And Ruben, similar question. What are you watching out for in terms of the energy market dynamics, and how is that affecting your Envision Ridge's investment outlook?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks so much for your attention and interest in the topic. I think there's a remarkable consistency in the kinds of things that we see and the kinds of things that Jay was just talking about. But when you really start to dig into it, it's a multi-technology question. Renewables are not just solar, they're batteries, there's energy storage, and you are at this place where those are populating across the country, and there are places where one technology may be more efficient than others. What's most striking is the most free market electricity market in the country, which is Texas, is the place where these things have beaten California, right? And so this conversation in the face of dramatic energy price increases that may start to flow through, renewables remain the cheapest way to bring down the cost of power. And it's this really interesting political conversation that's emerging, but what's happening on the ground and in the field is just continued relentless, kind of what can you build today? What can you build at the lowest cost, and how can you do it with increasing declines in how much these things cost? And so, while you talked about how many things change, since I started the firm in 2008, one of the inexorable moves downward has been the cost of solar panels, the cost of lithium-ion batteries, and what that means when you start to put those two things together, which is, it may not still be 24/7 power, but you're no longer looking at just renewables during the day with solar cheap. In California, you're starting to see that really take advantage into the evening and change the reliance on natural gas and other things at the margin. And so this system change is sort of slow and fast, right? It's been relentless, it's been consistent, and it's what you really see in places that are able to address it from a market perspective, with batteries being the thing that's accelerating over the last 5 years. The second piece, that battery cost change also manifests a lot in vehicles. And so, people are having one dialogue in the United States about EVs, but when you think about what China is doing and what the Chinese automotive supply chain is doing, you have just a completely different pace and quantum, right? So the Chinese are exporting more electric vehicles than the US manufacturers, right? So the total US vehicle market is smaller than what the Chinese are exporting. So the world is really changing, and it's changing faster than we kind of understand. and the prices of those products are really, really different. And we're seeing the way that that can manifest from a cost and product quality, and then how the grid has to respond as quite dramatic.
And Claudia, given all this talk about how much demand there is for electricity and it seems to be unstoppable, what does that mean for the global shift to renewable energy?
Well, thank you, Cheryl, and thanks again at my panelists, fellow panelists, and everyone for being here today. I will just echo a lot of what has already been said. Is certainly we see the shift to renewable energy that has been underway as just continuing to gain speed. While this chart might not be so easy to read, if you look at the last two columns, which are really the shorter column with orange, light blue is really fossil fuel investments, and this is how it's changed between 2015 and 2025 globally. You can see that what we would call renewable and nuclear investments have more than doubled what is going into historical fossil fuel investments. So today, about 2.2 trillion globally is expected to be invested against 1.1 billion in the in the fossil fuel industry. And as everyone has been saying, what has really powered this has been innovations in technology, the fact that we have storage that has become much, much more available and cost effective. And if you look at even just the last 6 months in the US, we've actually added all the capacity additions in the US. About 82% of them have been solar storage. And over the period between now and the end of 2030, 72% of what is planned to be added to the US grid is solar storage. So it's really got a lot of velocity behind it. I think from a global perspective, while the US may be a little bit less focused on decarbonization at the moment, globally, that is still a very strong tailwind. And China is by far the largest investor in energy in general because of AI and other forces. But they have been investing tremendous amounts of funds in renewable energy and nuclear in particular. With, as you can see from this chart, if you look at the difference between 2015 and 2025, China has more than doubled its investment. And the United States, while certainly investing, just as a paradigm in 2025, China is expected to have invested about 4.5% of its GDP in clean energy, while the US has invested 1.2%. So that's a pretty dramatic difference in terms of the amount of capacity that's being added.
Well, maybe let's shift a little bit and talk about global policy. Since there's been a lot of news lately about the new Budget Act and how that could slow down the shift to renewable energy, particularly in the US. Jay, what are the key trend lines in the global policy environment that in energy transition that you're monitoring?
Sure. So look, there's a few things to look out for, the conversation in the U.S. versus global, we can discuss that as well. In the U.S., the Inflation Reduction Act, made way to the new legislation that was just passed, the One Big Beautiful Bill. One way to look at it is the Big Beautiful Bill was the second best outcome for renewables. Companies that have scale and are able to safe harbor projects, in other words, invest and start construction, they keep the tax credits. And so, for example, we have seen, at the larger companies, at Brookfield, we've been able to safe harbor more than 30 gigawatts of projects. So paradoxically, it's actually going to be a very busy time for renewables in the US over the next 3-4 years as companies rush to build projects as quickly as possible to keep the tax credits. So I think from that perspective, we're going to see a lot of activity. Once we move past the next 3-4 years, I do think power purchase agreements, the price for power for renewables will adjust if credits don't continue. And there is room there. If you look at the levelized cost for new gas versus solar and storage, there is a big gap. And so, what I really see there is the price of power for renewables increasing and so we will see, further renewable development there. Globally, we're still seeing the policy landscape, strong for energy transition. A number of recent investments in Europe in India. The growth is very rapid as deployment continues, and it's all being driven by very much the same trends that we see in the US.
And Claudia, maybe you can also help us dive a little bit deeper on just what changed in US policy environment as it relates to this space, and what is the likely impact of those changes within US policy?
Sure, happy to. So as Jay referenced, the One Big Beautiful Bill, or HR1, the July budget bill that was passed, did have some important policy differences. As I mentioned, one of the main differences in US policy right now is sort of a bit of a de-emphasis in decarbonization, but simultaneously a recognition for all of what the panel has already discussed, the huge need for energy of all forms. And we are in a race, if you will, related to AI and trying to be a global leader in AI. And so because of that, I think all forms of energy will still advance for a period of time. I think the biggest outgrowth of the budget bill that happened in July, and some of the follow-on pieces that came out to try to clarify, is that there is a sunset to some of the tax credits, in particular focus on solar and wind. And there is a race, as Jay referenced, right now underway to really safe harbor, meaning to try to do a variety of things to keep the tax credits for those projects. So that's part of what's really accelerating the push to solar storage right now. But wind is probably the sector that is struggling the most as a result of current policies. So there are a number of large offshore wind projects, especially off the east coast of the US, that have been stalled or paused, possibly canceled. But in general, there is a huge investment and a desire to continue to advance renewable energy. And I do believe that, as Jay referenced, that as you look at rising power prices over time, because utilities are now investing so significantly in transmission and distribution lines, and that all goes into their rate base, and that really has not been happening over the prior 20 years. And because there is a supply and demand imbalance between power that we have available today, I think that it will, certainly solar and storage to a large extent will be very competitive even without tax credits over the longer term. So I'm not concerned over the longer term. I will say there will be some market disruption right now as the market kind of equilibrates. There's been different forecasts of projects, more marginal projects, sort of falling out of the pipeline. I've seen numbers from anywhere from 4% to as much as over 20% falling out. And those projects probably might have been more marginal in the first place, so may not necessarily be as much of a challenge. And I think the other focus, which is really important, is, which we'll get into a little bit more later in our discussion, but critical minerals. So the current administration has advanced two different programs. One is through the Pentagon, which is an investment program in critical minerals, as highlighted by a recent $540 million investment in a U.S. mine called MP Minerals, as well as a loan. And also the agreement with even Ukraine, recognizing that they will fund a program to rebuild Ukraine when the war ends, but to get preferential access to critical minerals. So all of these things are supporting the fact that the U.S. recognizes that it needs these critical minerals to advance the battery technology and other things that are part of the energy transition.
And how does that compare policy-wise from U.S. from what's going on in the rest of the world?
Well, the rest of the world has really been focused on advancing clean energy, and decarbonization is still very much a topic and a priority. I would certainly say that if you look at EU policy, for example, the EU does, and as does Canada, Mark Carney, has very much still focused on being carbon neutral by 2050. In the short term, they're looking at ways to reduce their oil and gas, and in particular to try to end purchasing Russian oil and gas by 2027. In Asia, the energy transition investment is on fire, frankly. 47% of all energy transition investment is occurring in Asia. And I think as Jay referenced, India is the largest adopter of solar panels, for example. Wind has been a real investment focus for Vietnam and South Korea. They have a variety of programs from feed-in tariffs and potentially carbon taxes to really encourage the adoption of renewable energy and clean energy solutions. And, in some cases, some of the less developed countries are leapfrogging over fossil fuel investments, while some of the more mature economies like Australia, South Korea are looking at trying to de-emphasize and move away from fossil fuel investments. So all of these things are happening, at lightning speed. And then this chart really just focuses on China, which is a hugely adopting renewable energy. And if you look at the chart I find really compelling on the left, China today has 2.5 times the energy generation capacity of the US. And despite the fact that they certainly have a lot of manufacturing, when you try to translate that into per capita, we in the US consume 2.2 times the per capita energy that they do in China, yet we have materially 2.5 times less the energy. So we have a big gap to fill. And they're very also focused on carbon intensity, trying to reduce their carbon footprint. And certainly they haven't eliminated coal and oil, but those are trying to be de-emphasized in their current development plan to try to target non-fossil fuel power growth significantly in the next few years.
Now, Ruben, how have all these developments within U.S. and outside the U.S. affected your investment outlook in terms of the energy transition?
Well, I think when you take it back to economics, a large part of this question, fundamentally, if we talk about oil and gas producing countries and non-oil and gas producing countries. So when you look at India, China, Japan, the European Union, right, all of those places are marginal importers where the marginal price of electricity is often driven by liquefied natural gas. And so roughly speaking, you could say that we've been living in a $3 and lower natural gas environment in the US for a long time, and everywhere like I named have been living in a $10 or more. And when you look at that, and then you look at where the costs of these sort of long-term non-volatile technologies are coming, right? Like once you've built a solar power plant, when the sun shines, the marginal cost of your power is nearly zero, right? So you have these really big dynamic shifting in how market architectures work. And so for us, that's really been a driving focus of where and when do core changes in costs and economics change. And so when we've looked at, we've made a series of investments outside of the US and Canada where you can really take advantage of those cost curves. You're not stuck in a sort of a policy uncertainty environment. You aren't even focused on whether or not you have a tax credit because the sort of basics of the economics work on an unsubsidized way. And so that's, in some ways, that speaks to the power of the opportunity. And so then when you come back home, it's actually looking at the micro nuances of how the power system or the transportation system fundamentally exists and where changes are happening. And so, when you look, we're a little bit too far south, right, to be in Waymo's service territory, but you'll see them operating, and it's one of those examples of the future is here. It's just not broadly distributed yet, right? And autonomous vehicles are 100% electric. And so you've seen electric miles driven in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco area, as an example, have probably gone up 20 times within rideshare in the last 18 months, right? And so these changes are happening. And so for us, it's really looking at where are these economics, where do they extend, and how do you then build assets to take advantage of that across transportation, energy, and agriculture.
And Jay, what about Brookfield? Like, how is Brookfield shifting or evolving its investment strategy given what's going on?
Yeah, so in terms of the environment we're in right now, to the earlier point, we will see consolidation in the space. Smaller players are going to struggle more and more. They're not going to be able to safe harbor their projects. They're not going to be able to, get their permitting on time. And so the smaller players will struggle. And I think that we're going to see this time of consolidation. And Brookfield is very ready for that. We think the environment will allow growth of the larger players. The other thing is, right now, the current administration is very pro permitting, improving permitting. That's going to help all projects, renewables alongside conventional, and that goes to the all of the above point, where we see globally, we're seeing, the competition, the free competition of renewables against conventional power. And our view is when you have that, often renewables can win. We are seeing projects in places like India where we're building wind alongside solar, alongside short duration storage, alongside long duration storage. And we are getting to a capacity factor north of 90%. And we're doing it at a cost that is competitive with conventional generation. And this is going to open up, once we start seeing this model utilized, these large, I call them renewable energy parks, we see this utilized broadly. They really compete with the conventional model cost effectively, and they solve the big issue, which is, you have a capacity factor on a standalone solar project, and when the sun's not shining, if you don't have storage, then you don't have the power. But by aggregating all of these technologies together, we are getting to the point where it is cost effective at a high capacity factor. And so I think, that changes things. And so, we are looking towards, specifically for renewables. Renewables is a mature market now, a world with no subsidies. And in that world, we do think renewables are going to be successful for cost-effective reasons.
All right, one final question on the topic of policy to each of you. If you have one point of input for policymakers, whether here in the US or abroad, what would it be? Claudia?
There's so many choices, but I guess one thing I would really focus in the US is battery recycling. So I see that as a market that is really still very much in its infancy. And when we look at the US and say we are a country of innovation, if we could have more tax incentives or other kinds of methodology for encouraging recycling, we have a significant critical mineral access problem. And the solution really is right at our doorstep when we think about the fact that we have a tremendous amount of batteries, and we'll have more and more as some of the electric vehicles that were adopted will kind of be recyclable. And if you think about, I draw the parallel between, the U.S. in the 1970s and 80s was a net importer of oil, and then we developed technologies like horizontal drilling, and you may or may not like, but fracking, and we turned the paradigm completely around where we became a net exporter. So I think the opportunity for us as a policy matter is to really not only capture areas of exploration, but to really look in our own backyard and invest more fully in battery recycling.
Consistency, right? The markets can respond and we can deal with whatever it's going to be, but the massive changes are actually really hard. Right? We're talking about capital planning, and you guys are in, I think it was your 9th decade, right? Like you're thinking about things long term. Well, same thing for all the projects that we work on, where if you're going to start something and it's going to take 3 to 5 years, if you're within a narrower bound of what can happen, you can be efficient and execute instead of running back and forth and sort of chasing your tail and wasting resources.
Yeah, I actually echo that as well. If we have certainty and consistency, when you're building a large infrastructure project, you can plan for it. And I think there's a lot of room in power purchase agreement pricing that you can allocate for higher capital costs. But if things change once you've locked in contracts, it gets very difficult, to do that. So a lot of the turmoil we have seen historically with large infrastructure projects and specifically with renewables has been because of this, where, when we came out of in 2021 into an inflationary environment, it was power purchase agreements locked in, but CapEx was not locked in. And so, there was a mismatch. And then, when capital costs have increased rapidly, returns now don't make sense. And a lot of renewable developers went back to the power purchase agreement, the providers, and renegotiated the contracts. And they increased it because there was room there. And so that certainty is incredibly important, and I think would allow and unlock a lot of value.
Let's now talk about critical minerals, which we've brought up before on this panel. We've seen a lot of headlines recently about critical minerals, how crucial they are in everything from EV battery or EV cars, battery storage, solar panels. And these headlines have mostly focused around how the U.S. doesn't control a lot of the supply around critical minerals. Claudia, can you talk to us about the dynamics of the supply and demand for critical minerals and where are the risks and opportunities?
Sure. So, I mean, as Cheryl mentioned, one of the biggest challenges we face right now in the U.S. is access to critical minerals. Ironically, over the prior few years, China controls, about 70% of the capacity for refining 19 out of the 20 critical minerals. So we had a real supply-demand imbalance, but of the other size. So we had a tremendous amount of supply, and prices actually dropped rather dramatically. If you look at the chart on the right, you can see that the blue line, which is the pricing of battery minerals, dropped, peaked in 22, 23, and then it plummeted in 24. And what that led to was really a lack of investment in exploration, just like oil and other markets where if the prices are low, there's going to be a disincentive to invest in the exploration. But and you can see that again on the chart on the right, where you look at the dark blue bars, which are the supply, and the light blue bars are the demand. So over time, this is going to be a bigger and bigger problem. The forecasts right now show that we're going to have a 35% shortfall in the available copper supply, and even potentially problems in lithium. And we really have not, as I said, been investing in exploration. So these are some of the main challenges that we face right now. The flip side of that is, as a result of a lot of the tariff programs that are underway, China is now imposing export controls. So, I expect to see, as imagine many others, that the supply being restricted, that the prices will start to escalate. And so that will, lead to the investment in more solutions for critical minerals, but that does take time. So that's going to be a little bit of the challenge over the next few years, is getting access and being able to onshore the development of batteries and other components in the U.S.
Well, what's surprising about these charts is that the investment in critical minerals is actually decreasing because there's pricing pressure, prices are lowering, which is surprising just given the headlines out there about just how much in demand these minerals are. What's causing this pricing pressure? Is it just lack of exploration, or is there something else that's going on?
Well, I think it's been kind of an excess of supply, if you will. I think China has made them very available and has sort of maybe somewhat quite intentionally driven down the prices in an effort to maintain their share of position in refining in particular. And they also control a lot of the supply, which is in Africa and other countries and in South America. So I think that's a little bit of the geopolitical dance that's going on right now, which is how to equilibrate that. And so I do think that prices will rise and that will lead to more exploration. But as I said, it's going to take time for that to really improve the supply demand imbalance to rectify.
And Ruben, what does this all mean in terms of investments in things like EV adoption and battery storage?
So, I think there are kind of a couple of pieces that also come out of this, right? Like, we've been talking about a scarcity of things like lithium for a while, and yet, the slides have shown just how much discovery there is. So often, historically, we, as a species, right, effectively, we've been able to bring technology to solve constraints of what we can mine or otherwise discover. And so there is has tended to be an increased capacity once we've focused on finding more of these things. We're talking this morning, a $50 billion merger in copper was just announced. So, industry is reacting to some of these things at scale and thinking about this problem. From a on the ground basis, one of the big differences, this is often equated to controlling oil and gas supply. And what's different is these items are more of a stock than a flow, by which I mean, if you're interrupted from having access, it can delay the manufacturing of new goods. And that's bad, right? Like, it's bad that Ford has had to, slow down some manufacturing lines and things like that because they didn't have something for a motor, or I forget what the exact thing was. Like that's not ideal for the economy, but it's not the same as being cut off from oil. And so we've gone through national security exercises that have really talked about this, where the flow of something like oil, where in a week you're shut down as an economy, as opposed to you've shut down the manufacturing of certain subcomponents. And so it is fundamentally strategic, but you can stockpile and react to many of these constraints as a manufacturing economy differently than you could in the things that we mine elsewhere that are required to go, right? Like, so if your electricity doesn't require imported fuels, you can charge an electric car because you already have the lithium and you have the various minerals in it already, right? So it's a very different conversation, and that gets conflated a lot when you elevate it into the Washington dialogue. And so, for us, that key is where are costs, where can they go, and how does that drive the things that you can buy? And so then because of this global framework, it just depends on what you can buy where, right? So a lot of the discussion that needs to still be worked out is what is the battery supply chain, whether that's for EVs in the US and or for grid storage, right? It's fundamentally important, but when certain things come out of China, what counts, what doesn't, what is Chinese, right? Where, you can buy things from different countries made by a Chinese manufacturer, but those things are where the confusion shows up is the policy response to some of these national security or global competitiveness questions that are really, really complicated and nuanced when you transition to who can I buy from what place, from where in the world, and how far up the supply chain or down the supply chain are we figuring it out? And so, those are the things that you kind of work on, because what you don't want is you don't want disruption in the thing that you planned once you've locked into it, which is kind of what Jay was talking about.
And we talked about technological innovation a little bit, and Tara presented a chart earlier about how technological innovation is projected to have a greater impact on efficiency gains than just the supply of renewables. Jay, what are some of the technologies or the next frontiers of decarbonization that you think is underappreciated or underfunded today?
So I would say a big supporter of storage. Renewables, wind and solar, very established asset classes, a lot of deployment. Storage is now entering that realm, and storage solves a number of real problems. One is transmission. The grid is constrained, and if you build storage, you don't need to build all that transmission. Storage pricing is declining very, very rapidly. In the last 10 years, more than 80-90%. And so this is, there's huge tailwinds that are driving storage. And we see it, more and more with our projects that, if we are building a renewable project, we are attaching, storage alongside. And, 2 to 4 hour storage in many cases is sufficient. Longer duration storage is not, always required. If you have that 2 to 4 hours, it really helps in the peaks. So, I think from our perspective, across all our portfolio companies, we are very much pushing a storage mentality where when we build new projects, storage is always attached because we really do see it solving a very real problem on the grid.
You talked a little bit earlier about investments in nuclear energy. Can you talk about, what are the risks and opportunities there with nuclear?
Yeah, absolutely. Nuclear is another area that we are very positive on. We are moving into a time where energy security is extremely important. And from our perspective, renewables and nuclear are the ultimate energy security if you have that, in domestic. And so, nuclear, we see the large reactors as being critical to providing power, could actually, help determine the AI race by providing, extensive power. And then longer term, we do see SMRs coming onto the grid. Right now, tech companies need power quickly. And SMRs, we're talking about 5 to 10 years. They are very supportive. we see them willing to write PPAs that are much higher than the market, and they want that power, but they need power right now. And a company like Westinghouse, the AP1000 could be deployed extensively domestically across the U.S., provide extensive carbon-free power, which is exactly what will help with the AI race. So, we are big believers of a diversified energy grid, and nuclear having a firm place on that grid.
And then Ruben, what are the next frontiers of decarbonization that you are most excited about?
Well, I think one of the sort of technologies and frontiers we need to sort out is at what they would call the distributed edge, but that's commercial applications. It's houses. Effectively, the system is setting up to demand more generation and more of these issues to change than we can build an interconnect at scale. And so how, and in an environment where electricity rates are going up. And so how does the customer react? What are the technologies that you can deploy? Some of them are very simple, right? Like Carrier, which makes air conditioners, has realized that people don't like it when the utility can take control of when your air conditioner turns on and off, right? That was a sort of phase one of energy efficiency was we'll just turn it off on the really hot day at 5 p.m. because that's peak load. And look, everyone's laughing. You're like, that's a bad idea. Because whoever signed up in the household, the other spouse is not happy, like almost always. And so for Carrier, though, they're deploying air conditioners with a battery in it. And so that battery can work with the utility to make sure that the air conditioner is running, but it charges, overnight or at some period where across that 24 hours where it doesn't matter. And so in that kind of partnership, it's embedded, they're buying it at scale, and the box I don't know, maybe it's like this much bigger, like 2 feet by something, but that's a technology that you can deploy at scale into communities in a way that is very different than having to convince the utility and work through the sort of utility scale process, which is just inherently slow. And so that's an example of something easy, but there is massive demand. And so we have to sort out what that is, because it can happen faster than, kind of changing behavior if you get it right, can happen faster than deploying things on a kind of industrial and wholesale scale.
And then on the flip side, which sectors of energy do you think face the highest risk of technological disruption? Ruben or Jay?
Oh, you went up. I go for it.
I mean, look, I think conventional generation, areas like coal, it's obvious that, for this energy transition, gas is going to be a part of it, but, there are areas that we can drop.
What's the post-BBB prognosis for the various colors of hydrogen?
We've avoided it because it's hard for the math to pencil in the US before the BBB, right? So in an IRA world, it was tough. And so I think it's probably red for almost all of it. There is the DOE is looking at things in natural gas-based hydrogen, but because we're not interested in it, we aren't spending a lot of time. Yeah.
Yep. Gray.
Yeah, we've avoided it as well. The closest we've got to it is sustainable aviation fuel, where we're using hydrogen to produce a drop-in fuel. And the reason we could proceed with that is because we were able to get long-term contracts from the airlines, both in Europe and the US, and so we were building it as infrastructure. But so there's specific cases where it does work. But generally, on a large scale, it was tough to pencil on its own. It's not the most efficient, and you can use storage in many cases to get the benefits of hydrogen. So, I think, and we see that globally as well. There was a lot of talk in many different countries about advancing hydrogen. Much of that has stalled and been in the conceptual stage. So, maybe it unlocks one day if CapEx drops rapidly. But today it's niche, and it's very much in specific cases where people are willing to pay for the product.
Thank you for the question. And Claudia, you're a board member at Enfra Solutions. Can you give us some examples of the technological innovations at Enfra that you're most excited about, or that you think have really contributed to efficiency gains?
Sure. So for those of you who may not know, Enfra Solutions was previously called Bernhard. They changed their name in May, so long story. But and they are what we call an energy as a service company predominantly. So they are go into clients, largely hospitals and universities and some other sectors, and really modernize their energy systems, their energy technology that's on site, and in some cases bring in offsite solutions and fund those improvements over a long-term contract with so the client's not laying out any of its own capital and basically covering the cost of those improvements through their purchasing of power. I guess one great example of the kind of innovation that they've deployed is a recent project that's underway right now with a healthcare chain called Christus Health. They're working with 6 of their hospitals, about a $130 million project, to modernize all of their energy infrastructure. That's chillers, boilers, heating, cooling, bringing in EV charging, bringing in building automation system upgrades, bringing in software solutions that help to manage the energy consumption profile and even the energy sort of demand response and purchasing of power as needed from the grid. Off-site and on-site solar being deployed with storage. So really a kind of a whole array of different technological solutions. And the proof is sort of in the pudding. And this particular project, when all of the improvements are done, is projected to save the 6 hospitals together about $5 million annually in energy spend. And I think the important part of that too is that's a reduction of about 16% in their electrical consumption, about 25% reduction in their natural gas consumption, and about a 25% reduction in their emissions. So it's a pretty powerful mix of different technology, and they're all bespoke, I should say. So it's not like there's a one-stop shopping solution that they just bring into their clients, but that's part of the art, is really figuring out what's the right mix of solutions for the given market.
Well, before we wrap up, I have a couple of big picture questions for each of you. LACERA is a significant investor or institutional investor that has been investing in this space consistently. Jay, what are the top 1 or 2 things that you think LACERA should keep in mind as we continue to deploy capital into energy transition?
So number 1, diversification. We're big believers in global diversification, fuel type diversification. The broader you go, the more you can, and that leads me to the second point: protect your downside. In all cases, and especially in an area like energy transition, if you can invest in energy transition but do it through an infrastructure approach, not take very early stage risk, then in all environments, you're going to be protected on your downside. And between that diversification and protection, it really allows you to ride out, all kinds of situations. We think the energy transition is happening for all the reasons we talked about. It's economic. It's not for any other reason other than it's economic. And so the energy transition is happening. It's just a question of when and at what speed. That is up for debate. And so, in our view, it's an area where, there's a lot of benefits to be obtained over a long period of time. And having, that mindset allows you to ride out all cycles.
Ruben?
Yeah, I mean, I think we see, effectively the concept of energy transition or, real assets and sustainable real assets as effectively the same thing, right? Like when you think about infrastructure and you think about real assets, they must inherently become more sustainable, right? It's looking over a long period of time. These sectors and these systems have been changing. The rate of technology change and economic change has accelerated a little bit. And so what you're really looking at is how to invest in adaptive change in major built systems. And so when you think about that, it's how do you keep that open mind for where this ball or this puck, right, to use an LA Kings motif with Wayne Gretzky, right? Like, where is it going? Because that trend is happening. And so by looking forward and putting capital behind that, you're actually protecting your future, right? We are ending up in the place where you're owning the things that will be cash flowing and will be resilient and will be sort of ahead of, you know, where the rest of the economy will be going. And so that economic transition and that economic process is sort of fundamental to build on and to sort of keep reinforcing, right? It's, you know, I'm not sure that we need to come every year, and apparently in 3 years, Jay maybe has a new job. But like that framework of how do you stay on the learning curve here is kind of fundamental to then achieving those really attractive investment outcomes. Because with the change happening there, you know, our fundamental thesis is not that different than theirs, which is you can earn very attractive returns with, you know, a downside protection in this process, and that's because of this sort of ultimate material required and economically driven set of changes going on.
And Claudia, in the next 3 to 5 years, what are the one or two things that you're watching out for in this space?
Well, not to be redundant, but I guess I'm a big fan of battery recycling technology, as well as just battery innovations. I would say that, you know, there's so much going on to make longer duration storage, to look at technologies where you may be less lithium dependent, so there's less combustibility and what have you. So I think that that whole ecosystem of the battery space is really exciting.
Well, thank you. At this point, I would like to pause here and open up the panel to see if there are any questions in the audience. Ms. Mee?
Go ahead.
I'll try my best to ask my question to make sense of my question because I'm still formulating in my head. So with all the information you present here about the energy transition, the competition between China and US, right? From, you know, energy generation, battery storage, mineral, everything, and government investment, and then the constraints that we have in development in the US, and feels like US is far behind in this space in competition with China, right? So last year I had a trip to BYD headquarters in Shenzhen, and then have a tour there. My breath was taken away with what I seen there. There's a wall like the size like behind the wall behind you, and small tire on the wall. The entire wall was the technology pattern that BYD has. And then put aside the EV, you know, export in the global stage, they have business in the US for battery. Right now, right? I'm sure you all know. So my question is, you know, we are in investment. We want to win money, right? We want to invest in a company that can win in the competition. So how does this environment, the competition with a company like a BYD, you know, would that be a risk, you know, in the portfolio companies that you invest in whatever the area that in this space? How do you assess that? Is that something a concern?
I'll jump in. I mean, I think Stella Lee, who used to be the CEO of BYD Americas, was based here in Los Angeles, and, you know, now she runs the world in some ways. You know, I think that there are a couple of components, right? If you start in something like solar panel manufacturing, which China does dominate, it isn't clear that anyone is making very much money in doing it. So in some ways, there is a lot of consumer surplus being created and/or opportunities for those of us that then use cheap solar panels that are made with very low margins to bring electricity to people in attractive and low cost ways. So in some ways, that industrial base is subsidizing others. If you pivot though to think about a company like BYD, you know, the most striking thing has been Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, after going to China, and he didn't bring back a BYD, he brought back a Xiaomi, but it's a similar vehicle, and he's been driving it around Detroit, making the point that this company didn't make cars 5 years ago, and this is better than what we make. And that car's taken market share from Tesla. And so Ford, as an example, has announced their new Skunk Works EV truck, and that should come out in 2027 to try to react to that. That's pretty scary from an investor perspective, and it's why we don't do that. Right? We're trying to take advantage of investment opportunities that are built off of these technologies and these applications. So, you know, we have an EV ride sharing and driver enablement program, which is actually using mostly cheap BYDs. GM actually has a competitive product, but it's outside the US because of the tariff issues. And so the question is, where are these enablers and how can they enable an attractive investment business model so that you're not actually competing with that economic engine and getting into the debate over whether or not there are government subsidies and how to compete, because that's a very hard business. And so that's been our approach, is find things where it enables you to earn return rather than go into that fight.
Yeah, and from our perspective, the competition can actually work in to provide more opportunities. So if you take something like the race for AI, biggest unlocker is power. To see, whoever is going to win that race needs abundant, cheap power. And so that provides infrastructure opportunities because of that demand for power, people want to contract it quickly. Tech companies are willing to spend huge sums of money. I think the NVIDIA CEO has said 1 trillion will be spent over the next 4 years on data centers for generative AI alone. So staggering sums to win this race. And it's, from our perspective, if we can provide that power that will allow, the winning of the race, that provides an opportunity for us as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Green?
Anybody else? Mr. Rowe, did you have a comment? David? Anyone else? I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. You talked about the blend with other infrastructure, the AI and whatnot. And I'm glad you addressed what you were looking at as far as recycling batteries and stuff. There is a potential downstream ecological impact with some of these technologies, right? The batteries itself, the lead and storage, whatnot. And of course, nuclear typically requires a lot of cooling, so it's adjacent to bodies of water. We've, have a few examples of some, environmental impacts that are going to be, half-life for a long time. So, though it is a very, very clean energy. I mean, but in the consideration of investment, that potential ecological impact, I guess, is ethically, is there a tipping point where it's not sound because of that risk, or is the chance that the risk of it happening far outweigh the potential gain that could happen? You guys understand what I'm talking about? A nuclear meltdown along the coast of California.
So I think one of the starting points is none of these technologies is perfect. If you look at a wind farm, there is going to be risks to birds, to bats, to wildlife, disposal of the turbines, even though they're making a lot of headway with recycling. When we've repowered projects, the turbines haven't gone into landfills. They've been recycled. So they are making a lot of progress there. But you're absolutely right. There are a lot of impacts to look at. And same thing with solar, the production off panels. And China, for example, still uses a lot of coal for their power. Even though they're growing very quickly with renewables, they still are growing in terms of coal plants. And so that power generation is used for panels as well. So, I think starting from the point where nothing is is going to be perfect. We do try to look at an entire life cycle analysis of carbon and see what is even factoring in the production. What carbon is used for the production of it, what is used for the disposal of it, and our belief is it is still superior to conventional generation. In many, and when you look at other aspects of it, superior in many ways. So I think, you sort of do have to weigh it, and there will be negatives, and it really is sort of a cost-benefit analysis.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, gas is one of the biggest, it seems like it's a great idea, but the leakage is really the environmental impact. Yeah, thanks for addressing that. And yeah, I mean, with recycled technology, hopefully we can get to a true carbon neutral, right? The other thing, you talk about the AI blend with other technology, you know, this kind of power requirement, but you know, water is a huge infrastructure issue, and one of the big things with desalination is how much energy it requires. And is there consideration for some of these areas, especially in, you know, more undeveloped places? I mean, some of these things are self-sustainable, that can produce large volumes of water. They just require the energy. Have you guys looked at blending the technologies with that outside of AI?
So, you know, we just bought a utility where the number 2 customer is the water plant because they do desalination. And so what's dynamic is relative to many of the customers, that water plant, you know, when they're running, if they're not at full capacity, they're then effectively the number 1 moderator on the grid. And so as we work to refine rates, it's how do you collaborate with something like that to help balance the grid so that they run when the rest of the grid doesn't run. And so how might we use them as effectively as almost like a battery, right? And where they can be that marginal demand at different times. In the case of this one, as we build lots of solar, maybe we'll have excess solar and they can run more during the day. And so how that works and where water prices is important. So, you know, water is this funny public good where people both expect it to be free, and then in a place that needs desal, you're then quite expensive. And so that jump in those communities and how to scale it is a fundamentally important.
Yeah, we just expect water. Yeah. All right, and the last thing I got, so you talked about all, you know, as resources become taxed and the cost of these precious metals and whatnot, and how it's trying to find an equilibrium. I know it sounds like science fiction, but I saw a very intelligent woman at Super Investor, a political economist, was talking about a couple rocks floating in space that have a whole bunch of minerals that we could use that would be, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. That sounds like amazing fantasy, trying to, you know, like a Bruce Willis film, but it's out there. I mean, and you know, there's the space race on the moon as far as you know, beaming solar tech energy. Caltech, I think, came up with something. Have you guys heard about this stuff? It's not in a DC comic. I swear I believe this. You can ask David Green. He was there too.
I mean, from our perspective, right, they're tuned. I guess that would be the next frontier. But
Yeah.
there's actually a very active
No pun.
of subsea mineral collection as well. There are a couple of companies out there that are saying these minerals sit on the seabed floor and they want to go suck them up. And there's a lot of policy and environmental controversy and conversation around it. And so this would be a similar one. Well, how do you get there? What do you get? How do you bring it back? But it may, you know, unlock change. Technologically speaking, right? Like, you know, another LA company has changed the face of space lift, right? And how often you can get up into space, how much it costs, et cetera. But I don't know how to protect my downside on sending a mission to the asteroid belt or wherever that.
There's Bruce Willis up there, yeah.
Or is Bruce Willis available?
I know. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a phenomenal discussion. I mean, I confirmed it. It's amazing technology. If there's no atmosphere on the moon, if you can beam that solar energy here, whoever gets that dirt on the sunny side of the moon, right? So, yeah, that's great. Great presentation. Really appreciate your time and what you guys are doing. I think it's important as far as looking forward and sustainability, and the bottom line. So, does anybody else have any comments or questions before we let the panel go? Thank you so very much. I'll pass it back on to John.
Thank you. And I didn't plant the answer that Jay gave about diversification and protect your downside. That's music to my ears. So thank you. And maybe we could bring Jay back for later sessions. For any question that's asked, that's going to be the answer. So Mr. Chair, a break for the next 30 minutes till
That sounds
10:30?
Great, yes, please, thank you.
You.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's get started. We're going to call the order. The volume seems kind of low on this thing. There we go. Hey, we're going to call the order. We're going to start back in with our session coming up. Yeah, John, I don't think the speakers are playing in the back. All right, one more time, we're gonna call the order. We're gonna get back going at the 10:30 session. Can everybody just take it down to a loud whisper, please? Going into credit design and implementation. John, you want to lead us in, or we can go right to Vache if you like? Please go ahead.
I'll repeat myself. Good morning, trustees, LACERA colleagues, and guests. Our second session is a behind-the-scenes look at the design and implementation of LACERA's credit portfolio. LACERA has been investing in credit instruments since its inception almost 90 years ago. In fact, financial statements from the late 1930s show that back then, LACERA's assets consisted exclusively of bonds, including several issued by municipalities in Long Beach, where we are today. Since that time, both the credit market and institutional portfolio management practices have undergone significant transformation, and as the market evolved, so did LACERA's investment approach. Accordingly, in 2018, LACERA trustees established a functional category dedicated to credit as part of the new strategic asset allocation. The outline for our session is that after my brief introduction, our guest speaker, Kristen Jones of Allborn, will begin with an overview of the credit universe. What is credit? How large is the market? What are the various sectors and instrument types? What returns have they produced? And how can investors access them? Kristen will address these questions and more. Following Kristen's market background, my colleagues Chad, Krista, and Kwok will delve into the goals and objectives that serve as the blueprint for constructing LACERA's credit portfolio. After a brief review of our transition to the functional framework, you'll hear how we went about building the credit portfolio. We didn't follow the typical route. We didn't buy off-the-shelf products. To the contrary, we took an intentional, deliberate approach that is highly customized in terms of investment strategy, vehicle type, and terms. This laser-like focus on highly negotiated mandates tailored to LACERA's goals for return, risk, liquidity, and flexibility has led to very good results. As shown here, the credit portfolio's average annualized return over the past 5 years is 10.3%, about 4.8% better than its benchmark return of 5.5%. After this morning's discussion, I hope you'll have a good understanding of how our intentional design and implementation has added value, and looking to the future, why we believe our approach results in a portfolio that's both resilient and opportunistic in responding to a rapidly changing market environment. My colleagues and I are passionate about building the best credit portfolio that we can, one that continues to exceed expectations. I hope our enthusiasm for carrying out our fiduciary duty and contributing toward the attainment of LACERA's mission will be clearly evident. And we greatly value Allborn's contribution as we navigate our charted course. So without further delay, I'll hand off to Kristen Jones of Allborn.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Jones. I'm a partner and the head of U.S. Private Credit at Allborn. Thank you for the opportunity to join you all today at today's session. In my day-to-day job, I lead research across the full spectrum of private credit strategies and support clients in building and monitoring their credit portfolios. I've been in the alternative investment space for nearly 20 years, including over 15 years with Allborn. And I have the distinct pleasure of working with the LACERA credit investment team on a regular basis on a variety of credit topics. We are the credit crew. So if you want to talk credit, we're your folks. As Vache highlighted, this brings me to my role in today's session. For the next 20 minutes or so, I'll provide a broad overview of the credit universe to provide some helpful background and some context for thinking about LACERA's credit strategy and implementation. I've got around 30 analysts who write credit research that comes across my desk every day, and we love nothing more than digging into the weeds of credit structuring and documentation, market technicals, but rest assured, that's not what we're going to do here today. Instead, what I do want to start with is a high-level overview of credit markets so we can all orient ourselves. Starting with a quick refresher on the fundamentals, the true building blocks. What is credit, and what does it mean to be a lender? Credit is simply the ability of a borrower to access funds from a lender and the promise to repay them later. There are documents to formalize it. There are various terms and rules agreed upon, like when is the borrower going to repay? That's the maturity. How much extra are they going to have to pay? That's the interest portion. But the key point is there's a borrower who needs capital, and the cost and their access to that money depends on trust, how likely they are to repay it, and a lender being willing to do the transaction. So what does it mean to be a lender? A lender is someone, usually a bank or a financial institution, could be a credit union or a government, or as we'll talk more about today, a credit asset manager, that provides the money to a borrower with the expectation that they will be repaid, and typically with that interest along the way. In the case of LACERA's credit portfolio, LACERA is generally on the side of the lender, working with credit asset managers who in turn lend money to various types of borrowers. I talk a lot about credit with my family and my small children, and even to them and to other colleagues, it can feel quite abstract to talk about credit availability and financial institutions. But I'd venture to guess that everyone in this room has personal experience in the credit markets. I've included on the slide here some of the most common forms of credit individuals or consumers use. Think credit cards, student loans, auto loans, your home mortgage. Corporate credit, the type of borrowing that businesses do, is fundamentally similar. That means you're all credit experts. Congratulations. While businesses have been borrowing from banks or bank-like entities for literally thousands of years, think predating ancient Rome, and modern banking started in the 1600s with the first chartered banks, think Bank of England, the latest darling of lending has been private credit. So why is everyone talking about the rise of private credit? This is literally what I do all day, every day. So if I do seem excited, it's because I genuinely am about private credit. Across the wide array of strategies we see in private credit, the asset class has risen in popularity for some common benefits that it affords borrowers, including those you see along the bottom of the slide here, namely customization, speed, certainty, creativity, and confidentiality above what banks and the public capital markets can offer. It's in large part for these exact reasons that we've seen the dramatic rise of the private credit asset class post-GFC. Sorry about that. Okay, so how big are we talking? Globally, the private credit AUM has surpassed an estimated $2.5 trillion. That's growth of more than 5 times since the 2008 global financial crisis. From essentially zero in 08-09, the private credit markets have grown to be roughly the same size as the high yield and leveraged loan markets, which you see here at roughly $2.7 trillion. So the size and the scope of private credit has increased dramatically over the last 10 to 15 years, but it's helpful to put this in the context of the broader global credit markets. For the avoidance of doubt, the leveraged loan market refers to loans to below investment grade companies. They are syndicated or essentially shared among several institutions or financial investors rather than being held by just one lender. They're often floating rate, so that means the interest rate adjusts periodically based on a reference rate such as SOFR rather than remaining fixed, and they can be traded among institutional investors. The high yield market refers to publicly traded corporate bonds rated below investment grade, offering higher yields to compensate for greater credit risk. And I'll touch on ratings in a bit more on the next slide. They're typically fixed rate and relatively liquid. That brings us to the third bar you see here, the corporate investment grade bond market. It's roughly $8 trillion. These are publicly traded debt securities issued by highly rated corporations. This is a large and liquid market. The US bank loan market is roughly $12 trillion. This refers to loans and leases that US commercial banks originate and hold on their balance sheet. Think things like commercial and industrial loans, consumer loans, leases, and other bank lending products. And then on the far right, the US Treasuries market stands at roughly $29 trillion. It's the market for the US government issued debt securities, such as treasury bills, notes, bonds, and it represents the world's largest and most liquid sovereign debt market. I often get asked about trends in the credit market, and I'd highlight two that this slide is particularly helpful in illustrating. The first being that despite this massive growth, this 5 times increase I mentioned, the private credit markets continue to represent less than 1% of total global credit markets, suggesting we may still yet be in the early innings of private credit. And second, the convergence of those left two bars, private credit and publicly leveraged credit. As issuers and investors increasingly move to opportunistically pivot between liquid and illiquid credit markets. This is a trend that you'll see pop up a few more times before we're done, so keep it in mind. Okay, so no overview of the credit markets would be complete without touching on credit ratings. What are credit ratings and why do we talk about them so much? Credit ratings, such as the S&P scale you see here, are assessments of a borrower's credit worthiness. Credit ratings help investors make informed investment decisions. This includes gauging the risk of default. So this is when a borrower fails to make an agreed upon payment. And it's one of the key risks focused on in credit underwriting, and it's priced into the cost of debt. On the S&P credit rating scale, credit below BBB- is considered non-investment grade. So this is indicating higher credit risk and typically offering higher returns to compensate for that increased risk. And that makes sense. Across strategies and economic environments, being on the side of lenders, as we are here at LACERA, we focus on return per unit of risk. In other words, receiving sufficient compensation for the risk of lending capital out. While not all credit and certainly much of private credit is not rated, when we talk about credit in today's presentation and as we go on, really what we're talking about is non-investment grade or non-IG-like credit, typically from non-bank lenders. This is broadly the target universe the alternative credit mandates we're focused on are participating in. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so bad at this. There we go. This is one of my favorite graphics, and it's one some of you may recognize from when I was here a couple of years ago. I still use it because it still holds water. So I've included this graphic because I find this type of risk-return framework helps really guide conversations around portfolio fit and realistic expectations from credit. In practice, obviously, the risk-return profile can be dialed up or down in a number of different ways, and that line between liquid and illiquid credit is converging. I told you it would come up again. With more blending in the middle and more issuers going back and forth between markets than ever before. This graphic is really included to provide some general context for where the main credit strategies fall on that risk-return spectrum relative to one another, and also relative to investment-grade debt on the lower end of the risk-return spectrum, again, not the focus of today's presentation, and also relative to private equity at the higher risk, higher return end of the spectrum. Again, in reality, these strategies don't fall in a perfectly linear relationship to one another, and the risk and return dispersion within each strategy can be narrower or wider based on sub-strategy and based on phase of the economic cycle. But it's helpful to see where they sit adjacent to one another and where overlap exists and continues to grow. The LACERA approach to credit investing, combining liquid and illiquid credit and including multi-strategy mandates that span both markets, positions the portfolio to benefit from and intentionally participate in this convergence between liquid and illiquid credit. I feel I must be doing it wrong. Okay, so let's put some numbers to it. On the last couple of slides, I've highlighted that you should be compensated for higher risk with higher returns. Here, I've included the annualized returns over the last decade across the risk spectrum, as you'd expect and hope. As you go out the risk spectrum, whether that's interest rate risk, credit risk, liquidity risk, the more risk you take on, the more the return increases. From the lowest end of the spectrum, with US Treasuries returning an annualized 2.1% to private credit returning 7.5%. And I'll remind you, your portfolio is doing over 10. With the LACERA credit portfolio seeking moderate risk and a moderate return profile, private credit was added to the portfolio, supported again by the floating rate nature of the asset class, compensation for credit and illiquidity risk, and overall strong performance figures, as seen here. Picking up a bit more on that idea of portfolio fit and realistic expectations. On this slide on the left, we have some key credit attributes. This really helps define the exposure being taken. And then on the right, some key portfolio fit attributes. So again, credit attributes on the left, portfolio attributes on the right. This is what we spend our time discussing and talking about when allocating to credit. So starting on the left, seniority refers to where debt falls in the order of repayment. So credit can be senior or junior, but it's typically sitting above preferred and common equity. Security refers to whether debt is backed by collateral or not. So most private credit requires collateral. In other words, there are typically secured loans being invested in. On the other hand, public credit is often unsecured, meaning it's really backed only by the issuer's general credit worthiness rather than specific collateral. Leverage refers both to asset level leverage as well as fund level leverage. Some strategies like direct lending are offered in both levered and unlevered formats. Other strategies are notably highly reliant on leverage, including various forms of real estate lending and specialty finance. And still yet others use little to no fund level leverage, such as distressed. Resilience refers to the likelihood of permanent principal impairment. So it's really by virtue of the three traits above, plus some various other bells and whistles, think origination and selection capabilities, tools for working out troubled situations. Private lending can offer attractive returns with less downside risk and less mark-to-market volatility compared to comparable liquid credit, which also faces market volatility. But I would note that liquid credit may offer compelling relative value at different times in the market. Again, a theme we'll come back to. On the right, again, these are portfolio fit attributes to keep in mind. Income generation refers really to the yield that accompanies fixed or floating rate investments. Most private credit loans are floating rate, most high yield bonds are fixed rate. For LACERA, one of the primary roles of credit is current income. Return enhancement, whether through appreciation or upside optionality, or simply offering more yield per unit of leverage, credit can, in some strategies, offer upside potential along with yield and downside protection. It also warrants mention that LACERA's hard hurdle fee structure is set up to only pay for performance fees for above expectation returns. An important point we'll come back to. Diversification refers to the fact that private credit performance can demonstrate low correlation with other asset classes and the business cycle in general. LACERA's allocation to illiquid credit is in part specifically an appreciation of this diversification away from growth-driven strategies. Diversification also includes complementary exposure beyond corporate credit. So asset-backed, for example, and if you've been picking up the paper, that's surely something that's come across your desk. And multi-strategy mandates set up to really participate in credit markets that are inherently multidimensional and dynamic. Fees and liquidity are included as a reminder that low fees can be alpha in credit, and LACERA is seeking to benefit from its scale to get better fees and better terms. And then in terms of liquidity, again, private credit is by definition less liquid than the public debt markets, and so you should be compensated with an illiquidity premium. On the structure side, LACERA's preference for evergreen mandates ensures that you're not forced sellers. It could be otherwise quite painful in an illiquid credit situation. And lastly, on this slide, I just highlight that by virtue of the customized implementation approach LACERA has taken in credit, the managers partnered with are in practice the ones deciding whether to pursue opportunities through public or through private markets, really optimizing portfolio construction to take advantage of the prevailing opportunity set, while also staying attuned to that moderate risk return profile sought after. And just before sort of exploring, sneak preview. Do you want to, thank you. Appreciate that. Perfect. I just wanted to touch on a few other dynamics at play that have fueled the demand for private credit. Again, in addition to those inherent positive attributes I mentioned earlier, customization, speed, certainty, creativity, confidentiality. So some of these other dynamics include bank retrenchment, post-GFC, really driven by regulatory changes, volatile capital markets, which can be entirely closed or only selectively open at times, as well as the dramatic growth of the private equity asset class, which is really the feedstock for most direct lenders. You can see in the chart at the bottom here, really this continuation recently of the trend away from more liquid syndicated markets and towards LBO financing being done in the private credit markets. You can see this directly in the size of that dark green bar representing private credit, far exceeding that of the liquid broadly syndicated loan market proportion of leveraged buyouts shown here since 2020. Notably, this also includes larger companies and larger financings, which historically would have been done in liquid markets. Nowadays, it's not uncommon to see, I used to say $1 billion when I would talk about this dynamic. Now it's multi-billion-dollar plus private transactions. A couple other market and cycle dynamics at play that have propelled the growth of private credit includes really that search for yield over the decade of ultra-low interest rates, particularly before the Fed rate hiking cycle, which began in March of 22, as well as investors' affinity for this more stable return profile and avoidance of mark-to-market volatility. All combined, this has led to elevated allocations to the asset class across investor types and across geographies. The size, the scope, the reach of private credit, really from the most vanilla, think sponsor-backed direct lending, to the most niche capital gap, has essentially meant there's something for everyone. And in order to tap such a dynamic market, LACERA is intentionally working with multiple managers who have dynamic capabilities to work across these segments. And so with that in mind, I'll talk for just a couple minutes now about the different strategies and profiles that can be pursued, really to just give you a sense for the breadth and the depth of these credit activities across different sectors. Thank you, Krista. Okay, so as you'd expect, the risk return profile can be dialed up or down in a number of different ways. At the lowest end of the risk return spectrum, target returns have historically reached as low as, call it 5% or so, before other sources of capital, typically those with a lower cost of capital, step in as a provider. At the highest end of the risk return spectrum, you have strategies that are quasi-equity-like, so think distress for control, and they target commensurately high returns, call it 20% plus. Along this same continuum, you also have a mix of return drivers. At the simplest level, think a combination of contractual income and or appreciation. So the more lending-like, the more likely returns are driven by that contractual income, so primarily clipping those interest coupons. And then appreciation or convexity may be pursued in some instances. It's become quite common in the market to see these hybrid or structured equity solutions in response to the stuck private equity trend, where we're seeing private equity hold periods elongating and sponsors seeking less dilutive solutions. Creative credit providers are stepping into that capital gap. Turning to the verticals you see outlined here at the bottom, at Allborn, we organize our private credit coverage into 6 main verticals based on key risk and return drivers. I won't go through all of them, but within each vertical, you see a range of sub-strategies, and each of those has further distinct characteristics. So think differences in approach to sourcing and structuring, different types and amounts of leverage, exit strategy, drivers of the opportunity set, competitive dynamics, et cetera. It's worth noting also that each box is not to scale in terms of the opportunity set. So in fact, there's actually many further sub-transaction types that could be listed. I recently provided a client with 55 sub-strategies in asset finance alone. This graphic is really meant to just highlight at a high level the variety of market opportunities out there. It's broad and it continues to grow. The point really being, there's numerous ways to play private credit. It's a dynamic market where relative value is constantly changing, and partnering with best-in-class, well-aligned managers to pursue strategic and/or tactical goals is a really thoughtful way to build a credit portfolio. So across the economic and credit cycle, whether defaults are trending up or down, whether growth is weak or strong, whether unemployment is rising or falling, there can be attractive opportunities in credit. And that's really the punchline of this slide. You see here the 4 phases of an economic cycle you're all familiar with, I'm sure. What we've done is we've overlaid in blue boxes some of the main credit sub-strategies and when they typically see the greatest opportunity set. At different points in the cycle, these sub-strategies also align with portfolio construction considerations. So for example, in the current market, which you see indicated by that dark blue oval, it makes sense to skew towards high seniority, high quality credit, contractual income oriented, and highly structured credit overall. We're seeing this in many special situations and capital solutions lending opportunities at present. Less sort of ubiquitously, but still in certain credits and at certain times, there's attractive opportunity in traded stressed credit, for example, whereby you can acquire positions at attractive discounts during windows of opportunity or credit-specific events. The point being, again, that sort of a credit allocation can have both strategic and tactical roles in a broader portfolio. Partnering with best-in-class managers who can help make some of these timing and relative value decisions is a good way to achieve exposure to the best opportunities across the cycle. And the LACERA portfolio has benefited from exactly this. Partnering with firms who bring to bear experience managing through multiple cycles, as well as benefiting from fresh portfolios, so they're not dealing with legacy credit issues, and flexibility to lean into liquid credit markets when it makes sense. That's including multiple mandates that ramped and were able to take advantage of the 2020 opportunity and the more recent market volatility, including, for example, Centerbridge. LACERA is able to get exposure when it makes sense, but with the appropriate guardrails in place to maintain that sought-after moderate risk-return profile. So this chart is really included as an example to highlight the dynamic nature of the current credit market environment. Stick with me a bit on this one. So in the chart on the left, you see yield to maturity of loans of different credit quality. So yield to maturity and different credit quality. Yield to maturity is the total annualized return that a lender expects to earn if the loan is held to maturity. So it's the combination of that base rate, again, typically SOFR in the US, plus a spread, that additional percentage added to the base rate to determine the total interest rate, and then some other bits. Think fees, amortization, prepayments. We've already talked a bit about the concept of credit quality. The idea is that the lower quality credit requires a higher return to compensate investors for the increased risk being taken on. So it makes sense that the higher spreads and yields are for the lowest quality loans. Here we see triple C as the lowest quality, that's the blue line, then single B in red, and then double B in green. What's particularly interesting about this chart, and what we're seeing more generally in the current credit markets, is that spreads are tight, i.e. low, for high quality assets, not cheap, and wide, i.e. higher, only for the lowest quality assets. So we see here in that blue box highlighting elevated yields for triple C loans only, really. Across markets, it's consistently true that spreads and yields will vary. That's over time. You can see that in the volatility of the lines. By credit quality, again, in that difference between each line at any single point in time, and then between public and private markets. What we're witnessing in the current market is that difference between the lines for the highest and lowest quality assets is at the wide end of historical ranges. What does that all mean? Practically speaking, it means we're in a credit pickers market. Dynamic managers with multi-strategy mandates, available capital, so that's including those evergreen mandates like the ones LACERA has set up, and strong fundamental credit underwriting skill sets are particularly well positioned to both select mispriced assets and access opportunities as they arise. Thank you. I'll be quick on this one, but I just wanted to reiterate again the role and the realistic expectations from private credit. Here we see the historic median private credit return performance post GFC and pre the current era of rate widening. Again, the asset class was really born out of the GFC and really gained momentum starting around 2010. In the decade or so that followed, and you can see here on the chart, performance was consistently in that 7 to 10% range. Dispersion has been quite tight in private lending, but generally widened the further out the risk return spectrum you went. And today, as the market continues to progress through the cycle, volatility increases, dispersion in lending is also expected to increase. And notably, some structures are including scope for upside optionality via hybrid debt and equity structures, preferred equity, warrants, or other features. I've mentioned it a few times, but private credit has consistently offered and needs to offer an illiquidity premium over broadly syndicated loans. This premium does fluctuate over the course of the cycle, ranging from around 0 to 300 basis points and often landing somewhere in the middle of that range. How this contributes to the overall return profile, you can see in that illustrative return breakdown on the bottom right chart. Again, loans are typically floating rate, so we have interest rates quoted as a spread above a reference rate, such as SOFR, seen here as the risk-free rate and the credit premium. Over and above that risk-free rate and credit premium are the illiquidity premium and a complexity premium. Those are the two bars on the far right of that chart. I like to think of the complexity premium as that additional return picked up to compensate for complexity, for transacting in a dislocated or out of favor sector or business, really compensation for anything that adds uncertainty. Given the increase in base rates and complexity, current underwritten gross asset yields are good. And it's an interesting time to be a lender, and that return range is compelling for a pension that needs to pay benefits. Just before turning it over to the LACERA team, we did think that it would be also helpful, you can flip to the next one, thanks, Krista, to sort of contextualize how the LACERA team is accessing credit investments relative to other pension funds. Commingled closed-end fund structures are still the most common vehicle type. So these are vehicles with multiple investors and with defined investment periods and fund lives. But many managers have expanded their offering types. Think levered and unlevered vehicles, evergreen offerings, BDCs, insurance-friendly structures, SMAs, funds of one, and increasingly via retail products as the democratization of private credit trend continues. This graphic on the right really summarizes that typical range of ways that pension funds may access credit. On the right, You see the various commingled offerings in gray. Towards the bottom, the more public market-oriented offerings. And then in light blue, those customized single investor offerings, including SMAs, DMAs, and co-investments. While not all pensions have the scale and resources to do so, LACERA has successfully leveraged its scale to structure customized evergreen dedicated managed accounts with multiple credit managers with positive effect. I'll try to not steal the team's thunder on my last slide, and they will talk in more detail about the why of LACERA's specific credit implementation approach. But from the position of being at an alternative investment advisory firm founded over 30 years ago and with nearly 30% of our client base being pension plans, we have a window into how most pension funds are accessing credit investments and how LACERA's approach compares. Again, most pensions, particularly those without sufficient scale to pursue some of those customized solutions, they're continuing to typically access credit through commingled funds with standard fee structures, often with a 1.25% to 1.5% management fee, call it 10 to 20% carry range, a soft hurdle, and standard portfolio construction. Relative to this, LACERA's implementation is achieving some key benefits, including those you see highlighted down the right side here. Namely, and just to affirm, the evergreen DMA structure enables ongoing active management and ensures that LACERA is not a forced seller. Custom fees and custom terms negotiated include only paying performance fees for above expectation returns, not common in a commingled fund. The broad and dynamic mandates are also set up to achieve opportunistic and diversified exposure across cycles. And that single investor structure also helps limit the impact of other investors' decisions on LACERA's exposure. Just before handing it over to the team, I know I covered a lot of ground and relatively quickly, so I just want to leave you with 3 key themes that have hopefully come through in multiple ways throughout this high-level overview of the credit markets. The first being that credit markets are large and diverse, but there is a convergence occurring between public and private credit, and LACERA's approach purposefully spans liquid and illiquid credit. So that's point 1, convergence. The second, that while credit opportunities evolve and returns vary over time and by credit quality, credit investors should be compensated for risk, including interest rate risk, credit risk, liquidity risk. Return per unit of risk is our North Star. And finally, number 3, that LACERA's credit implementation is intentionally broad and dynamic, mirroring both that breadth and multidimensional nature of credit markets. Convergence, return per unit of risk, and dynamic multidimensional nature of credit markets. With that, I'll hand it over to Chad, Krista, and Kwok. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And seeing no questions, we'll proceed here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We want to continue to build on the.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have one question.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know whether to wait until the end or to ask now. Thank you for the presentation so far. I wanted to just ask you a little bit about the evergreen DMAs that LACERA uses. As an attorney, a government attorney, evergreen just makes my heart beat a little faster than, a limited time agreement, but I know the DMAs are structured a little different than a regular agreement. So could you just explain that a little, please?
Thank you, Trustee Langton, for the question. So I have a section later, but I can address your question now. Evergreen is just a term used to describe characteristics of the vehicle. It has no fixed end date. So it's not like a closed-ended fund where after like 5, 7, or 10 years, they distribute the capital back and then you have to reinvest it. Evergreen just means that you're constantly reinvesting the proceeds that come back, and then you can compound gains over time. But as far as the duration of the relationship between LACERA and the manager, because of our customized implementation, we control that aspect. So we can decide on the length of the relationship. We can end it at a certain date if things don't work out. So it's not your typical evergreen in the sense that you're mentioning, where it just goes on forever.
Okay, thank you.
Jason? Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Okay, thank you. Christine, question for you. So I've been to several conferences over the last couple of years. Private credit, private credit, everything's great, private credit, that's through there. So, being just old enough to remember the savings and loans crisis and GFC, just when everybody thinks things are great, there's always some kind of something that people aren't paying attention to in the euphoria. So given your depth in the space, I know there's already some risk things taken into account, but as kind of a shadow banking apparatus now that doesn't have the same kind of regulatory oversight associated with that, if something were to go wrong, maybe out on the third standard deviation in, right? Not likely, but probable. Like, I keep thinking there must be, like, how dependent is the system on assuming everyone's doing quality underwriting? And part of the reason I asked the question is you wrote something here in the slide that I thought was great. It said, other investors' actions do not impact LACERA. So are we really that kind of moded off from potentially the poor decisions of others systemically? Or I'm just curious to kind of get your thoughts on that.
Sure, and I might address it in sort of three parts, maybe to just acknowledge some of the reasons why private credit gets compared to being shadow banking, and maybe to offer some counterpoints to give comfort that it doesn't have a lot of the sort of over leverage and opacity that is a key criticism. Shadow banking risks are really about regulatory gaps, liquidity mismatch, high leverage, that data gap, and really that bank interconnectedness, right? That systemic connected tissue that exposes markets to that scenario you're potentially referring to. I think private credit gets compared to shadow banking because it operates outside of traditional bank regulation. That is true. And there is more limited transparency. However, I think the way that we and as advisors and institutions have come to be comfortable with it and manage around it goes back to a number of sort of mitigants that have come through. So that's including more voluntary reporting. That's the fact that the capital tends to be more committed and more long-term, so you don't have that quick retreat of capital, that mismatch of funding sources to that lending tenure, that maturity profile. We are also moving more towards, or we're starting to see more industry standardization of documentation. And importantly, those funding sources are including more stress testing and are longer term in nature. And so the fear that a tail scenario may take down private credit, as you may be sort of alluding to, is the fear if it were to be called a shadow banking system, I think is limited by some of those maturation points of private credit, but probably more importantly, in some ways, private credit has a lot of tools for managing downside beyond what banks can do, including things around amendments, including things around, repaying and re-underwriting that credit risk and charging and structuring that profile in a different way. I think at Allborn, what we're working on with the LACERA credit team to be proactive, as risk isn't just about monitoring it. We're trying to manage risk in the credit portfolio. And the way that we're able to do that is through proactive monitoring. So I think back to, we just finished collecting interest coverage ratios, for example, on about 60 of the largest direct lending books. What we're doing in that case is trying to use that as a forward indicator, like where are the skeletons in the private credit portfolios and what can be done now to prevent that potential permanent principal impairment. That's what we're trying to guard against, is permanent principal impairment risk. And so I think we're monitoring it. I think it's valid to say that there's connective interconnectedness, the fact that banks are lending to the private lenders, the fact that retail is connecting them more so, and those flows can come and go more quickly. But to date, the tools and those mitigants that have sort of evolved, I think give us comfort that it's not a shadow banking system, and it actually has a really critical sort of role to play in expanding access to credit.
To your credit there, I've asked that at several different conferences. That's the best, I know there's the perfect way to say there's no downside at all, but I appreciate the insight and the explanation there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for the interaction, questions, and discussion. Thank you, Kristen Jones. We now want to build on the context that Kristen has provided and connect this conversation further to LACERA and how we've built and designed and implemented our credit portfolio. So Krista, Kwok, and I will walk through that design and implementation. We want to tell you what we've built, why we've built it. We want to show you the results as well. And if we can move 2 slides forward, this slide's fine. What you see is a discussion outline. And on the left-hand side here, there's 4 subcategories that we're going to talk through. And then we'll also get to the results and summarize the discussion. We're going to be rotating speakers. And to reiterate what John Grable mentioned at the outset of our offsite, we welcome interactive dialogue. So please raise your hand, turn on the mic, and we'll try and identify that, and please chime in. So let's begin going back to 2018. And in 2018, LACERA was organized by asset category in a classical framework. That's on the left-hand side of the diagram. And this has groupings of traditional categories such as equities and fixed income. There was no category for credit. However, credit-related exposures did exist in the portfolio. They were present. There was just no category for it. So we adopted a functional category, and fast forward to today, credit has a 13% allocation. It's shown there in purple on the right-hand pie chart. And this functional framework is one that allows us to better reflect the role and objective of each asset category and implement it in a more consistent manner as to what it's supposed to deliver for the total fund. So under this framework, we now have a discrete credit category, and it's a 13% target. This allows us to align with our strategic objectives. On the next page, we're reminded that when we created this credit category, we received legacy investments from 4 individual areas, 4 parts of the classical framework. That was fixed income, private equity, hedge funds, and real estate. And each of these legacy segments, they came with their own set of portfolio objectives. They had their own implementation nuances. And since then, our evolution has been focused on identifying and preserving the best elements of each of these legacy components, and we want to keep those, and also designing improvements where possible. Most of today is talking about improvements that we've been able to identify and evolve towards. For example, we've made meaningful progress in expanding our investment universe. We cover the universe that Kristen described better today than we did in 2018 in the credit universe. And this integration has allowed us to be more cohesive with our strategic objectives. On the next slide, we briefly show a timeline of our deliberate journey, designing the credit portfolio. Again, we adopted a functional framework in 2018. And over the years, we've refined our implementation through a series of board-approved structure reviews. Some key milestones that I'll note is we launched an emerging manager program for credit in 2022. We also invested in our first dedicated managed account in the credit portfolio, and we've continued to build out that platform over time. Slide 25 here highlights a more recent milestone, which is at its 2024 strategic asset allocation exercise, the board approved to recognize credit as a standalone and unified asset category. Unified here means that it's without discrete subcategories. So alongside this change, we updated portfolio guidelines to support the implementation. But the most notable refinement of this unified asset category is the removal of these discrete subcategories for specifically high yield bank loans and emerging market debt. To be clear, we're still able to invest, and we do still invest in these market segments. We're just no longer bound by narrow benchmark and category-specific mandates. So this shift has enabled us to be more objective-oriented in how we design and implement the portfolio. Krista will talk more about that in a bit. And it's also allowed us to be more LACERA-centric. Kwok will talk about that as well. I want to touch a bit on the Emerging Manager Program that we launched in 2022 for credit.
Chad, real quick, I'm sorry. Couldn't find the button quick enough. And this is also a question for Christine. So given where we've transitioned from 2018 to 2024 in terms of how we've formed our credit group in our allocation, and then now we have this benefit objective-oriented implementation, given your exposure to other pension plans, are we at the front end of where other plans are as it relates to credit? Are we at the frontier's edge, or are we still a step back from, let's say, the Ontario plans, which always seem to be like the ultimate benchmark for whatever it is? But like, kind of where are we collectively as a group then, having made the transition from 18 to 24?
That's great. Happy to answer that question. Definitely top quartile. You're benefiting from both this very thoughtful flexibility to respond to the dynamic markets. You're also making particularly effective use of your scale to be able to structure those mandates in that way. And I think from a mandate perspective, you are probably among sort of the most multidimensional that we see among the client base. So in terms of being front-footed and making sure that you've given yourself and your manager partners the flexibility to be front-footed with fresh capital, top decile probably in terms of that breadth of opportunity you afford them. But I'd be remiss if I didn't also point out that the really critical thing that you've also been able to structure is the alignment necessary to not just give them a blank check, but to ensure that through fees and performance, there's a win-win essentially being had with the managers. So there may be some others who have done it slightly ahead of you, but I would be very proud of the plan's work in the last few years.
Thank you for the question. I'll just add that the credit markets themselves, especially, but all markets are inherently dynamic. So it's not that we're removing categories that naturally exist. Instead, we're not creating categories for the sake of a category. And that's the position we've taken, and it's worked thus far. On slide 26 here, we see that we launched an emerging manager program in credit in 2022. This allows us to pursue differentiated investment opportunities and ultimately seek to improve our risk-adjusted returns. So here we're seeking to partner with newer firms, smaller firms who can access smaller parts of markets that are likely to be less efficient and who can offer compelling strategies to these less efficient markets. We invest early with promising firms. We do so while negotiating future capacity rights so that we can grow with these smaller firms over time. And as they become successful, we can succeed alongside them. And our diligence here is ongoing such that the portfolio is still being ramped up, and we continue to evaluate new opportunities that can be the next generation of credit managers. And with that, I want to hand it over to Krista, who's going to walk us through what do we mean when we articulate building objective-oriented credit portfolios.
Thank you, Chad. And good morning. As Chad mentioned, and as Kristen talked about, this portfolio is objective-oriented and a purpose-built structure. It's designed to create value over time. The role and objectives serve as our compass as we navigate portfolio construction and design and monitoring the portfolio over time. This slide should look familiar to most. It's part of our 2023 board-approved structure review. And this highlights the role and objectives and what we refer to as our money tree on the right-hand side. The center of the money tree is the core objective, which is moderate and structured implementation. And we often get asked, what does that even mean? If you look at the bottom left of the slide, there's the credit role, which is defined by the investment policy statement, is to produce balanced outcomes over the medium to long-term periods. This portfolio is not intended to pursue growth-like returns. It is also not built to be a low-risk allocation or a defensive positioned portfolio. We seek moderate levels of returns, moderate levels of risk, and moderate levels of liquidity relative to the other asset categories that are shown in the efficient frontier in the top left of the chart. We accomplish this by emphasizing contractual yield, as Kristen spoke about, emphasizing fundamental underwriting, structural protections, creditor protections, and also selectively participating in opportunities that provide complexity premiums and upside optionality. Here we focus on the implementation principles and key attributes. This should also look familiar as it's also derived from the 2023 board-approved structure review. There are several ways that the portfolio has evolved since the 2018 transition to a functional framework that Chad spoke about. And we'll discuss that throughout this discussion. But here I'll highlight a couple of areas where we were able to improve upon from lessons learned in the existing structures that were in place prior to that 2018 transition. Sourcing multidimensional and dynamic strategies and implementing them through evergreen mandates creates resilience in an ever-changing credit market environment. And it allows the ability to actively manage exposures over time, which creates value. Structuring these mandates in single investor portfolios with investor-friendly fee structures benefits LACERA. And as Kristen mentioned, it prevents us from being impacted by other investor actions by being in these single investor vehicles. And we're able to reduce the fee burden. And Kwok will speak to this more in later slides on the LACERA-centric framework. We discussed the portfolio objectives, the role, the implementation principles, and some of the key attributes from a philosophical perspective. And here we approach it from a practical execution and application. These concepts guide every step as we source, underwrite, and monitor the portfolio. And I'll start from the top left of the slide in the blue shaded rectangles. We independently source and maintain a growing set of pipeline credit mandates that creates a consistent opportunity set for us to consider. In so doing, we take a proactive approach anchored in those portfolio objectives and implementation principles. We are not reactive to fundraising cycles or short-lived market trends. When underwriting and monitoring the portfolio, we are very anchored in the portfolio objectives that I just discussed. We focus on the objectives, the role, and those key attributes as opposed to being driven by categorical labels, as Chad mentioned. And we construct mandates that can achieve these roles and objectives persistently, not cyclically or intermittently. Having the ability to dynamically allocate the capital throughout the credit cycle enables the portfolio to deliver these balanced outcomes over most market cycles. And I'll hand it off to Kwok to discuss the LACERA-centric framework.
Thank you, Krista. Good morning, trustees. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, guests. So as Chad and Krista just covered the beginning of the discussion, the evolution of LACERA's credit framework, and they highlighted key attributes, I'll now shift the discussion to implementation and execution. I'll use some of the same terms that Kristen mentioned regarding structuring, but with regards to LACERA's credit build-out, it's really structured around three key attributes that you see here on this page: single investor, evergreen, and dedicated managed accounts, or what we call DMAs. So single investor means that the vehicle is funded solely by LACERA Capital. And the evergreen feature is what I mentioned earlier. There's no fixed end date. And this really allows the flywheel of the vehicle to go with regards to the types of instruments that we have in the vehicle, which are credit instruments. They have coupon interest and principal repayments. So once those cash flows come back, the evergreen nature of the vehicle allows for those gains and returns to compound over time. And to help support this structure, LACERA partners with the DMA platform manager. Their name is InnoCap. They help us design and oversee these customized structures. So if we move to the next slide, I'll highlight a few additional benefits of the structure. So to help better understand our implementation approach, it's helpful to compare what it is versus what it's not. So on the left side of this page, we show, again, our DMA structure, which is single investor and evergreen. And then in the blue box below, we list attributes that we intentionally pursue to improve investment outcomes. And then we contrast this with structures on the right, which are the more common off-the-shelf vehicles and ways to access credit. And then in the orange box right below that, we list attributes that we do not prefer or we aim to avoid. And then tying this back to Chad's comments earlier with regards to the evolution of our framework and the transition to a functional framework in 2018. Before 2018, when LACERA was invested in credit, these are the types of vehicles that we were invested in on the upper right, which was a more common way to access credit. And as Kristen mentioned, it's still a more common way to access credit. And so what are the key advantages of our DMA structure that we use today? One is enhanced control. This allows LACERA to be term makers rather than term takers. With a single, it allows us also to negotiate favorable economics, protections, liquidity, and termination rights. So while these are evergreen vehicles, we control the termination rights. So to the extent the mandates aren't going the way we expect, we hold the keys as far as when to terminate that relationship with the manager. And then with the single investor design, the cash flows, they work in our favor. For example, when new fresh capital is deployed, that fresh capital benefits only LACERA versus being diluted by other investors if you're invested in a commingled fund. We're also able to not be exposed to potential legacy or stressed assets as you would in a commingled fund. And then we're not subject to the redemption risk potentially that Kristen talked about earlier when other investor actions, for example, when other investors in a commingled fund decide to redeem because of their liquidity situation, that redemption may force a manager to force sell assets that can adversely impact the entire fund, which adversely impacts other investors in that vehicle, and we're not subject to that risk. So these are just a few examples of the benefits of our LACERA-centric structure versus the more traditional vehicles. So,
sure. I understand the single source, but as LPs though, we still have commingled funds in some areas, but again, it's LACERA centric, that's managed by, that's correct. Could you just expand just a skosh on the commingled side too?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Green, for Chair Green, for asking that question. So we do still have commingled funds in other parts of our total fund, and they work the purpose and the underlying investments within those commingled funds work for those asset categories. With regards to credit and our implementation of credit, these are the vehicles that improve the dynamics of the way that we invest. So some of these benefits may apply more to credit than they would to other asset categories that you might see LACERA investing in, like, for example, commingled funds or closed-ended vehicles. Does that help address?
I do, yeah, specifically regarding credit, we do have commingled credit partners. Is that?
Within the credit.
We're gravitating away from that, but currently we do have.
What we've built in our primary program in credit over the last 5 years have all been these single investor vehicles. The legacy assets received in the 2018 transition to the functional framework when we inherited assets from hedge funds, private equity, fixed income, et cetera, there are still some commingled vehicles that persist today. And
thank you. That's, and I know this, we're gravitating towards it. Thank you for addressing that. So we do.
Journey, we might not fully be there.
At some point, though, there's a drop dead date on everything, right?
So there's just one more slide. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Krista.
I'm trying.
All right, as Krista tries to transition to the slide, thank you. So in the earlier slides, we talked about the structural benefits of the account. So beyond those structural benefits, our partnership with the DMA platform provider, InnoCap, adds another layer of value. InnoCap essentially acts as the investment manager of our DMA vehicles. They're a fiduciary exclusively to LACERA. And so this is a key distinction between our DMA vehicles and commingled funds, where in a commingled fund, the general partner acts as the investment manager to the fund and is a fiduciary, but to the fund and all investors, not exclusively LACERA. With regards to the DMA structure, InnoCap is solely focused on LACERA's interests, so they perform critical functions on our behalf as part of this. For example, they manage third-party service providers such as administrators, auditors, and prime brokers. They enforce expense controls based on our agreements with the investment managers. They also monitor risk and compliance parameters with regards to the mandate. So it's just an extra layer of monitoring. So this structure not only allows LACERA to strengthen our commercial and legal terms, but it also allows us to build a more risk-aware and a better risk profile for our credit investments. So with that, I'll hand it back to Chad, who will dive deeper into our commercial terms.
Yep. Thank you, Kwok. We're going to talk a bit about incentivization and alignment. And on the next slide, we're talking about alignment of interests. Specifically, this is alignment of interests between LACERA and LACERA's members and our investment manager business partners. Alignment of interest is frankly foundational to how we designed our fee structure. We'll talk about that. I'm also going to talk about incentives because frankly, incentives shape behaviors and they can shape outcomes. With that in mind, we've designed a performance fee structure that prioritizes both alignment and incentivization, because how we pay for performance is just as important in some ways as the performance itself. The key takeaway here is that LACERA has designed for credit a performance fee structure of hard hurdle plus a cash spread. And the hard hurdle component simply means that we're only paying performance fees for that component that exceeds a defined threshold. The cash component is important because it allows the hurdle rate to adjust with market conditions as cash rates naturally adjust with market conditions. This makes our hurdle rate relevant across the economic cycle. And the words for that are on the lower left: market adaptive fee structure, because our rate adapts with the market. And it's also important to note that fees are one important component of a diligence mosaic. So we're going to talk a lot about fee structures, but this is not the sole category of how we conduct diligence. On the next slide.
Chad?
Yes.
Okay, Chair. So question for you there. So, and then Kristen, you can also comment on it. With this adaptive fee structure, by definition, does that shrink the universe of managers favorably that we select from? That there's a much smaller subset of managers whose performance is reliable enough for them to be willing to engage with us at this structure? Or do we leave some firms that we might otherwise like to deal with on the side because they're like, well, I'm not really doing that? Like, what's the yin and the yang? And I realize we have size, and that obviously kind of allows us to bully our way into some of these, but I'm just curious, like on the margin, what's the, do we get the best of the best because of this? Because there's a small subset that can apply, or do we at some level, there's some people that we might otherwise do business with that ends up on the fringe because it's a little muscular for them?
Yep. I think the proper answer here or response should have a fair degree of balance, such that there's no yes or no answer to this. The reality is there's 1,000 investment managers or more who would love, and perhaps they aren't all institutional quality, but there's hundreds of institutional quality credit investment managers who would much like to manage capital for LACERA and other pension fund retirees. The degree to which we narrow the universe, I think, benefits the resulting universe that we're able to cherry pick from. And of this universe that starts with hundreds or approaching 1,000, we only need 12 to have a academically well supported. We only need 8 by some academic literature to have a well-diversified, very well-diversified portfolio. I think we are narrowing the funnel to investment managers that have confidence in themselves, because our fee structure is inherently saying, we're willing to pay you a handsome performance fee when you exceed average results. And investment managers who have confidence that they can deliver strong risk-adjusted returns and do better than average are more than happy, are very eager to manage LACERA capital under these terms. So yes, we're narrowing the funnel. I think we're doing so to LACERA's members' benefit.
And we say this to also just as a compliment to John from just my earliest days and trying to understand the whole allocator to investor perspective. And I remember him talking about the fee things and things that we try and do better. It's just, coming into the 5th year, just tangibly seeing the evolution of that vision and just hearing it in terms of how it's exacting performance for us is just, that's ultimately, as a caretaker at the board level, just appreciative of seeing that. So, and thanks to Makita, because I'm sure Makita's been a key part of that advice too as well. So thank you, Tim. Yeah.
And I would support Chad's assessment. One other thing that might help you sleep well at night, perhaps, I think, is also the highest returning managers in credit tend to be those who pick a trade and are more narrow and make the right call and make the right market timing. That's inherently sort of not the exposure that you're after. And so, to Chad's point, it's about finding that fit and that balance. And the team's done an exceptional job with that filter, and we're pleased to be supporting it.
We're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit, but thank you for the involvement and discussion. This chart here illustrates the long-term value creation that results from our thoughtful fee structure. And really what it's illustrating is what starts as a 13% gross return and considers in blue a well-designed fee structure, and in orange a more traditional fee structure. After 30 years, there's a double the gains and double the resulting net asset value from the well-designed fee structure that is generating a 2.75% higher annual return. And so this really just underscores how value add can compound over time. And we don't just think about fee structures as fee savings, we think of it as value creation first. And it's this value creation that's shown here. On the next slide, seeing no questions, on the next slide, we're going to talk about a key metric that we think about as we approach designing fee structures and talking to business partners, potential business partners, and that is investor profit retention. You might hear this abbreviated to its acronym IPR. The core logic behind what this is that inherently when making investments, LACERA is exposed to 100% of the downside. We have all the risk. If there's loss in the investment, we're taking all the 100% of that loss. So when there is profit or positive returns, we want to retain as much of that positive return as possible. We want to maximize our IPR. And what we see from the diagram is that a well-designed fee structure, again in blue, can increase profit retention by approximately 20%. This is value creation. This is how we think about designing fee structures. So on our next page, we'll get back to our discussion outline. We've discussed our 4 subcategories of our credit portfolio design and implementation. And now I'm going to hand it over to Krista, who's going to talk to you about the results that we've seen thus far.
This chart shows the evolution of the credit portfolio's composition. And as we've mentioned a couple times, in 2018, there was the transition to the functional asset category framework. As part of that transition in 2019, we initiated the initial search for the first multidimensional single investor credit mandate, which was onboarded in 2020. From 2019 to early 2020, the total credit composite, which is shown in the top green line, comprised entirely of legacy and discrete credit mandates. And those legacy mandates are the ones that Chad referred to and are the existing commingled fund products that were the private equity, private real estate, and credit hedge funds that were existing before the 2018 transition. And then the discrete credit mandates are the bank loan, high yield, and emerging market debt mandates. The blue line represents the deliberate credit build out in line with the previous, what we've been talking about, the objective oriented and implementation principles with aligned fee structures. And as shown on the slide over the last 5 years, that build out has been gradual, but has increasingly become a more significant part of the credit allocation, currently at 77%. The inflection point came in late 2023, where that allocation exceeded the legacy and discrete credit mandate allocations. Chad highlighted how well-designed fee structures create alignment between LACERA and our investment partners, and also drives value creation. This slide puts the numbers behind that design. And we'll start on the left in green. Since the credit build-out began in 2020, it has generated approximately $454 million in fee savings, if you compare that implementation to industry standard terms. These fee savings are driven primarily by the hard hurdle fee structure that Chad mentioned. I'll tie this back to the previous slide where I showed that the credit build out has been gradual over the last 5 years, only recently becoming a significant portion of the credit composite. So when we think about this number in green, a fully implemented portfolio would amplify these savings. If we go to the middle in blue, these savings are not just cost reductions. They're value creation. They represent capital that can be reinvested. And so in blue, it's estimated that the reinvestment of those fee savings has contributed approximately $100 million in additional profit for the portfolio. Looking ahead in purple, and assuming gross returns at or near the hurdle rate, and a $10 billion allocation to these credit mandates, we project annual fee savings of approximately $275 million, which would vary depending on the return outcomes. Similarly, these fee savings can also be reinvested and create additional value over time. Ultimately, these savings and the value they create strengthen our ability to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits to LACERA's members, delivering on the core mission that guides our decisions.
Just say something. That that is amazing. That is almost ridiculously amazing. So thank you.
Here we show how these efforts are working. We've talked about the purpose-built design. We've talked about the objective-oriented approach, the incentivization and alignment. Walk discussed the LACERA-centric framework through the single investor mandates. Here we show if it's working. And this is shown by the growth of $100 in LACERA's actual portfolio relative to the credit policy benchmark. These are based on actual monthly returns if we were to have invested $100 as of March 2020. As shown here, over the last 5 or so years, that outperformance has resulted in approximately 8.7% relative to the credit benchmark. As newly developed mandates were onboarded, the relative allocation to those legacy credit exposures reduced, and some of those legacy credit exposures are included in that blue line still for completeness. This result reflects the strength of our implementation and the value created through the portfolio construction that we've been discussing today. To further assess if it's working, maybe not, okay. We compared 3 of the longer standing mandates to their respective commingled fund offerings. As shown on this slide, these 3 mandates are invested through single investor mandates with aligned fee structures. Contrasting that with the respective commingled funds on the slide, those commingled funds come with higher fees. There's less ability to pivot the portfolio over time throughout the cycle, and there's potentially exposure to stressed legacy assets that LACERA was not exposed to. Manager A was our first multidimensional single investor credit mandate that we onboarded in 2020. Importantly, in 2024, we were able to renegotiate even more favorable terms for this mandate and transition it to the dedicated managed account platform that Kwok spoke about. Managers A and B deployed capital in the post-COVID rally during 2020, which benefited performance in 2020 and 2021 as they were able to deploy at attractive entry prices. Furthermore, given the evergreen structure of the mandates, they were able to recycle capital through the 2022 and 2023 dislocations, furthering the performance. Manager C's outperformance reflects the benefit of fresh capital being deployed to new assets and avoiding exposure to the stressed legacy assets that weighed on the respective commingled fund performance, as shown on the slide here. We will continue benchmarking our mandates against their respective commingled products to assess whether our efforts are working and to ensure our design and implementation remains effective.
Thank you, Krista. I'm going to summarize quickly. I know I'm keeping us from lunch, and that's not a good plan here. As we move to the next slide, I'll provide an overview of the discussion and summarize. The last 5 years at LACERA have been intentional and transformative as it relates to the credit portfolio. Some milestones achieved have included adopting a dedicated and unified asset category for credit. That's part of the functional framework now as opposed to a classical one. We launched an emerging manager program. We elevated the degree to which we're considering the roles and objectives for credit. We seek moderate outcomes. We focus on downside protection, and we keep those roles and objectives elevated as we do our diligence and our monitoring, like Krista described. We've implemented single investor vehicles so that we're not being impacted by legacy and stressed assets so that we're not impacted by the cash flows of others. We implement with an evergreen account structure. It doesn't mean that it's into perpetuity. We actually have more severability rights with our evergreen account structure than do passive LPs and commingled funds in most instances. We've adopted a dedicated managed account platform. We've been thoughtful about fee structures. We utilize a hard hurdle fee structure with a cash plus a spread component. This allows us to maximize incentivization, maximize alignment of interest with external parties. We reward them for excellent outcomes, but not average outcomes. And this allows us to maximize investor profit retention because we're taking all the risk. Why shouldn't we also maximize the profit that we retain? So each of these components adds to our ability to achieve our mission. Our mission is shown on this page at the very bottom: to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits. The way that the credit portfolio has done that to the highest degree is delivering risk-efficient returns. And on our last slide, as we pivot to looking ahead, we are going to continue to build out our current design. We would like to enhance our reporting and our analytics so that we can have more and more insights into the portfolio over time, better answer questions as it relates to risks and et cetera. We have those questions and we want to answer them as well as possible. And as we are navigating our charted course, we do so seeking the mission, but while being mindful of market conditions. And we think the foundation is strong and the path forward is clear. Thank you for your time today.
Go ahead.
Can anyone hear me? Hello? Yes. All right. First of all, excellent work. I feel very proud, especially when I talk to people out there about our credit performance in LACERA portfolio. So I'll learn a little bit more about it as the chair for the committee this year, and keep up the great work. Very, very good. I have a kind of big question, a kind of high level question. I'm thinking credit has been performing really well in the overall environment out there due to the high interest rate environment. And then today we're talking about rate cut, right, upcoming in the remaining year and maybe next year. How does this changes would affect, the overall environment? And then what's the implication to our portfolio?
I could start, maybe Vachi wants to chime in or others as well. It's important to note that our performance over the last maybe 1, 3, and 5 years in credit has been above our long-run capital market expectations, and we make no promises to achieve those precise numbers going forward. As Kristen mentioned as well, the majority of our portfolio is designed with floating rate instruments, as well as our benchmark has floating rates. And so whether rates are cut or rates increase, we think that we can compete with and outperform through our intentional design. We think we can compete with and outperform our benchmark in any market environment. We're designing our portfolio with that in mind. We don't have a particular house view on where rates are going or a particular view on which portfolios this might impact and how. Vachi, do you want to chime in?
Yes. It's a fact that if the Fed cuts interest rates as expected, the compensation, the yield you get from floating rate instruments will come down. What we don't know, remember, the yield is a combination of the base rate, what will come down, SOFR, but it's tied to Fed funds, plus the spread. We don't know what the spread will be on new instruments. Assuming the spreads are constant, the total will come down. But the important thing is what Chad mentioned. We will continue to outperform our benchmark. So instead of, say, earning 10% in credit for the next 5 years, we may earn 9%, but we'll still be above our actuarial return target will still be above our credit benchmark. So we'll still be contributing to the fund's solid performance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I believe this, we will continue to, as a function category, right, would like act in that function in our portfolio. I believe we can do that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, just in close, Vache and Krista and Chad and Kwok, excellent work. And Kristen as also contributing. It answers the question how we turned a little bit of profit, assets under management increased in 2022. We figured it out now. We know the secret. It was maybe private credit. But when you cook, you get a recipe, and if the recipe works, and this is what I love about these offsites, Kristen, your words matter. You're validating what our staff has put together is working, and it's really well thought of. I mean, addressing that floating rate, that will kind of adjust on the market. And LACERA, I think, being so large, we really, that whole tip of the spear thing, we have the opportunity to really kind of dictate these terms and challenge these managers to perform, and then incentivizing with a performance-based compensation. Really, it's a great recipe. And combined with our good governance and the prudent risk management, it's I think you have a really awesome vehicle here. And thank you for validating that. And it goes towards that, that blending, that market equilibrium we were talking about between private and public credit investment. It'll eventually, at some point, but we're going to be leaders in it, and hopefully well into the future continue to be successful with this. So thank you for all of it. It's really good. Thank you very much. Anybody else? We got one more.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm overwhelmed by how well credit is doing, and thank you, Vache, for your leadership. Thank you, John. And with all those savings we have, we can get you guys private lessons in swan boat riding. And I would pay good money. I would pay good money to watch that. There's a little balcony here. We can all stand. Yeah, pay-per-view. All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Anybody else have anything? Any other comments? All right, excellent. We'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Senior Investment Analyst Jason Choi. All right.
Recording in progress.
Super. Jason, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Appreciate the help, John. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day one of our Board of Investments offsite. Thank you for joining us for the final two sessions of the day, where we have a bit of a theme of transformative technology. First off, we have blockchain and tokenization, followed by a separate discussion on artificial intelligence, which will close out our afternoon. This current session will focus on blockchain and tokenization. We'll begin with a foundational overview, or you could call it a blockchain 101, followed by a panel discussion featuring industry experts who will share insights from across the sector. We will cover what blockchain and tokenization are, their benefits, the current landscape, some real-world use cases, and how this technology may influence our future. Now, before we really dive in, here we have a word cloud generated using frequently searched terms associated with digital assets. And if we take a moment to look beyond the cluster of colors, you will recognize some familiar terms and perhaps some less familiar terms. This image is representative in that there are various concepts and jargon surrounding blockchain and tokenization, and much of the available information can be somewhat challenging to navigate. Over the course of this session, we'll aim to make sense of some of the foundational principles of blockchain through our overview and further explore digital assets through our panel discussion. Now, starting from the ground up, what even is a blockchain? Well, at its core, blockchain is a digital ledger that can be used to record and store data such as financial transactions. Now, the concept of ledger is not new by any means, as ledgers have been around since ancient times. However, blockchain technology sets itself apart by offering a few distinguishing features. Blockchain is decentralized in that it utilizes a distributed peer-to-peer network as opposed to a centralized client-server network. This decentralized structure increases resilience and trust amongst participants. Blockchain is also immutable and transparent in that past ledger entries can't be tampered with and are accessible to all users. And lastly, blockchain is programmable, which really allows it to be more than just a static ledger and expands its use case potential. Now, often when people hear the word blockchain, they immediately think of Bitcoin, and that's fair, because the beginning of blockchain dates back to 2008 with a paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So the association is fair and mostly accurate because Bitcoin was the first use case of blockchain technology. But just so we don't confuse the two, a simplified distinction is that Bitcoin can be thought of as a tradable commodity, while blockchain refers to the underlying technology or infrastructure that facilitates that commodity. With that clarified, we can touch on why this paper in 2008 was such a big deal. Given the time frame amid the global financial crisis, public sentiment in traditional banks and our financial system weren't exactly at all-time highs. This opened the door for an alternative solution like blockchain to gain credibility. People saw promise in a secure, decentralized payment system, less beholden to the trappings of a traditional bank. So it's not a stretch to say that blockchain and digital assets emerged as a direct response to the great financial crisis, and the general desire for an alternative is then broadcast to a network of participating computers. That network then validates the transaction through a secure method using cryptography. And once verified, the transaction is recorded and stored as a block of data, which is then chain linked to already existing blocks, hence the name blockchain. This ultimately completes the transaction. And these blocks as a whole form a digital ledger that is permanent and that it can't be tampered with, and is also transparent for all users to access. It's like auto skipping a slide. There we go. Since entering the scene in 2008, blockchain has experienced some evolution, perhaps most notably in 2015 with the launch of Ethereum. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum can also be thought of as a commodity, but with the next generation of blockchain infrastructure powered by something called smart contracts. A smart contract is simply embedded code that automatically executes based on predetermined criteria. It further highlights the programmable nature of blockchain and vastly expands its use case potential. An analogy I find helpful is comparing Bitcoin and Ethereum to the BlackBerry and the iPhone. The BlackBerry, innovative in its time, had the core capabilities in that it was able to make phone calls, send text messages, and even access emails and the internet. Then along came the iPhone that built on these core capabilities, and with advancements and broader adoption, unlocked entirely new features like the App Store that completely transformed how we use mobile devices today. Similarly, the emergence of smart contracts unlocked the next wave of potential applications of blockchain. While use cases of blockchain are broad, I'll highlight just a few areas to offer a sense of the ecosystem. Starting on the top left, we have the smart contracts just mentioned. Think automation and transactional efficiencies. Then we have digital currency in the form of payments that are truly 24/7 and global with less barriers from borders or time zones. We have record keeping. Blockchain is not only siloed to financial data, it can also apply to logistical data for supply chain management or even identity-linked information such as ownership rights or intellectual property. Lastly, we have securities and financing. Digitizing financial instruments and bringing them on-chain is gaining significant traction, largely driven by the rise of something called tokenization. This may be a less familiar term, so let's first define what it means. Tokenization simply refers to the digital representation of an asset on a blockchain platform. If we maintain the BlackBerry and iPhone analogy from earlier, tokenization can be thought of as the proliferation of mobile applications on the iPhone platform, similar to the vast number of mobile capabilities brought onto the iPhone ecosystem. Tokenization is about bringing items and features onto the blockchain ecosystem. This is ultimately to promote efficiency and convenience when compared to how we interact with these assets today. Some benefits include faster settlement, reduced counterparty risk, lower operational costs, as well as greater access and liquidity. There's a range of token types as highlighted here in the bottom left, and we will touch on a couple examples in the following slides. One interesting example are tokens that represent traditional real-world assets, such as stocks, bonds, real estate, gold, even fine art. Bringing these assets on-chain allows them to be transferred, traded, and managed more efficiently. And while this used to be just a theory or concept, on the right, we can observe a notable uptick of assets moving on-chain over just the last 5 years. Another form of tokenization that has gained some attention is that of stablecoins. This is a type of token that is meant to maintain a stabilized value, most commonly a singular US dollar. This contrasts with the more common association of digital assets with higher risk or higher price volatility. Stable coins have gained recent traction with over 250 billion in circulation today. And while there appears to be an upward trend of adoption of digital assets, it's worth noting that outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum, much of the space is still in very early stages. On one hand, this is very exciting as we're able to witness these advancements in real time. On the other hand, it's also important to note that as with any emerging technology, adoption introduces some inherent uncertainty as well as evolving considerations. That concludes our overview of blockchain and tokenization. Now we'll turn to our panel for deeper insights and some real-world perspectives. Joining us today are experts from all around the world. We have Patrick Bless with Partners Group from Switzerland, Pablo Nobre dos Reis with DWS from Germany, and Colleen Sullivan with Brevin Howard Digital from the US. Collectively, the three of them have worked with digital assets, I think, probably longer than I've been alive. So please join me in offering them a warm welcome to our global panel of experts.
All right, test. This one works. All right, I know I just gave a pretty brief intro, but to better acquaint ourselves with our audience, could you please start by briefly introducing yourself, your firm, and sharing your role in the blockchain or digital asset space?
Sure. I think that, yeah, that works. That was a great presentation. Very good. I'm Colleen Sullivan. I co-run the venture team at Brevin Howard Digital. I joined Brevin about 4 years ago. Prior to joining Brevin, I co-founded a company where I oversaw all of our venture investing, trading, and policy work in the crypto industry, and that started in 2013. So as you said, probably longer than you've been alive collectively. As you can imagine, I've seen a lot of ups and downs in the industry over that time. Fortunately, I'm also a securities attorney by training, which for better or worse has been helpful in this industry. And that is what got me involved in a lot of the policy work.
My name is Pablo Reis. I'm a digital products analyst at DWS. I've been with DWS for the past 6 years, and for roughly the last 3 years, I've been working on digital asset topics within our digital asset or digital strategy products and solutions team. DWS is a global asset manager with about $1.18 trillion in assets under management and more than 6 decades of experience across various regions and investment disciplines. In September of 2022, we founded the Digital Strategy Products and Solutions team. And this team, which I'm a part of, is responsible for our work on digital assets, among other digital initiatives we're working on. And DWS has publicly committed to digital assets. So at our Capital Markets Day in 2022, we've announced several digital asset initiatives. And a few months later, our executive board has also communicated digital asset core beliefs that guide our approach. And in essence, we believe that tokenization, which Jason has earlier explained, will have significant impact on the financial economy. Significant parts of the financial economy, in our view, will become tokenized, and that leads to shifts in market infrastructure and also an increasing relevance of tokenized assets.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Bless from Partners Group, based out of Switzerland, Zug, Switzerland, our headquarter. And interestingly, Zug lies in the heart of the crypto valley. So a lot of blockchain, a lot of digital initiatives coming out of that region. I have 2 roles within Partners Group. I'm a managing director in technology, and I'm also the firm's chief information security officer. And especially linked to blockchain and the technology that we're talking about, I'm taking a bit of a different lens here. I'm representing more the operations, the digital trust side of things. We talk about a fraud use case or a fraud prevention use case that we have in operation for a number of years already. So really representing that side of the equation as well. And happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you for those great intros and for also highlighting the different perspectives. So in our overview, we just covered how blockchain is fundamentally a technology platform. Building on that overview, could you share one or two examples of how your firm or portfolio companies are currently applying blockchain in practice? And maybe Colleen, if we could kick off with you.
Sure. I'll share what one of our portfolio companies is doing in the industry. And I should say, we invest in early stage companies building in the crypto space exclusively on my team. So one of our companies is building at the intersection of crypto and AI in a way that I think really amplifies and complements those two technologies. So as you're probably aware, we seem to be moving into this world where we'll have agents doing things on our behalf. So for this trip, for example, I could have asked an agent to help find me flights and hotels. And you can imagine LLMs that use agents if they need to use certain data to train or use for inference. So what these guys are building is, their first thought was, well, an agent can't walk into Chase and open a bank account. So they're going to need some way to make payments for agentic commerce. And their thought was, well, agents can use crypto rails. They can use stable coins to make those kind of payments. And what they realized as they were building this system out is that it's not that simple. Like an agent can't just go to United and book a flight. United is going to want to understand who is the human behind that agent. So as part of their platform, they've also built out something called KYA, Know Your Agent. So I'll give you an example. So if I'm using OpenAI and I want to use an agent there to go, book this travel for me, I would upload some basic personal information to OpenAI. There would then be an agentic token, a KYA token that would be established with potentially my birthday, where I live, just some basic information about me. So that when I ask the agent to go book these services for me, that KYA token would flow through. And in advance, I would have filled my agent's wallet with USDC, which is a US dollar-based stablecoin. And then the agent would know that it could spend that amount of stablecoin on my flight and hotel. The other piece that they had to think about is some of the web security companies block agents as bots. They don't think they're doing anything good. So that's another reason why this KYA token is so important to flow through. So that's an example. It's really just the use of stablecoins for agentic commerce and AI.
So when we look at digital assets, we cluster it into three verticals: tokenized assets, tokenized money, and cryptocurrencies. And the first two map directly to familiar concepts in traditional finance, assets and money, whereas cryptocurrencies are new and native to the blockchain ecosystem. And I would highlight that we as DWS are active across all three verticals. For cryptocurrencies, we have launched 2 exchange-traded certificates in Europe in March 2024, which provide investors with access to cryptocurrencies via regulated exchange-traded vehicles. And we've made small investments via the ETCs in selected funds in Germany, where this aligns with the fund's investment objective and documentation. And for tokenized money, we founded together with 2 strong partners, Galaxy Digital and Flow Traders, a joint venture which issues a euro stablecoin. So stablecoins, Jason also explained already. And in Europe, you need an e-money institution license to do that. So our joint venture, AllUnity, has received an e-money institution license in July 2025 from BaFin, the German regulator for financial institutions, and issued the first BaFin-regulated stablecoin a few weeks later. And then for tokenized assets, we are advancing on 2 fronts. So on the one hand, we are looking into potential investments into tokenized assets within our funds where appropriate. And on the other side, we are also looking into potentially issuing our own tokenized funds.
Very good, thank you. And last but not least, again, the operations side of things. I think we have a slide to that. If you could bring that up, that would be great. So really going on why do we, from an operations side, look at blockchain and why is it actually useful. It's really the 4 items that you see on the left-hand side here that was already alluded to before. It's really the decentralization, the immutability, the transparency, and the security aspects that we find interesting in the use cases that we apply. So it's really about, if you write something into the blockchain, and I go a bit down on the immutability aspect. It sounds very technical, but once it's stored, it cannot be changed, or deleted anymore. And we heard that before about the Ethereum blockchain. So if you write something into that blockchain, then everybody can independently verify it, and you can also not delete it anymore. And that is absolutely essential. With centralized systems that we had before, if I own the database and I own that underlying machinery, if I delete it, then you as the recipient, you would have no way of validating that effectively I have had it, I have ever issued it, or I had deleted it afterwards. So that decentralized and immutability aspect is absolutely core and central. If we move to the second page here, what we did is we have created a use case that is used to sign and digitally sign notices that we send out. So if, for example, you're invested in one of our funds and we have a capital call notice, then we will create a fingerprint of that capital call notice. We will store that fingerprint into the blockchain, and you could independently verify that the document is indeed sent by us, right? And we would, with that immutability aspect that I just mentioned before, we would have no mechanism to actually remove it from the blockchain anymore afterwards once we have put it in. That's very, very important. So if you follow this 1, 2, 3, 4 here, you can see that Partners Group would sign the document on chain. So we would create a fingerprint. We would put that into the Ethereum blockchain via a smart contract. So I'm using all these words because Jason has happily introduced them before. So we put them into the blockchain. And then you would be able to see when you receive that document, was it doctored with? In very specific terms, we see a lot of criminals, and again here my security hat comes in. We see a lot of criminals that change these capital call notices and just put in their own bank accounts, right? And then for the recipient, it's getting extremely difficult to figure out, is that now a genuine capital call or is it not? Or is the payment instruction, is it right or is it not? And that lack of digital trust, especially in an age of Gen AI, where it's getting increasingly easy to generate fake information, is absolutely crucial. So in number 2, the recipient would upload the document to a web portal and then be able to validate it. We would go and check against the Ethereum blockchain. Was it effectively added there? Is that fingerprint, in technical term, it's a hash, but is that fingerprint actually stored there? And like similar to a fingerprint that you have to give at the police station, it can independently verify, are you the person or are you not? And the same happens for the document. So if that shows then green, then you can be certain, yes, this was indeed issued by Partners Group and this is a genuine document. As you can see, we use it for capital calls, non-SWIFT payment instructions that still exist. The majority, of course, are via the SWIFT network and so on and so forth. That results in a number of benefits that you as the client or all our clients would have, that you have an increased trust in the documents that come, and also an increased efficiency because it could save some process steps on your behalf that you would have to do otherwise. So we have this use case in operation for a number of years. We have signed several tens of thousands of documents and several billions of transfers have been secured with this solution.
Thank you for that, Patrick. It's fantastic to hear how a large global financial institution like Partners Group is already utilizing blockchain technology, as well as the other use cases shared just now. I think with that walkthrough, you probably could have joined me in the overview. Great job there. One thing that wasn't covered in the overview is this concept of public and private blockchains. We pretty much just talked about public blockchains. Pablo, this may be a question for you. How do you distinguish between public and private blockchains, and what are some of the practical implications?
Sure. Could you please show the slide on public versus private blockchain? Perfect. First, let me define the 2 concepts. So public blockchains, on the one hand, as Jason has mentioned, we already talked about quite a lot. They are open networks which anyone can access and read. Many of those networks are permissionless, which means that a broad set of participants can validate transactions. And examples here would be Bitcoin or Ethereum. And they are really designed for global availability, censorship resistance, and also trustlessness. On the other hand, private blockchains are closed networks operated by a company or a consortium. Those networks, only a defined set of participants can join, and validators are pre-selected. So there's only a certain number of companies or one company who really validates transactions here and updates the network. I would say each approach has benefits and drawbacks. So public blockchains profit from their openness, the decentralization, and also the network effects and the broad developer ecosystem, which keeps this network intact. However, since many nodes need to agree on the same state and find consensus, they are less efficient and have a lower throughput than more centralized systems. Private blockchains are, it's easier to basically implement compliance because only a set number of participants can also read and join that network. But on the other hand, they are also closed networks, which means that they are not open infrastructure and they can potentially also create platform silos that fragment the market. What I would like to highlight is that even on public blockchains, one can create ring-fenced environments, meaning that, for example, for tokenized assets, you could implement a whitelisting approach for KYC investors. You could encode compliance rules or transfer restrictions into a tokenized asset, and that would really allow you to benefit from all the benefits of the public blockchain while also complying with regulatory requirements. And then coming into the, as you asked, Jason, about how that comes into play when considered by market participants, I would say that for issuers and investors, it influences how they assess on which rails to build and also in which assets to invest. And on the other hand, it also really impacts very much the use cases for the tokenized assets. And lastly, I would like to highlight that it's important to also ensure interoperability, because to really realize the benefits, also Jason had outlined in the beginning, of tokenization, we really need to build either on a common infrastructure or ensure that the different networks can communicate with each other. Otherwise, this would lead to fragmentation and would undermine the potential of tokenization to really realize benefits at scale.
Great, thank you for that. And yes, interoperability or composability, I think sometimes a word used, seems to be a key element for the future of the space. Maybe turning to use cases, I mentioned briefly stablecoins from earlier, which have been getting a good amount of attention recently. How do you see the role of stablecoins evolving in the near future, and particularly in terms of adoption and utility?
Maybe I can start as well, and then you can add, Colleen. So I would first, could you show the slide on different use cases for tokenized money? Perfect. So when it comes to tokenized money, we differentiate it by issuer into 3 distinct types. First, central bank digital currencies, also called CBDCs, issued by central banks, tokenized deposits issued by commercial banks, and then stablecoins issued by private institutions, which may or may not require a license depending on jurisdiction. What I would like to highlight here is that while in the US, the focus has really now centered on stablecoins, and the current administration has even issued a ban of central bank digital currencies. In Europe, the European Central Bank is actively working on a wholesale and a retail CBDC. The different types of digital assets differ in how well they can cater potential use cases. And we like to group the use case into 3 broad areas. Traditional financial use cases, such as being a settlement asset for securities, centralized finance, such as being a settlement asset on a crypto exchange, and decentralized finance, for example, earning yield within a decentralized protocol. And what's important to note here is that stablecoins are the only form of tokenized money that can fully serve all 3 use cases. And at the moment, stablecoins are mainly used within centralized finance and decentralized finance, But we see also significant potential for stablecoins to be used in traditional finance, especially for cross-border payments, or also as a settlement asset together with tokenized assets. And I would say stablecoins really make money programmable. They enable fast and efficient, cost-efficient global transfers, and sending them is as easy as sending a text message. And this ease of use has also led to a clear product market fit of stablecoins, with them also, as Jason has mentioned, reaching market capitalizations above $250 billion.
Colleen, did you want to hop in there?
Sure, I'll add a few things. Thank you. So from a U.S. perspective, you may have seen that you referenced the legislation. So the Genius Act was passed on July 18th. It's the first major financial legislation passed in the United States in 15 years since Dodd-Frank. And what that does is it puts rules around what stablecoin issuers can and cannot do, and the reserves that have to back stablecoins. So essentially, you're looking for one-to-one reserves where the stablecoins are generally backed by U.S. Treasuries. You may have heard Treasury Secretary Bessent said he expects stablecoin AUM to be $3.7 trillion in the next 4.5 years. So you just heard Pablo say, you know, it's just about 250. It's 280, I think, as of this morning, 280 billion. So that's a 14x from where we are today to where Secretary Bessent thinks we will get. So you may wonder, where does that demand come from? I think Pablo's given you a good overview. We think about it in 3 general ways, and you kind of got to go back to the beginning to understand how we got to where we are today. So in the early days of the crypto industry, if you wanted to buy crypto assets, so this is after the advent of Bitcoin and we started to see different cryptocurrencies, the way that the trading was done, the trading pairs were done with Bitcoin. So if I wanted to buy Ethereum, I had to use Bitcoin to buy Ethereum. And if you think about that, you want to buy one volatile asset with another volatile asset, and I'm marking my book in US dollars and I'm running my operations in US dollars, and it was very challenging to do. So in 2014 is when Tether was launched, and slowly we started to see cryptocurrency exchanges change the way they did the trading pairs from Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ripple, Bitcoin, to Bitcoin, USDT, Ethereum, USDT. And what that allowed was for the trading in cryptocurrencies with a crypto dollar. So 24/7, 365 access using a token pegged to the US dollar. So that's kind of how we got here. So as Pablo mentioned, sort of the first place we've seen demand for stablecoins is the cryptocurrency industry. Stablecoins are the currency of the crypto ecosystem. About 4 years ago, we started to see in the data something different. We started to see that there appeared to be appetite for stablecoins, specifically in LATAM. And so we started to look into this a little bit more. The individual who co-runs the team with me at Brevin issued a report on this in 2013. It was on the emerging market use case for stablecoins. So we started to see folks wanting to save and spend in US dollars. And we've now seen that proliferate outside of just LATAM in places like Nigeria and other areas around the world. So it's really, sort of, you see people almost bypassing a bank account because it's hard to get US dollars, and having a crypto wallet where they can save and spend in US dollars. So that's the second place we're seeing demand, really from all over the world. The third place is cross-border transactions and remittances. And I think SpaceX is a good example here. They've, talked publicly about how they use stablecoins. And, SpaceX has to pay merchants and vendors and contractors all over the world. And they've decided that stablecoins was a good way to do that because some of the folks that they have to pay are in jurisdictions where it's hard to get dollars in. That could be because of capital controls. It could be tricky to get bank accounts there. It could be for a variety of reasons. This also makes it cheaper and faster to get payments out. Instant settlement, you're not waiting the 2 to 5 days for the SWIFT system. So it's almost like US dollar wires, but just using different financial rails. So that's how we see the stablecoin ecosystem today.
Got it. Appreciate that response. Maybe if we expand further, earlier I mentioned some tokenization beyond stablecoins in terms of more real world assets. Do you believe we're moving towards a future where most assets will be tokenized? And if so, what market forces are either accelerating or hindering that transition? Colleen, maybe if we kick back off with you.
Hey, yeah, so here again, I think it's helpful to go a little bit back in time at the start. So as Jason mentioned, crypto started, the white paper was October 31st, 2008. The first Bitcoin transaction was January 3rd, 2009. And until very recently, we've essentially had two very separate and distinct systems: the crypto system on one side and the traditional financial system on the other side. And it's worked reasonably well. Crypto has a $4 trillion market cap. But when you get to tokenization of real world assets, you really need these systems working together. It's very much a forcing function. And so that's where we are today. And I think more important than what I think is going to happen with tokenization of real world assets is what the SEC chair Paul Atkins has to say about tokenization of real world assets. So I would encourage all of you to either watch or read a speech that he gave on July 31st. And in that speech, he talked about how we're at a very important sort of inflection point. And he started with the founding of the New York Stock Exchange in 1792, 24 people under a buttonwood tree, 100 words on a piece of parchment. And then you get to the 1960s and the paperwork crisis, where exchanges had to shut down on Wednesdays so that they could catch up on the paper certificates and transfers. And that then led to digitization of stock transfers and the founding of DTC. Then you go to 1990 and you've got this move from floor trading to electronic trading, which I experienced firsthand being from Chicago, and the advent of Reg ATS so that you could allow the innovation in electronic trading to flourish. Chair Atkins says we're at that point now too, where we're going to see a lot of real world assets, including securities, move on chain. And I think evidence of that, some of you may have seen just yesterday, the NASDAQ filed with the SEC to say that they're going to tokenize public equities and have them trade on NASDAQ. And that means, I'll give you an example of what that means. You could take Apple, and Apple will tokenize a portion of its common shares. We'll use Solana. They could tokenize those shares on Solana. And it's very important that those, the tokenized public equities and your certificated public equities are fungible. And that's where NASDAQ is going. And they need DTC to build the infrastructure to prepare for that, which they expect to happen within the next year. So the way I think about tokenization of real world assets very generally is that first layer is stable coins. So that's just the tokenization of the real world asset money. And that's about 280 billion. And then on top of that, you've got tokenized money market funds. BlackRock is currently the largest player there. They're about 2.3 billion in their tokenized money market offering. You also have Franklin Templeton and Wisdom Tree who have offerings there. They're each about 800 million. On top of that, I see the tokenization of commodities like gold and uranium. Tether and Paxos have gold products that are about 1.8 billion in aggregate. We just talked about the tokenization of public equities, so we're starting to see that happen. And then you have the tokenization of private company stock. Robinhood recently launched an initiative there. I think it's a little more challenging when you get into how that actually works. And then you get into the tokenization of LP interests, and then you move away from the financial stack, and you can have tokenization of real estate, art, watches, cars, wine. So that's how I see tokenization of real world assets. And Pablo, I think you probably.
So I think generally, thanks a lot for the great overview. I would agree with how you also see which assets become tokenized first and which will then follow. Maybe to put it very simply, what we think is that at first, to become tokenized, assets really need to fulfill two characteristics. So first, they need to be easy to tokenize. Tokenization is in the end about putting the logic of a product into a smart contract. And then secondly, tokenization must deliver a clear benefit. And I think for certain products, both of these characteristics are met, such as, for example, for money market funds, which, as Colleen has outlined, are already experiencing a lot of traction today. But for other products, only one of the two characteristics is met. And oftentimes it's only the second one where we see a clear benefit, but it's hard to tokenize them. And that would then be more the private assets, private equity, or also real estate, for example. So I would say that at first, the assets who fulfill both characteristics will become tokenized, and then the others will follow in the future. And maybe to come also back to the core of your question, Jason, about if in future most assets will become tokenized, I would personally put a higher likelihood on a future where most assets are tokenized than on a future where they are not. But I would say it depends highly on the time horizon.
Got it. So I'll quote you on that and check back in 5 or 10 years. While this innovation is really exciting, well, at least I think it is exciting, digital assets broadly have also faced some reputational challenges, whether that be from price volatility to certain high-profile cases, or even general concerns around illicit use or activity. What are some risks, or what are some risks that institutions and investors should be aware of today when it comes to this space? And perhaps can tee off either Patrick or Pablo for this one.
I can start with the operational aspects again, and taking that lens for today, and looking really at the tech side of things. And with blockchain, it's the same as with every other technology that's coming in. I saw on the program that you're talking about AI and generative AI after that, and the common tenets of technology risk management, they still apply. You talk about process risk, you talk about third parties, you talk about sourcing, implementation, cyber, privacy, all of these aspects. When you consider products that work with the blockchain technology, I'm not talking about the tokenized products, just to be very, very clear, but if you use that type of technology, I think the core aspects of solid risk management, whatever it is, whatever you have in your enterprise, is applicable and will remain applicable also to these newer technologies. You might have to think a little bit around a couple of corners to understand how exactly does it impact, but essentially third-party aspects that I just mentioned before are ever more prominent and present with the blockchain, because you're essentially dealing with something new, which is maybe a distributed third party. So it's much harder to grasp and apply your standard risk management to it. So these aspects, of course, they prevail.
Maybe to add the investment lens on that as well. I would take the different concerns you mentioned, Jason, and then address them one by one, and maybe subsequently also highlight which controls institutions should apply today. Starting with volatility, which you mentioned. I would say here it's very important to really differentiate also between the different types of digital assets, and I will focus on cryptocurrencies here since they are most relevant when talking about volatility. Cryptocurrencies oftentimes still are, and historically definitely have been, more volatile than traditional assets like equities or bonds. So here the appropriate response is really appropriate position sizing. And one interesting fact I would like to highlight when it comes to volatility is that as of August 26, 2025, 7 individual stocks within the S&P 500 have had a higher 30-day volatility than Bitcoin. Secondly, high-profile failures. While there have been a few exploits of the technology, most or many of the high-profile failures have been related to governance or risk management breakdowns. And therefore, it's really important to manage counterparty risk carefully, especially when dealing with younger institutions. And I would say here, a positive development really is the regulatory clarity, which is increasing. So for example, in the European Union, with the markets and crypto assets regulation, there are governance, disclosure, and disclosure requirements put forth on crypto asset service providers. And that increases investor protection and also helps with managing here the risks against high-profile failures. And then the last concern you mentioned was around illicit use. Here, what I would like to highlight is that data from blockchain analytic companies suggests that only a small share of total on-chain volume is related to illicit activity. So the most recent report from Chainalysis about 2024 indicates that only 0.14% of total on-chain activity has been mapped to illicit activity. Even so, I would say the total amount is still quite significant. So the right framing would be that it's non-trivial amounts, but a small share. And then what should institutions manage most actively today? I would say among the various risks, I would like to highlight three in particular. One is around key management and custody of digital assets. Here it's important or prudent to use an independent regulated custodian who uses advanced technology, implements dual controls, provides insurance coverage, and also ensures insolvency remoteness. Then secondly, anti-financial crime. Here it's important to implement KYT, so know your token analytics, comply with the travel rule, and also ensure that sanction screenings are also implemented on the token level. And then lastly, I think coming back to the technology risks, it's important to really manage cybersecurity risks carefully. And I would echo what Patrick has said. So in essence, many of the same core risks we manage today elsewhere also apply to digital assets. So it's market, counterparty risks, operational risks, financial crime risks, only that they're applied to a new technological rail, namely the blockchain. And there it's important to add special attention to technological aspects.
Appreciate that, Pablo. And part of that response, you mentioned regulatory developments. That's something I'd like to dig into a little bit further. Given the current developments, or perhaps the more recent developments, especially in the current US administration, how are some of these developments shaping the landscape? And perhaps, Colleen, you could give us the more domestic US answer, and Pablo or Patrick, if you could address from a more international lens.
I'll start with the US, okay. So like I mentioned, really for the last 16 and a half years, you've had crypto on one side and traditional finance on the other side. And they didn't really talk to each other very much. You know, every now and then, like if a stablecoin issuer needed to buy treasuries, or when the SEC approved Bitcoin ETFs, they would talk. But for the most part, there has not been a merger, let alone a stable bridge between those two systems. And that's really what's changing in the United States. When I think about the capital markets in the United States, I'm biased. I tend to think that we have the deepest liquidity, the safest, the most trusted markets in the world. And I think part of that is because there's a deep public-private partnership that our US capital markets have enjoyed since like 1790 when Alexander Hamilton laid that framework. And that is what crypto has lacked. There has just been very little public support for the industry until recently, which gets into the changes that we're seeing now. I think it's very safe to say that at this point in time, policymakers, regulators, and leaders in crypto and traditional finance are all working together collaboratively to effectuate what is essentially a merger between crypto and traditional finance. In the last 7.5 months, we've seen quite a bit of activity here. We've seen 3 executive orders related to the crypto industry. There was a summit at the White House at the beginning of March specific to crypto. There was the repeal of SAB 121, which effectively made it okay for banks to custody crypto at scale. We had the Genius Act pass on July 18th, and Congress just came back into session, and one of their highest priorities is a sister piece of legislation called the Clarity Act. And what Clarity does is just provide further rules on market structure. So one of the issues the industry has had is, figuring out what is a security, what is a commodity, and therefore who regulates? Is it the SEC? Is it the CFTC? We also had the White House issue a report on crypto about a month ago, and that report is essentially a framework for the agencies, the SEC, the CFTC, OCC, Fed, Treasury, and the IRS. How do you integrate crypto with the traditional financial system? And we've seen the agencies start to execute. So just in the last 2 weeks, we saw a joint statement from the SEC and the CFTC on the ability to have spot crypto trading on national securities exchanges and DCMs. We've also seen the CFTC affirm that non-US crypto exchanges can use the FBOT, the Foreign Board of Trade exemption, to allow US folks to trade on them. So I think if there's one thing you take away from my remarks today, it's just this is moving incredibly, incredibly fast in the United States. And what this legislation and these new regulatory frameworks mean is that crypto will now be safer for people to trade because it's going to have a proper regulatory framework around it. Folks will have proper disclosures. Like, these are all very good things. And then we move into a situation where you have traditional financial assets trading side by side with crypto assets, and you have cross margining. You've got, it's all sort of coming together. So I think, from my standpoint, what this enables is potentially more innovation in the next 12 months than we've seen in the last 16 and a half years. So it's a big, big deal from my perspective.
Great, thanks so much. Patrick or Pablo?
Then adding the Swiss perspective here, so I'll share 2 anecdotes and then one piece on upcoming legislation and consultation. So I'm part of the Asset Management Association of Switzerland in their technology working group, and also obviously that the AMAS, as the abbreviation goes, supports the DLTs and the opportunities, especially on the wrapper and the underlying asset, so the tokenization aspects of that. And there are working groups on tax as well as legal aspects also there. Things are moving. Then there is a public pilot of 6, which operates the infrastructure for the Swiss banks. They have done a pilot together with Pictet Bank on debt instruments to tokenize and fractionalize as well. And then the piece about legislation, there's going to be a consultation in the Swiss government in October coming up on FIDLEG and FINIC. So 2 pieces of legislation, but also there topics are moving to govern the issues of stable coins and the crypto trading. So also there we see movements happening.
So I think it's great that regulatory clarity is increasing around the globe, as we just heard from Colleen and Patrick. Maybe to also add the perspective on the European Union, I would like to mention that the European Union already has an EU harmonized framework for crypto assets and stablecoins, as well as advanced frameworks for tokenized assets. So in Europe, there's the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, which entered into force in June 2023, with phased application starting in 2024. And that puts forth a governance, disclosure, governance, disclosure, and risk management requirements on crypto asset service providers and stablecoin issuers, and also creates a predictable environment and increases investor protection. And then when it comes to tokenized assets, we on the one hand have on the EU level the DLT pilot regime, which was entered into force in March 2023, which allows for supervised experimentation with a tokenized market infrastructure, and also advanced regulatory frameworks in different jurisdictions. So for example, in Germany, the EWPG, which was introduced in 2021, or in Luxembourg, the blockchain laws, the first of which was introduced in 2019, that create a clear guidance for native electronic securities. And what I think is really important here is that this regulatory clarity invites institutional participation, both on the issuer and the investor side. And therefore, I think this is really key for institutions to participate in the digital asset market.
Great, appreciate those responses. As we lead up to our last question here, and in closing, what's one key insight or development that excites you most about the future of blockchain and digital assets more broadly? And if we could just work our way down the line here. Starting with you, Colleen, please.
Sure. Mine is boring, so it's probably good to start with mine. As you can probably tell from my remarks, what I'm most excited about is really just the convergence of crypto and traditional finance. As Jason gave in his overview, the crypto system was really started, as a result of the great financial crisis. So sort of a system built by the people for the people, where the people wanted a financial system that was open to everyone and owned by no one. And I think when you converge these two systems together, you have something that's stronger and more resilient than what either side is alone. So on the crypto side, you bring innovation. On the TradFi side, you have maturity. And together, it really should end up, if we do this right, benefiting retail folks, the consumers. We should have cheaper, faster, more efficient transactions. We should have financial systems that are more transparent and auditable. So what excites me is really that I think, again, if we do this right, and there's still a lot of execution yet to come, but I think it's hopefully the people who built this system in the first place for themselves because they wanted something better and more open, transparent, and exclusive, it should end up benefiting them the most.
So for me, what excites me the most is also a convergence, but of assets and money onto the same infrastructure. So the token economy really has that vision of assets and money residing on the same rails. And that would be for the first time in capital markets history that assets and money reside on the same rail. And this time it would be as tokens on a blockchain. And what this enables is true delivery versus payment, programmable distributions, and also broader always-on access while reducing handoffs and reconciliations. That's the vision, but I think we also need some perspective. Where we stand today, as mentioned during the panel by the various people here, today cryptocurrencies are really dominating the story. So crypto is around 3.7 trillion in market capitalization. The second largest use case is tokenized money, with stablecoins now standing at 280 billion. And tokenized assets at the moment are only 27 billion of real-world assets on public blockchains. So tokenization of assets is progressing slower than some had expected, but I would say that's also sensible because tokenizing of assets or tokenization of assets is nothing less than a completely new capital markets infrastructure, and this evolves over decades and not quarters.
I will go back to what Colleen said about using the benefits and here bringing in the tech as well as also the business or running the business type of aspect here. What fascinates me in the blockchain technology is really its application for business and to the benefit of businesses and ultimately the customers, the employees, the clients, the investors. So it's really about using technology to the best in the best way and not using technology, to use the analogy of a hammer, not if you have a hammer, then not everything looks like a nail. So it's important to use technology what it's best used for and what it's best suited for. And maybe to build the bridge even to the next panel that you have coming up in a world of generative AI, maybe blockchain can also help to increase digital trust in a world where stuff is really, really difficult to tell right from wrong.
Thank you so much for those responses. I know, and actually thank you more broadly for just your insights in general. I know I learned a lot today. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. And perhaps with that, I'll pause and see if we have any questions from our audience.
So welcome, willkommen, and grüezi. Swiss German's a hard language, so I hope I pronounced that right. I have, if you forgive me, I have one general question for each of you. I'd like your opinion on the general question and then a specific question for each of you. So the first general question is, there's a book called 5 Crashes, and it's by a professor who's studied volatility. And he has said that each of the major crashes were caused by a poorly understood asset at the time that was overhyped and that it penetrated too deep into the public and it caused a major crash. So in 1873, it was this new technology called railroads, right? And people didn't understand that there might be certain routes that are successful and other routes that are not. In 1929, it was investment trusts. In 1987, I think it was portfolio insurance. And in 2008, as we know, it was credit default swaps, mortgage-backed securities, okay? there are people out there who say that crypto is ripe for this type of crash to happen now, which is it's very hyped, it's poorly understood, and the public, you have people investing in it who have no idea what they're doing. So that's my general question to each of you. The specific questions, I guess the first one is, I'll direct it to you, Colleen, and that is, help me understand this, okay? Like when you use that agent that you gave in the first example to book something, why can't I just give that agent my credit card? So I've used Manus, right? And it's pretty good with agents and stuff like that. The credit card is traced to me. It's, you know, the entire system is used to knowing that if I have a credit card, it's me and so on and so forth. So that's my question. I know that's very basic. I guess the second question I would have, and I don't know which one of you wants to take it on tokenization, maybe you, Pablo, and that is, you know, my understanding is the argument for the tokenization of shares, right, is primarily twofold, that you can fractionalize the shares and you can enable 24-hour trading. We're headed towards 24-hour trading too. I think NASDAQ recently filed something for 24-hour trading, and there's already some platforms like Robinhood that allow fractionalization of shares anyway. So help me understand that. Again, you know, like why we need like the new product. And then I guess the final one would be when it comes to contracts, you know, it's still my understanding that the biggest security flaw with contracts is just user error, that somebody gets the message and it's got the green thing and it says this is good and it's been verified, but then, you know, the fraudsters will still try to fake that. So I guess my overarching theme is crypto ripe for a crash? And then the question is, tell me why those three use cases are better than what we've got already.
Start because the specific answer is easy. So the folks in our portfolio that are building this are also doing tokenization, not the crypto tokenization, but the AI tokenization of the ability to pay with credit card. So it's stablecoins is just a option, but you can also use, agents can use credit cards. So that is part of the platform they're building. So I think we'll, you know, it's so early to know like how that will all develop. I think the important thing is that there's different, you know, means of payment. So just a choice of payment. So stable coins are one. So you're absolutely right. Like they also are doing tokenization of credit cards. So I'll jump on the grenade and try to do the your other question. So a couple of comments. I recently read a book, Fragile by Design, about the US banking system, and just kind of goes through like some of the bank crises we've had in the past, and sort of the convergence of some of the political things that have gone alongside with some of those issues. And it actually made me think a lot about that. I think the challenge we've had historically with crypto is, I think the right way to say is a sort of a lack of willingness to bring it into the regulatory gambit, at least in the United States. The Europeans have done better than us here. They were a couple of years ahead of us. But I think that is the goal. Like we, you know, I think we've seen over 16 and a half years, it's not going away. You know, it's got a pretty big market cap and, you know, people like it. I think the encouraging thing about financial institutions is we see these integrations with blockchains because the tech is actually better in certain areas than what we have today. But I think the key is we have to have proper disclosures. People need to know what they're buying. They need to know the people behind the projects. They need to know what token supply looks like. They need to know what the law. We need this transparency. So my hope is that, you know, the quicker we get those rules and regulations in place, the safer it will be for people. So, you know, I'm hoping we avoid, you know, because we've had some in the past, right? I'm hoping we avoid some of those issues in the future because this asset, you know, these assets in this industry will be properly regulated.
Maybe then following up on tokenized equities. So I think that's a very fair question. And also the concerns you mentioned are definitely understandable. And I would agree with you that it's a different technological rail in that sense. And just by tokenizing an equity, it doesn't, for example, get liquidity. So you still need market makers supplying a price or supplying liquidity. And maybe in the beginning, even with having two parallel systems with the traditional equities and the tokenized equities, it could even lead to a fragmentation of the liquidity. So that's definitely a risk. But I would say that the technology itself can enable more efficient settlements, for example, with also the vision I outlined before, with assets and money residing on the same infrastructure. That would really allow, for example, if you have a stable coin and a tokenized equity, to directly exchange them with each other in an atomic swap without having two different systems you need to reconcile with each other. So that can enable a more efficient settlement. But in the end, it's a new technological rail that has some potential, but you still need things such as market makers, for example, and also for 24/7 trading, you also need market makers to supply a price around the clock.
And taking a stab at the smart contracts you mentioned. On the smart contracts, and as a recap for everybody, these are, for our use case and many others, these are on Ethereum blockchain. The beauty of these smart contracts is they're essentially logic in code. So every programmer would know what a smart contract is, or at least could easily imagine what they could be used for. So essentially you have, you try to design them as minimal as possible so they can only do what they're designed to do. So they can't do anything else. So if you want them to, in our case, put the fingerprint onto the blockchain, then you codify exactly that fingerprint onto the blockchain. If you want to avoid that somebody takes away a fingerprint on the blockchain, like for example what we did, then you don't even write that and don't even specify it. So the smart contract cannot execute that. Right? So you design them in a very minimal way that they can only do exactly what they're supposed to do. Then also there's obviously good ways of auditing them. So you're well advised to actually audit them and have firms that independently verify. And then put them onto the blockchain. So you can also put the contracts and make them quite public. The contracts are not secret. What is secret is really the keys to the wallets where you can actually then store the information. It's a commonly known paradigm in cryptography that you're not sharing the secrets, but you can actually share the algorithm. The secret is not in the algorithm, and that's the beauty of it. Everybody can independently verify, do I want to trust this or do I not want to trust this? And what is secret is actually your keys. And now comes the last bit. We have not talked about quantum computing today. So when you talk about public and private key cryptography, then inevitably at some point quantum will come. And this will also come as a certain risk for certain of the blockchains because they rely heavily on certain types of encryption that might be challenged with the advances in quantum computing. And then obviously there's mitigating measures that have to be taken in that respect. Right.
I have a series of questions here for you. And it kind of piggybacks on the question here when we're looking at consumer use. So looking at growth within this market, the vast majority of consumers don't understand how all this stuff works. Do you see that as an opportunity to be expanding more into the retail type space and providing it to the consumer? Or do you see more growth opportunities within the behind the scene financial elements like the transactions international and things like that? That's my first question. I could throw them all out there, but it's probably better if we do one at a time.
Start. I think, from our standpoint, investing in early stage companies right now, a significant amount of the opportunity we see is on really in the sort of payments, stablecoin, tokenization, market infrastructure space. I think, which of course consumers, can use. So when you think about folks like saving and spending in US dollars, those are consumers more retail focused. So I think the infrastructure is a lot of the back end financial rails. In terms of education, you think about like Stripe recently announced that they're investing in and providing resources to a new blockchain that's purpose built for payments. So one of the issues they've had over the last year is sending, thousands of payments at the same time on blockchains, and they just get congested. And then you have to use like the native token of that blockchain to affect those payments, and that can get expensive. I think as folks like Stripe and Robinhood, PayPal, continue to move into the space, they're also doing corresponding educational efforts so they can help educate, the folks that use their products, like what is a crypto wallet? How do you secure it? Is it custodial, non-custodial? So I think we'll see more and more educational efforts. Again, I go back to, I think one of the issues we've had is the bigger players have been, frankly, afraid to come into the industry because we didn't have regulatory clarity. So now that we're getting that, I think we'll see more of these big enterprises come in, and along with that, should come the education. They have a lot to lose in terms of reputation, enterprise value, all of that. So I think we'll see more work there.
And when you're talking about the stable coin and the future of stable coin, we also have the centralized currencies that are potential there. So when you're looking at the future of the centralized currency, why do you think that stable coin will be the prominent investment opportunity? You said it covers like 3 of the areas. That's the only one that covers all 3 areas. When you compare that with our centralized currencies that could potentially be coming down the pipe and could potentially take over as a predominant cryptocurrency.
Yes, sir. So I think you can think about it also in the way we have money today. So you use different forms of money, and we also need to differentiate between retail folks and then people who have direct access to, for example, central bank money, not just in forms of banknotes. But I would say that this will also evolve in the future. So, for example, can tell you in Europe, you have, for example, as a consumer, you have your bank deposit, you have e-money in a non-tokenized form. So, for example, PayPal. You have direct central bank money in form of banknotes, and this will evolve in the future in the sense that, for example, the different forms of money can complement each other well. So you will have then tokenized deposits, you have tokenized e-money, which is stable coins in Europe, and potentially you have central bank tokenized form of money, which is a CBDC, and that could be the digital alternative to cash for retail investors. In the US, it looks a bit different. I'm sure Colleen can further outline on that. But the current administration has issued a ban on central bank digital currencies, and the focus here really is on stable coins. But I would say each of the different forms of money has different use cases, and I think that they can coexist and cater those different use cases, and that there will not be a single form that's superior to all and will be used for all use cases.
So that ties into my third question on regulation. So regulation can be a benefit. We see some, expansion because people feel more secure, but it can also be a risk. How are we monitoring and capturing that risk? And by risk, saying that, like the US just said, no central bank currencies, that could be that. I mean, that's a risk as far as if you were planning on using that as your digital currency. So what does the landscape look like for regulation, especially when we're looking worldwide, and how does that impact the future of this area? I'm looking too from a world perspective on regulation and how that impacts us.
Yeah, I think ideally, and I think we've seen some of this, there's cooperation. This is such a global asset class. And, blockchains are very global. You've got assets moving, instantly, very inexpensively and programmable. I hope that we get to that, like not just US, Europe, we get to like that top level cooperation across the regulators where there is kind of that top-down approach to regulation. I do think behind the scenes, they cooperate quite a bit now. and kind of borrow from each other, different methods that they're putting in place to oversee the space. And real quick, I do think there's one important point to make on the Genius Act in the US, just with the CBDC versus stablecoins. So as you can imagine, smaller banks were concerned about deposits leaving the banks and going to stablecoins. There is a provision in the Genius Act where payment stablecoin issuers, so stablecoins backed by US dollars used by US people that are regulated here, are not permitted to directly pay interest. So, that was a way for, I think, the banks to have some comfort that, if I'm holding the stable coin, it's different than a demand deposit or my savings deposit, and I'm not directly earning interest on that. There's also a provision in the bill, because another concern was, you go sort of back to 2019 when there was a lot in the news about Facebook, now Meta, launching its stable coin, originally called Libra, and then Diem. And that looked a little bit different than what we have today, but there was, a concern from folks, well, are all the big non-financial institutions, Walmart, Amazon, Meta, going to launch stable coins? And what does that look like? So there is a provision in the bill that says, that is not permitted unless that non-financial public institution is able to get the consent of the Stablecoin Review Committee. And that is the chair of the Fed, the chair of the Treasury, and the head of the FDIC. So they have to unanimously agree for a non-financial public company to issue a stablecoin. So I think, there was a lot of bipartisan work on the Genius Act, sort of trying to look out for all constituents.
I'll just end with a comment that your percentage of illicit activity numbers were definitely very much underreported. So I can assure you that the issue is that law enforcement just doesn't understand this and doesn't capture it. And so there is a lot of illicit activity out there being used with cryptocurrency. That being said, same thing happens with US dollars. So, it's out there across the board. Thank you.
Aileen, did you have, I saw your thing upside down at one point. Or you think you kind of, okay. So we got about 10 minutes left before our break. Are there any additional questions at all? I have one kind of pseudo-populist question. So I think it was Colleen who said at least the theoretical genesis for crypto was kind of for the people, but kind of controlled by no one. So I think what's less apparent to me is there's a lot of smart people, I think consistent with what Trustee Gatto was saying, that, there's a huge let's get rich compared to, through this. I don't necessarily see beyond the elite group of people in this room how it really helps the average person. So I'm not pinning on you to solve it all, but I'm just curious, right? Because I think part of the great crashes start in large measure by convincing people, hey, you too can get rich. And then by the time the little guy figures out that I didn't have the inside information or the inside track, they're the ones kind of holding the bag. So I'm curious, since you seem to have been around the longest time, from the onset of this, from its very nascent period, I'm just kind of curious that in this view somewhere down the road, where does the average Joe kind of benefit from this evolution? That'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. So where I grew up, so sort of south side of Chicago, as I grew up, went to law school, I started to understand that there were a lot of opportunities that folks I grew up with did not have access to. Being a securities attorney, I started to understand a lot of that, at least in my view, this is a very personal view, was related to the accredited investor system in the United States, where you have to, suitability is determined based on wealth. And I think that a lot of folks have been left out of really phenomenal opportunities to generate wealth because of that system. So it's personal view. And with crypto, I do believe that it was a system, born out of 2008, where people wanted a system that they had access to because they sometimes couldn't get access to a different system. And that is, the hope of where we're going. And I also, frankly, hope that the accredited investor rules change so that they're based on, education or some kind of knowledge test in terms of what you're going into versus based on wealth. I think that's fundamentally not fair. So I will acknowledge that there have definitely been a lot of scams and problems in crypto. I think, at least from my perspective, we're seeing a lot less of that today. I think regulation will help. I think that there are also a lot of folks who have, made a decent amount of money in crypto because maybe they were technical and they saw the opportunity here and they didn't have to be, worth $200,000, $300,000 in order to access the system. I personally am very sensitive to not having a situation where retail is left holding the bag, so to speak. I think that that would be a terrible outcome. And that's part of the reason that I do what I do, investing in startups who I believe, share those values and want to build a better system. And so I do think with this technology, you can get to a place where you've got faster, cheaper, more programmable, like just better system for transactions. And the technology to analyze blockchains is just getting better and better every day. So folks, even if you're not technical, will be able to audit what's going on in the system. It shouldn't be siloed off from people. So I hope that helps.
No, thanks for being bold to take the question on. And I'll just say this as a chairman's privilege before we break. I think one of the things that I'm proud about as being a trustee on this board is that, we're obviously able to leverage the brilliance of, people like John and the staff that he's built around here on behalf of nurses, on behalf of administrative assistants, on behalf of people who would otherwise never have access to this level of intelligence and the diversity of assets that's here. So that's key. Perhaps down the road, when I'm well off the board and beyond this, we'll be able to attribute a significant part of the growth to some of the things that you guys have shared with us today. So we really appreciate the expertise. Jason, great job leading this, and thanks to the staff for putting it together. So with that being said, let's go ahead, and I think we've got a break until, we got it, it's from 2:30 to, is it till 3? No, just till 2:45, 2:30 to 2:45, and then we'll come back and do 2:45. Okay, thank you. seem like it's been over-themed. I think we have a very unique alchemy of people here, led by Didier, who will lead the session for us on artificial intelligence. So the floor is yours when you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're on the home stretch here. Our last presentation for the day is called Implications of Artificial Intelligence. There are, it's broken out into two sections. It's a conversation on the current state of artificial intelligence, followed by a panel discussion on the implications of artificial intelligence. And we're joined today by some great speakers. Our co-presenter and panelist, Greg Wallum, is to my left. He is Managing Director at the Stepstone Group. From right to left, we have Seth Burrow, Managing Partner at Thoma Bravo, one of LACERA's private equity managers. We have Jim Prusco, Senior Portfolio Manager and Partner at Magnetar Capital, one of our credit managers. And then Naneed Singbala, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of a company called Tetrix. And interestingly, Tetrix uses artificial intelligence to conduct due diligence on alternative assets. So we're excited for our panel today. What better way to start our conversation about the current state of AI than to do some historical trivia? And Greg can attest that while we were looking up some of these trivia questions, we had no idea what the answers were. So this is all for fun. And the first person to answer gets a prize, courtesy of LACERA. There will be a few throughout, so if you don't get the first answer, there might be some others. So with that, in what decade did the field of artificial intelligence officially begin? Was it in the 1950s when TVs went from monochrome to color? Was it in the 1970s where VCRs proliferated everyone's living rooms? Was it in the 1990s when PCs really started to take off? Or was it in 2010s after the advent of the iPhone, which I see a ton of them in the back over there? Yes. 90s? Okay, well, you still get a cube. But it was actually 1956. If we could go back. Okay, that's fine. So in 1956, researchers gathered at the Dartmouth Conference with this audacious idea that machines could mimic human intelligence, and they coined the phrase artificial intelligence. We've come a long way in those 7 decades, and Greg will discuss platform shifts that have occurred over those 70 years.
Thanks, Didier, and great to be with you all. So yeah, we have seen a few of these technology waves play out over the last several decades. I'm hoping I'm not going to make anyone feel old with this, but just as we look at history, as our own kind of venture and growth team that I work on at Stepstone, we've definitely thought about these innovation waves as, not only pushing society and our technology, what we can do with it forward, but also playing into a great investment opportunity. So you can see here as we've mapped it out, going back to the 60s with the advent of the mainframe, ultimately bringing those home to personal computers. We saw a similar dynamic in the 90s with broader enterprise networking launching, allowing these machines to talk to each other much better. Again, moving that home to desktop internet 1.0 with our Netscape navigators and our AOL disks we would get in cereal boxes. To ultimately the big revolution, with the mobile internet, moving more from these static websites into, not only having the internet at our fingertips, but also just a lot more driven by user-generated content. You see the cloud and SaaS was another huge area of investment and technology advancement that we saw in recent years. But we really believe that AI and Gen AI specifically is this next investment wave that we'll be looking towards and this next major innovation cycle. It's important to note that these innovation cycles are not necessarily directly tied to the same business cycles in the same way of our economy going up and down. They can often operate fairly independently within these venture capital spaces where the funding sources are different and you aren't necessarily relying on a positive or negative economy pushing those forward. green button. All right, you can show I need more artificial intelligence helping me with this machine. And I would say, the speed that we have seen these AI technologies be adopted is really faster than anything we've seen in prior application types. If we look back to Netflix, founded in the late 90s, it took 3.5 years for them to reach 1 million users. Looking at Airbnb, which is fairly ubiquitous now, founded in 2008, that took almost 2.5 years to reach 1 million users. With the iPhone, that took just 74 days. So we saw that time frame shrink, but with ChatGPT, which launched in 2022, it just took 5 days for them to acquire 1 million users. And as we look at these super premium platforms that are ubiquitous within society, the social media platforms, generally saw it took them many years to get to that $100 million user figure globally. ChatGPT achieved that about 15 times faster than the next closest competitor. So the rates of adoption we're seeing are really quicker than anything we've seen in the past. And I think importantly, we're seeing these platforms continuing to build on these prior innovation waves where we don't think this would necessarily be possible without Web 2.0, helping to fuel this technology being at our fingertips. And with that innovation wave, we are seeing funding following suit in the private markets. You can see here, looking back to 2020, for the 3 years of 2020, 21, and 22, AI companies in the private space cumulatively raised about $21 billion of capital. That's no small figure, but you can see the appetite from investors just continuing to increase rapidly, with that figure over the next 2 years reaching another $50 billion of capital invested in the space solely in private markets. We're seeing this in public markets too. Obviously, NVIDIA, just leading public markets, has been riding behind these tailwinds. All that said, just on the rapid pace that we are seeing OpenAI and some of these AI applications growing, there is an argument to be made that some of these companies could become even larger. Here we kind of track the relative run rate revenue of OpenAI relative to where Amazon Web Services, their cloud platform, was tracking at the time. And you can see 3 years in, the revenue that they're generating, even as a freemium software, is many multiples of where Amazon Web Services was at the time. All that said, I think there is an argument to be made that, so I try to skip back to this slide. There we go. We definitely still think we're in the early innings of this AI evolution. Close our eyes and think back to a distant time, 2008, when the iPhone App Store launched. You can see a lot of these middle logos that look very different in what the top apps were at the time. Things like the flashlight app, things like Shazam, which is now just integrated into Siri. A lot of these were kind of previously desktop apps that were ultimately repurposed and kind of made to work for this iPhone. And as we look to the right, kind of as we think about the iPhone being at a more mature place, it looks very different. Most of these applications are mobile first. They were built with the iPhone and mobile in mind. They weren't redeveloped from existing platforms. So all that said, as we look at some of these early AI apps on the left side of this slide, we have seen some of these apps really starting to break out, but all that said, it's hard to say for sure if one of these might just be the equivalent of the flashlight app or Angry Birds. And we are seeing, in addition, some of these large tech companies who are kind of validating these businesses, looking to make kingmakers in this space, are putting a whole lot of money into this category. Some of the biggest AI applications that you can see here on the left have, pretty consistently been backed by big tech companies. And even just looking at some of the big players, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Meta collectively, according to reports, are investing $30 to $60 billion per year into these AI applications and their own AI infrastructure. We think it's very clearly here to stay. All right. Oh dear, a lot of numbers here. Hopefully no one saw the answer to that question. No cheating. This button's a little touchy. We are in LA here, so thought we would incorporate Hollywood into one of these questions. When was the first portrayal of AI in movies? 1951. That's a good guess. 1927 would be the accurate answer. Surprisingly, almost 100 years ago, going all the way back to Metropolis, with Maria, a robot made to look and act like a real woman, exploring early ideas of machine identity, imitation, and human-like behavior. So hard to believe that almost 100 years later, we are kind of seeing sci-fi catching up with reality a little bit. And thankfully, no real-life Terminators yet. You know, as we're seeing some of this adoption, we do think that there is still room to improve before these truly reach you know, the broader masses and become a very integrated part of daily life. You are seeing some of these larger, more generalized models like ChatGPT. They do well about half of the time in giving an accurate answer. The other half, they're either giving incomplete data or we're doing what's called a hallucination, effectively, you know, using their own training data to give a confidently inaccurate response to a question, something I do from time to time myself. On the other hand, you are seeing some of these industry-specific models, you know, tending to give more accurate responses, but maybe not having the full data set. And it's often just because these platforms don't have the sufficient data or resources to really be able to sufficiently train these models. So we think until some of those kinks are worked out over time, you know, there is still going to be some room to improve in the ongoing adoption. And just as a sign of how rapidly this space has evolved, we had to update our presentation here, just given the release of ChatGPT 5 happened during our drafting process. This was a kind of big landmark event that people were keeping an eye out for and happened just a few weeks ago. You know, with the release of ChatGPT 5, OpenAI has kind of further secured that leadership position they have in the LLM space. It's providing faster response times with the ability to conduct deep reasoning. It's got fewer hallucinations than the prior model, and it's still continuing to make most of these features available for free. All that said, as users have had time to dig into the features, I think there was some consensus that the really hyped breakthrough was a bit overblown here. Many of the updates felt incremental to users rather than truly breakthrough. And OpenAI also kind of misplayed their own user base while at the same time moving everything to this new model and removing access to the prior models, which many folks had kind of built existing systems off of and immediately lost a lot of that functionality. OpenAI has acknowledged and corrected that mistake, but have to look at this here as certainly not something that was a 5-star release. And then looking at this chart here, which I appreciate may be hard to see from a distance, we're kind of tracking on an index basis how well each of these large language models have been performing over time. You can see, obviously, OpenAI was the one that was off to the fastest start with that black line, was maintaining a solid lead even as some of these new models were emerging. But as we look at the gap today, it's really more narrow than ever. With some of the either domestic players or international models that have come online and have also continued to invest to iterate and improve, we are seeing that gap of performance narrowing more and more. And even looking at the lowest performing model on this page, it's effectively indexing to the level that ChatGPT was at just 12 months ago. So ultimately, we do see this being an area where competition is going to continue to increase. And finally, as these models continue to improve, there are already many valuable tools we have at our disposal. You'll see many of these on the left, answering questions in a higher level of detail than Google search might provide, summarizing large amounts of data, providing more detailed translations, not only of foreign languages, but also helping to understand even American teenagers. It's people of all ages are really increasingly trying to integrate this into their daily lives. And that said, as we look into the future, we do anticipate there's still going to be meaningful strides made. We will have our panelists talk through some of these a bit more, but we do expect future tools will look like deeper personalization for each user, broader integration across both software and hardware systems, and further improved autonomous agents capable of executing more complex tasks. Some scientists and engineers even project that future models could scale to incorporating upwards of 10 trillion unique parameters.
10 trillion parameters is a mind-bending figure. And also, some of the points that you made, Greg, were really interesting. And also a hint to a next trivia question. So what is a Turing test designed to evaluate? Is it AI's ability to do math? A machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior indistinguishable from a human, or something about some network servers? The answer is B, which is a machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior indistinguishable from human. Well, that's actually a great point and leads into our next topics. But what's interesting on this slide is that anything that scores over 50% on this test is considered human-like. And GPT 4.5, which is the previous model to 5, scored 73. So it's very human-like. And that's changing the way that these models work. Researchers today are trying to mimic more human behavior in problem solving. And since Cheryl pointed out earlier today that LACERA has done such a great job of helping accelerate careers into politics, our question about a Canadian Prime Minister seems appropriate. So today, if you ask a large language model, what is the impact on FX rates with a new incoming Canadian Prime Minister, the large language model will sit and reason for a while. You can also set in the playground how long you want this model to reason or to think. But the first step to think about is, well, what impacts FX rates? The second question is, what is the current state of FX rates? And then the third question and so forth is, well, what are the differences between the incoming and outgoing prime ministers? And this humanization of the LLMs is actually having an impact on the way that we interact with them. So according to a Harvard Business Review study, in 2024, the top 3 use cases for AI were 1, generating ideas, 2, therapy and companionship, and 3, conducting specific search, or like Google. In 2025, the number 1 use case is therapy and companionship. And this is as a result of advances in vocal recognition and the ability for these large language models to speak to you in a very human-like manner. Number 2 and number 3 are brand new to the list. Number 2 is, how do I organize my life? How do I get things done? I have goals, help me achieve them. And number 3 is even more nuanced, which is finding meaning. And why is this nuanced? Because it requires knowledge of psychology, philosophy, culture, and an understanding of individuals, and the ability to adjust on the fly based on people's moods and their interests. So it's no wonder that when we look at revenue growth for AI companies that are starting up, that relative to the last big wave of innovation, which Greg pointed out was software as a service, AI companies are growing 5 times faster from 1 million to 30 million in revenue. What used to take about 6 years is now taking a little bit over 12 months. That's astonishing. And it's all based on this promise of productivity gains and enhancing margins. And so this slide has a lot of numbers, but we'll focus on just one, the S&P 500. If you were to estimate what a 5% margin increase on S&P 500 companies would be, it would be a gain of $900 billion. Of course, companies want to integrate more productivity. The marginal cost of integrating AI is low relative to the $900 billion that's at stake. And this is a huge market. It's estimated to be over 4 trillion in size. If fully integrated, AI could boost GDP by 1.5%. And it's estimated that in the future, up to 33% of workloads could be automated. That's going to have a huge shift on our workforce and the skills that are in demand. There are 8 skills that we listed out on this slide, and they're non-exhaustive, but they're bucketed into 3 categories. There's the traditional sort of technical, which is there'll still be a need for engineers to both code and design prompts. But there's a human-like element that is also in demand, making these models even more human and easier to interact with. But a complexity about making these, something complex about making them more human is that now you have to take into account ethical use of AI and detecting biases. And then lastly, it's really working on the communication element, finding data and instantaneously getting a story that is actionable and clear without multiple iterations. So this sounds like a great place for us to transition to the panel, which is the implications of AI, but not before one last trivia question. So what has not been impacted by AI? And if you look carefully, the first 5 choices seem very similar to the BOI agenda. And then there's Greg and me. Anyone? Okay. Yeah, it was a trick question. Everything has been impacted by AI. And when I ran this slide by my colleagues, they said, wow, the picture on the right really looks a lot better. And I said, yes, obviously, I grew out a beard. Thank you, trustees. We can start the panel.
Thank you, Didier, and for your help in creating my new headshot. All right, well, we'll jump in and speak more with our panelists here, but maybe just as we open up the panel, maybe I'll start with Seth here. Would be great to just have a minute from everybody, just introducing yourself and your firm.
Thanks for having me. Seth Borrow. I'm a managing partner at Thoma Bravo. We are a software-focused investor. We're a control investor. We're a private equity firm. And we've been investing in software throughout that whole technology lifecycle page that we just walked through. And I've invested in all of those technologies. We're focused on the enterprise, so not the consumer. In fact, we don't invest at all in consumer technology. And I think that gives us a really interesting perspective in terms of what is going on and the pace of adoption of some of these technologies, which we'll talk through. But what's amazing about that technology cycle page we looked at is even today, decades later, some of the biggest institutions in the world are still using mainframe technology to run some of their core processing. So these technologies do take time to evolve, and that'll be a theme today as we talk through AI and really Gen AI.
I'm Jim Prusco. I'm a portfolio manager at Magnetar. We're a $20 billion-ish investment firm, and this is our 20th year. Been there all 20 years. And we're originally, very structured credit focused, but as the complexity in AI and infrastructure has grown, we've had a lot of focus in that. And I manage everything from venture investing to financing and structured products for funding AI and AI infrastructure.
Cool. Can you hear me? Hello? Yes. Okay, perfect. Firstly, thank you for having us. I'm Nanid. I'm the co-founder and chief technology officer of a startup called Tetrix. Tetrix is a B2B fintech SaaS platform that's AI powered. And what we ultimately do is we partner with capital allocators like LACERA and others to help them manage private market holdings. There's 3 main pain points that we try to tackle through the platform. Number 1 is the ability to automatically collect fund documents from all the underlying fund portals that you might have access to as investors. Number 2 is once you collect all of those documents from all these different funds, they all are unstructured because unlike public markets where you have 10Ks, 10Qs, in private markets, capital calls are in some shape, fund reports, etc. So there's a big manual exercise of doing unstructured to structured data mapping. And then after that is how do you then use the structured data that you sit on to make better investment decisions? So our platform tries to automate a lot of the heavy lifting from the operational side and then really focused on the insights and analytics side. We do this both for the current portfolio of what you might be invested in currently, as well as the ability to due diligence net new funds that might be hitting your inbox every now and then.
Great. Thank you all. Let's go a little deeper on AI specifically. Could you just give a few answers, ideas, key areas where the AI revolution is really informing the work that you're doing today with your business? Maybe we'll start with you, Nanid.
Sure. AI is super interesting. Like I studied it as an undergrad, worked on it for my entire career before going to Harvard and Stanford to continue partly studying that amongst other things. And what we see is like AI in the current generation, and I think why it deserves the hype it deserves, is it's able to tackle problems that were previously intractable. And where we have seen a lot of the use case of it, like I said, was on the operational side and the investment side, but I think it's best colored through a few examples. So we're working, one of our customers is a large pension fund. They have hundreds of line items in terms of what they're invested in. And the current state of the world for them is they have an operations team or an outsourced CIO or something or another, a fund administrator, essentially logging through like 500 different fund portals at least once a quarter to pick up all the capital calls, distributions, reporting.
After that, they take that entire data dump, which probably sits in SharePoint or Dropbox or some other thing. They have analysts and associates plunging through all of that data to extract out the quantitative and qualitative stuff. And only thereafter are they able to run insights and analytics. And even then, it's a point in time thing. Like you have a dedicated question that you're trying to get answered. And what we've seen through our platform is on the operational side specifically, we have implemented a series of AI agents and AI ML pipelines. And just in the last few months, we have been tracking like what productivity gains there are. So from manual labor of collecting documents and converting unstructured to structured documents, 4,000 hours have been saved so far. In terms of the reporting time, because humans are slower than AI, so there's a huge lag between when you get the documents to when you actually get the insights. And on average in the industry, it's 45 days. It's currently like less than 1 day for us because all you have to do is throw compute at the problem, and the compute is generally cheap at the inference time. And then in terms of the insights, it's obviously 10x greater because instead of having to go dedicated question by question, any slice and cut of the data is readily available for you to get the insights. So there's very, very clear like before and after on the operational side. I think the investment side is really interesting. There, it's slightly harder to see, okay, before and after, because it's not like, oh, hours have been cut down or something has been saved, and it's hard to quantify that. But I think a good example is we were working with this managing director of a fund, and they saw that they were exposed through an asset through 3 different venture capital firms. So one of the things we have on our platform is the ability to evaluate what marks are different VCs holding a specific asset at. And they realized through the platform that, oh, the most conservative VC and the most aggressive one, the difference in terms of their valuation mark was 3x. And their first reaction is like, something's wrong with your platform. And then we were like, okay, let's trace out this data because we provide like auditability for everything that the AI extracts in terms of where it was picked up from and how it was picked up. And it turned out to be true. And his first instinct was like immediately to schedule a call with their very aggressive VC to ask like, how are you coming up with these valuation marks? And it informed their decision to whether they should re-up their commitment or not in the next fund. So I'll just say like it's hard to quantify what the dollar value of that is, but if you save on a bad decision or you double down on a good decision, it could lead to a lot of outcomes. So both operational and investment side, there's a lot of value.
Seth, Jim, any thoughts from either of you?
Sure. I mean, I think like we heard in the introduction, AI has affected everything. And so it's affected both sides of what we do. It's affected how we go about making an investment in every imaginable way, from just analyzing quantitative data to some of the stuff we just heard about, just extracting data, getting at data you could have never got at before, to just doing tasks, write a research report or, describe this for me. Like all these aspects, like every little part of an investment process is now changed by the way you can use AI. And then of course, just what we're investing in. The whole world has been changed. Everything from, which I'm sure we're going to talk about, energy and energy infrastructure, all the way through to delivering services and how you use software products, and everything is going to be different and changing, and new revenue models and new industries coming up and old industries affected. And so it's really, there's nothing untouched by it.
I'll keep jumping through here. I guess, South, I'll give you this next one. AI is clearly transforming the labor market, displacing some jobs, creating some new ones, much like in some of our past technological shifts. I guess from your vantage point as just an investor, how do you see that transition playing out? What kinds of jobs do you believe will be created as AI proliferates, and what skills will be the most in demand in the years ahead?
Yeah, it's really interesting. And so from our perspective right now, we're seeing AI, and when people talk about AI, it's today it's Gen AI, even though it's been an evolution and machine learning has been around for a really long time, as we talked about earlier. Today we see it as an enabler of talent, really. In many of the companies we're invested in, there isn't today any replacement of headcount. In fact, if you looked across our portfolio, we today have tens of thousands of employees. We're seeing employee growth across the board in every function. And so this idea today that there's an AI replacement of jobs, that may happen, but it's not happening today. Today, what we see is just a much more productive workforce in certain elements. And as I talked about earlier, we don't invest in consumer technology, we invest with the enterprise. Enterprises adopt technology slowly. It takes a while for an enterprise to adopt a new technology, change their workflow, change their process, whether that's a hospital or a bank or an insurance company. So I think the skills that we see today that are super valuable are much more managerial and operational. Down the road, I think you pointed out some careers that certainly will be important, but we're much more optimistic that this is much more of an enabler of talent than it is about job replacement, at least in the near term.
It's great. It's great. We've definitely been talking with a lot of our own clients and investment portfolios just about, what does this AI revolution mean for my existing technology exposure within my portfolios for these, companies that were not kind of built as AI native businesses. Would just be curious to hear from your vantage point, the companies that you work with, how are these kind of incumbent technology businesses responding to AI? Jim, maybe start with you for any thoughts there.
Sure. I mean, obviously they're scrambling to implement AI, and I think you're seeing some classic examples like Salesforce is a good example. Salesforce is a big incumbent, and they're furiously trying to show how they use AI, and like you can't watch TV without seeing Agent Force everywhere, and it's going to be a race. You could get replaced. You could wake up tomorrow and OpenAI's new release of ChatGPT does everything that your company used to do. And that's been a difficult thing for startups too. In the previous tech revolutions that we saw some pictures of, a lot of times it was completely new industries. And so there was no real incumbents. But this time around, you already have giant technology incumbents. And this is a technology revolution that we'll probably talk about later, but requires an incredible amount of capital. And these guys have all the capital. So, it's been a lot harder to displace some of the big incumbents. And I think in other areas, like software, it's yet to be seen. But I think a lot of those companies are in like real danger that their business model just disappears.
Yeah, it's we have a very different perspective than that. So one of the things that's really interesting about Gen AI is that one of the most valuable pieces of that industry is the data and the data moat that a lot of incumbent technology companies actually own. And so if you think about it, if you're a company, for example, in our portfolio, we own a business called Proofpoint. It's a $2 billion plus revenue business. They do email cybersecurity. So they've been protecting large enterprises for 20 years. They have the data rights from their customers for all of the bad emails that have existed over that time frame to use that data to train models on to then put new products into market, incremental technology. What we've seen and what's been really interesting is that there's a really interesting incumbency advantage in this evolution that's taking place. Jim's right that there's a lot of capital being spent in this market to build the big platforms. Some of that is coming from new companies. A lot of that is coming from existing companies that have a ton of capital on their balance sheets. From a software perspective, being a startup in a specific vertical or horizontal market, or whether it's a cybersecurity market, to provide the type of value that this technology allows you to provide, you need the data to do that. To have access to that data, you need the data rights with your customer. You need a trusted relationship. And then second, it's very tricky for a new company to start from scratch, walk into a Fortune 100 company, and support that business with the right operating process to actually be a trusted vendor. So our view is that in this transition, which we agree is going to be meaningful, that there's an enormous advantage to incumbent providers. And you have to remember, these companies, these existing technology vendors, they have thousands of incredibly talented engineers. So do banks. They're not just sitting there watching this Gen AI transition take place and not doing anything about it. They have access to the exact same tools that on average are making them 20 to 30% more productive, developing new products. And so we expect to see a ton of innovation out of the incumbents. And I think that's one thing that's a little different in this shift from what we've seen in the past.
All super interesting. And I think this next one, just on the capital point, is just, you all kind of operate or invest in kind of different parts of the capital structure. It's just how do we think about what AI businesses should be worth or how they're being valued today, just, given how rapidly the space is growing. So maybe Nadid, I know you've done some research around this for your own business recently at the early stage side. Maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. And obviously speaking from the perspective of a startup, I'm curious to hear what the other side as investors has in mind. But I do think my personal take on this is that there is an AI bubble. I do think valuations are a bit over the top for some cases, but there are underpinnings that drive it. So I think the most bullish case of it is, as we saw on the slides, like Morgan Stanley estimates 4 trillion, Sequoia estimates a $10 trillion value, like market cap on this opportunity, et cetera. So I think it's a huge market, obviously. The growth rates also, what we saw, time to 100 million users has been cut short. So if you look at the bullish case, there's so much out there which justifies, I think, some of the high valuations we're seeing. But on the more bearish case, like valuations are over the top, I think it will be tough for a lot of startups to actually grow into those valuations. And even some of my peers out of Stanford and Harvard were raising, like, I genuinely don't think they will be able to grow into that valuation, and they'll have to raise down rounds going forward or do something that will ultimately destroy the startup rather than help it succeed. The average cash burn is also really, really high for AI companies like XAI and others are spending billions of dollars without a real clear case to profitability or sustainability. Or even for OpenAI, like they spend billions of dollars every new model iteration. But for the average consumer, that incremental gain in terms of what the model provided is not very meaningful. Whereas like for very specific and verticalized use cases, like going from undergrad to PhD level knowledge might be very worth it for a biotech company. But like, do you really care as a consumer? I don't think so. So I'll just say I think it's overhyped. I think there's signs of like the market correcting itself. Like Zuckerberg went on a spending spree, obviously poaching all this talent, but now he's put in a hiring freeze, for instance. The response to GPT-5 also was kind of lackluster relative to the previous iteration. So my personal take as a startup is that startups should go cautiously, like don't get enamored by all these valuations and try to get the best deal on the market. I think people should be much more long-term thinking and figure out like, okay, like AI is ultimately a tool. It's not like it's a technology just like any other technology, just cooler, it's faster, etc. But be reasoned about it, be principled about it.
Seth, yeah, curious about you from the private equity vantage point.
Yeah, I mean, we're not spending time in the startup world where a lot of these valuations that were just referenced are taking place. Our industry, the financial services industry, the investment industry, of course, is guilty time and time again of investing in these bubbles. I think without a doubt, we're sitting here in a bubble, an investment bubble around these technologies. I think it's very clear. I mean, think about it. If you raise money at a $10 billion valuation today, you've got to make your investors the return they need. You have to be worth $20 to $30 billion. That's really hard to do over time. And this is a capital intensive business. I totally agree that there's some amazing innovation going on right now. But it's hard to not look at what's happening today and think that we're sitting here, especially in some of these early stage companies. Of course, some of them will turn out to be incredible long-term platforms over time. That is right. That is the venture industry. But most of them will not. And over time, where we benefit as investors at Thoma Bravo is that we end up buying a lot of those incredible technologies as add-on acquisitions into our portfolio. Now, that does take some time to play out, but we've sort of lived this cycle time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim, maybe another one for you here. You sort of hinted at it with sort of energy use that is coming from the advancement in AI here. But I guess how should we think about some of the kind of second order effects beyond just us getting the access to cool AI applications, more enterprises integrating this? What else is happening in the world as a result of kind of needing to ramp up these technologies?
Yeah, like as you look at sort of the value chain of AI, you have the end products that they're being delivered. And that's where there's probably the least certainty as to, who's going to win and how much the growth is. And as you go down that to all the things that are needed to deliver that AI model. And so there's all the software that runs off the chips themselves, and there's the chips, then there's all the things that connect the chips, and then there's the real estate. And at the bottom, there's the energy. And the energy's really been a hot topic. Like everyone's been talking about energy. Jensen has been talking about how it's really going to come down to delivering energy. There's been a lot of geopolitical talk on, how does the US's energy stack look versus, China, and how fast they're growing their energy availability. And so I just heard an interesting talk last night that really went into this company called Exowatt. The data center industry, when it was little and we had CPUs, was real estate based. And so, you put your CPUs in your little warehouse and it was near a city, and you did that because the real estate was available, you were close to the fiber, you were close to the connectivity. And when the AI revolution started, that's where the GPUs went to, because that's who ran data centers, that's what they knew, that was the easiest thing to do. But as the scale of this has grown from billions to hundreds of billions to trillions, and the energy use has grown from hundreds of houses to being bigger than entire countries, the AI computing infrastructure is going to have to go where the energy is. And now you're starting to see that with these giant sites. All of a sudden now they're out in the middle of Texas, where there's natural gas and solar, and where all these sort of second order environmental effects are far away from people. So you don't have the data center sitting in the city next to where a bunch of people live. Now it's going to be out in the middle of Texas. It's going to be out in Arizona. It's going to be where there's a lot of solar, a lot of wind, and they'll just connect all that up. If we need fiber, we'll run the fiber, but it's all going to move to where the energy is. And then there's going to be incredible demand for all the pieces to deliver that amount of energy, whether it's stabilizing the grid or storage with batteries or all these new techs, flywheels, thermal, like all these second order things that support deploying energy on a scale that we have never seen, because energy growth is kind of flat. Like you look at the US, energy usage was pretty flat for a long time, and now it's just gone crazy. And so we're looking at all those technologies that support that. But I think that's where you're going to see tremendous growth, tremendous returns on investment, and just tremendous innovation to support this.
Thanks, Jim. I think one other big topic that we've been talking about a lot is just agentic AI. Another part of the landscape we're seeing with some of these more autonomous systems emerging. Naded, would be curious getting your perspective here. I guess any applications you're thinking about with Tetrix that are more agentic driven, or how are you thinking about that from your vantage point?
Sure. So we use agents at every part of the tech stack. So again, to reiterate, three main pain points, right? There's document collection from fund portals, unstructured to structured, insights and analytics. So for document collection, one of the issues in the world of private markets is that most of these fund portals are extremely archaic. So they don't have APIs or any interesting ways to connect or easy ways to connect. So what ends up happening is you have to essentially mimic a human to be able to pull data out of these platforms. And traditionally, how people used to build these pieces of software was they would essentially look at the underlying code of a website and be like, okay, click this button, now do this. And you would be extremely prescriptive about how you would go about extracting this data. But now that you have AI and agents, there's reasoning capabilities. So if you know that, hey, a rough plan is just log in, get me this data, it starts to reason on its own, similar to the planning steps we saw that, oh, I need to log in, which means, ergo, I need to find the login button. Where is the login button? I can do. So it's able to start doing steps that initially you had to be very prescriptive about, and now it can reason through. So for that use case, we use a lot of AI-based web agents since they don't have integration. So we just mimic humans through AI-based web agents. For unstructured to structured data, for every document type, we have to use AI-based web agents because it's not as simple as okay, let me dump my fund portfolio to GPT and it'll come out with all the analytics and insights. There's a lot of problems like hallucination, as we mentioned. So you need to have feedback loops and agentic stuff, which self-iterates on the result that if A plus B does not equal to C, something is wrong with the extraction. So go improve it on its own. And again, that's without guidance. So that's why it's agentic behavior. And also in terms of how you interact with the data on the platform, similar to many providers, we have an AI chat in terms of
summarizing a document, etc. But we take it a step further where you can ask analytical queries, which most competitors can do. And that could be like, hey, what's the biggest swing in terms of assets across all the continents I'm invested in? And that sounds like an easy question, but that data doesn't sit in a document. Like you have to break that down. First question, which continents am I invested in? Second question, by swings, I need to figure out and sort highest movers, lowest movers. So that's another example of when we try to elicit data for customers where there's a agentic underpinning or architecture underneath it in terms of figuring out what data to run, what analytics. So all to say, I think agents are a very powerful unlock because you go from prescriptive, rule-based, and those kind of paradigms to something where you're like, I just have a very, very clear set of instructions. My data models are extremely robust. And now try to reason through it, check yourself, and then you start having these mini teams of AI agents. It's kind of crazy if you print out their thought patterns of like how they interact with each other and how they're feeding. It's very similar to a human organization. And sometimes they have a temperament as well. When you prompt them a certain way, they'll be like, oh, this guy's being so annoying. I already checked this. Why is he asking me to check again? And like, it's just very, very interesting to see how this agentic behavior is doing. So still early innings, but very promising results because almost every part of our tech stack uses agents in some shape or form.
Yeah, super.
Greg, we have a question from the audience, so maybe this is a good opportunity to make it interactive.
Sure, yeah.
Out into the, the open, right? Does that suggest that there are going to be population movements as well? Do you think people, like those areas that are now available and identified for this purpose, because they're further away from neighborhoods and having impact on the residents, will those need to service those facilities, and will that result in movement of populations into areas that are currently low populated or unpopulated?
Well, I mean, you're certainly seeing that on a micro scale. Like there's towns in Texas that are now like booming and going crazy that were, sleepy for decades and decades because you need all these engineers and construction workers and everything to support that. I don't think you're going to see like new cities pop up out there where, all of a sudden you have like a 2 million population city out in the middle of Texas to support this. But I think, you're definitely seeing a lot of economic growth in these areas that haven't seen economic growth in that in a long time.
All of the adjunct things that are, pension, yeah, things that that are indigenous to a growing population center. So I would assume that it kind of grows on itself, or feeds on itself.
Yeah, well, I think you can expect it to be similar to, other technological revolutions where, when they drive economic growth, then they drive all the things associated with supporting that growth, all the infrastructure and, services and jobs and shops and all those other things that'll go with it to kind of support that growth. And, this is going to be very likely multi-trillion-dollar CapEx program, on the scale of, very few things we've ever seen beyond like the interstates and the Manhattan Project. So I think there'll be a lot of growth in all of that to support that.
Great question. Maybe just one other point on the agentic side. Seth, just given all you do in cybersecurity, anything you would highlight kind of within that space that you're seeing just as, especially addressing just some of the labor shortages we've seen around cyber for many years?
Yeah, we're fully expecting this world of agentic software to be very pervasive, and I think you will see it expediting workflows. It will be sitting in all of our core systems. It's really early today. There really isn't much agentic right now being deployed and used productively. Of course, we're still really early, but the area that I spend a lot of my time on is cybersecurity. And one of the big issues you have with agentic software is, of course, it needs to be managed. You'll have agents with system access, with privilege access. these agents will need to be managed as if they're a human identity being onboarded with the same sort of technology. And so we expect there to be a very complex and interesting cyber software infrastructure that will then need to be wrapped around this whole new workforce, essentially, that will be embedded in many large companies. And so that's a problem that we're starting to address in our portfolio. It's still really, really early. Again, on the enterprise side, these technologies get talked about a lot, but then they get absorbed very slowly. And so, we see that as a massive opportunity. Clearly, the cyber threat in the world has become a lot more significant with the advent of this technology. We're already seeing it. And I think agentic software and these software agents in general are a whole new risk layer that we all need to think about and manage and onboard as if it's a human identity. And so, but we're incredibly early in this journey.
Yeah, I would just add one thing. I think we're about to see agents for knowledge work like we've been talking about, but where you're really going to see them eventually is in physical AI. Then you'll really see the agents in action once you have that. And, that's down the road still, but I think that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and a great segue just for our last topic before we open it up for more Q&A, just a chance for any of our panelists to highlight anything else that hasn't already been said of just what excites you about the future for AI over the next 5 to 10 years that hasn't come to fruition yet.
I think one thing we see is this idea that it really is an enabler of talent. There's a lot of concern in the world that there's going to be massive job loss and disruption. I think this will make talented people more productive. Those are the early gains that we're seeing already, whether it's a developer or a knowledge worker in any of our companies. And I also think there's going to be a big democratization of use cases through Gen AI, whether it's in education, whether we all have, our children all have personal tutors. We see it just in simple use cases with software where once highly complex software that could only be used by specialists in a certain organization can now be used by much larger swaths of an organization through natural language interaction. And that's an early gain from the technology. And so, we see those two things and generally we're very optimistic around it as long as we have the right controls and governance and ethics behind it. And I think that's an area where we've tried to take a leadership position through our portfolio, but it's something that as an industry, we need to be very focused on.
I think one area that's super exciting that, we're too early to have seen it yet, but science. I think the ways that science could be advanced. There's a professor at Caltech that's working on, not simulations, but like accurate physical models, accurately modeling physics through AI. And I just think the discoveries you could see in biology, drugs, physical sciences, you could potentially see a wave of scientific advancement like you haven't seen since, Industrial Revolution era. Once this really gets trained up and more accurate, less hallucination, can do math better. But you could really see some advancements spectacularly in all those areas.
On the non-tech side, I'm most excited about policy, just because I think the US lags quite behind a lot of developed countries in terms of actually educating through the school system or otherwise in terms of how to be AI literate. US is behind in math, science, and almost a lot of these benchmarks. And AI is just going to make that even worse. Like China is definitely putting in a lot of effort. I grew up in Singapore. Singapore is extremely good in terms of making sure that's part of their curriculum. And there's a skills future program for existing. Like, I think there's a lot of work that has to happen on the policy side, education-wise or regulation-wise, which I'm excited about. The technologist in me is obviously I nerd out on a lot of the key things that are coming. And I think which will affect consumers. The most prevalent ones is multimodality, which is just a fancy way of saying how do you interact? So ChatGPT is text-based, for example. Then you had some image models that came out. If you remember, there was that whole Studio Ghibli hype of how it was converted. Vision is improving, video is improving, and now I don't know if you saw it's called VO3. I think Google had released recently where dynamically it's rendering an environment. So think about that for like gaming or entertainment, like you choose your own adventure stuff, or you're going into a whole new world and it's just building the world as you're playing it and stuff like that. So I think that's really, really exciting as a technical problem that's happening right now. Other parts are memory. So right now, whenever OpenAI or any of these model providers release things, in some sense, they're static. And we have a lot of bolt-ons in place to make it seem like it's not static, where if you ask, oh, what's the whatever stock price of Apple today, it will just do a Google search and put it in. But there's like no one has really cracked true memory at the moment, the way humans think and how we continuously learn. And we have a lot of like illusions of true intelligence, but I don't think it's actually true intelligence just yet. So figuring out that paradigm, I think, is going to be interesting. So there's a lot of I'm happy to talk afterwards, but I spend like an hour a day at least reading research papers coming out. So there's a lot of interesting work happening out there, and I'm very, very excited to see what comes out of it.
Great. Well, thank you all. I think we'll open it up here for a handful of questions if there are any.
So what comes next? What's after Gen AI? Simple question, but that complicated answer.
Do you want to give it?
Should we ask Chat GPT?
Well, if I knew, I would be a trillionaire, but no, I think it's honestly just the gap between what's happening in research versus implementation is quite far off at the moment, I think, in terms of to Seth's points, like we see a lot of use cases and stuff, but the adoption is extremely slow. And I think what's going to happen is more and more adoption and faster iteration on that. Post Gen AI, I'm not really sure, because like the way it worked was rule-based. Then from rule-based, we went to let's start recognizing patterns through like decision trees, random forest, and all these methods. Then it went to neural nets. And then you realize you throw too much data or enough data at a platform, you start getting emergent behavior where it's like it can start coming up with its own stuff, which is generative. And I don't know beyond that what will happen. I think, if anything, I'm less on the AI, more on the biology side. I still don't think we have a fundamental understanding of how our brain works. Hot take maybe, but I don't think anyone can explain to me why we dream the way we dream, or why did we have that dream, etc. And I think if we truly want to model learning after humans and how we perceive the world and how we understand, I think there's still a lot to be done, which is why personally I'm a bit of a skeptic in terms of like AGI and like all this kind of stuff. Just because I'm still fundamentally of the belief that we're mimicking a lot of the behavior rather than fundamentally understanding what's happening. And I think that's where a lot of innovation should go towards.
Yeah, I think one big thing that's coming next, which I mentioned before, is physical AI. Like that's coming. It might take longer than we think, but once you have humanoid robots out there and other kinds of robots doing really complex tasks, then a lot of things could change. Things that are designed for humans being in there could be redesigned. Things like warehouses, could look completely different in the future when you have physical AI really able to be agentic and do tasks on its own and reason out through unexpected problems that you could see in the real physical world. So I think that's coming, but it's a hard problem. So I don't think we'll be seeing it in the next couple of years.
I've got a question for you. So I had the privilege of attending a Harvard Kennedy School thing on AI about 2 years ago, and one of the observations being made at that time, I think it was you, Seth, that mentioned the ethics at some level, maybe driving your approach in your portfolio. But there was also what they saw was when humans use AI, that in one example they used radiologists. They took a group of highly accurate radiologists who could look at a scan and then determine what it was, and then use AI as a tool. And what they found over time was that the otherwise even more accurate doctors began to rely on the less accurate AI. And so what I'm curious, and I teach students to college students, and so one of the things I'm interested in is what are you observing, or you're taking into account? Everybody keeps talking about this productivity and all these things. What's the trade-off in terms of human productivity or proactivity? What's the trade-off in terms of having all this stuff going on? Meanwhile, otherwise really smart people maybe are actually losing the capacity to do the work because they're relying on it. I'm just curious at the big macro level where everybody's got big dreams of laying in a hammock and then robots cooking dinner and cleaning and doing all this kind of stuff that's out there. I'm also very interested just in I'm hoping that the industry is doing a better job than social media did with anticipating what the human impacts or costs are. I'm just curious at your level, the capital level, what you're investing in while everybody's giddy about the profit. What's the kind of the human accountability being taken into the process? I'd be curious to hear what you think about that.
I can give you, it's really, first of all, that it's a huge issue. I mean, there's all sorts of studies now just showing brain behavior of, of people who are spending their whole day just sitting in these systems, right? And this inability to think critically over the long term, I think, is something that we all need to worry about just in terms of where we're going. But I always like to talk about what we're seeing and, what we're doing with sort of practical problems in our companies. And so one of the early gains that Gen AI gave developers were these development co-pilots that would sit beside them as they were developing and allow them to develop much quicker. But one of the issues with that is that you then introduce this massive new cyber breach threat that didn't exist before, because you have code that isn't completely under your control, that isn't being checked the way that it used to be checked previously. And so the way that but it was a 20 to 30% developer productivity gain. So as you're thinking about ways to both grow the company more efficiently, it's actually a very attractive, for a software company, early place to go after from operational gains. But we wrapped around that across the portfolio just some parameters early on in terms of how that technology could be used, how it would need to be checked to make sure that there was no malicious code being injected. And that's a practical example of just how we manage something that we really had to deal with very early on before there was any rules around it. And of course, developers would be the first people that would go want to use a technology like that because they understand it. It's sitting there, it's easy, and it helped them, do their job and take away some of the, monotonous pieces of writing code.
Yeah, I think, history would show you that technological innovation has replaced a lot of work that was done before that technology came in, but then it created a lot of new opportunity with new stuff that a lot of times didn't know you even needed because you didn't need it before that technology came. And so I think we're likely to see that this time, but it's a hard problem to answer. I talked to one of our portfolio managers and he's like, yeah, I don't really need junior analysts anymore. I'm just going to hire senior analysts. But then we're like, but then how are we going to get new senior analysts if we don't have junior analysts? Right? Like, and I think we'll find an answer to that, right? When we need somebody, we'll figure out, okay, this is the way we need to train people up to do this. And it might be a different way. You won't train up by doing the old junior analyst tasks that now the AI does, searching the internet and writing a report. You'll do something new with AI, but that still helps build that skill set that you need to be like the end user. So like we don't know the answer yet, like we've been hearing here, like the technology is really in its infancy. We haven't seen what agents can do, and we haven't seen what these models will do at a higher performant level. But I think we always, as humans, find a way to, redeploy everyone, and there'll be, new use cases and new work to be done, and we'll figure out how to train people to do that work.
Yeah, I think for me, I spend a good chunk of my time coding as well. So to their point, like the most effective use case of AI at the moment, at least out in the market, is coding copilots. And you do feel yourself getting dumber a bit because you're over relying on them. And then you're like, wait, I didn't even think through this problem as much as I should have. And it's funny, I had this conversation with my founding engineer as well just a few days ago on like, how do we prevent this? And I think where we landed was like, there's two ways. One is the checks and balances in terms of process-wise, what we do, for instance, like within Tetrix, whenever someone is reviewing code before it goes into production, that review cannot be automated by AI. It has to be human checked. And the reason for it is, A, it forces at least someone on the team to have full accountability of what lines of code went through. But more importantly, if, for example, I used AI, and let's just say for this example, Jim was reviewing my AI, and he sees the code and he pushes me on questions. If I completely relied on AI and didn't actually give it thought, I have no way of responding to him with comments. And now it forces me to think like, okay, wait, why did I adopt that? Would I have done it differently if I hadn't used the AI system? So I think there are parts of the kind of people behavior where you can account for it, and we're doing it at our startup level. Obviously on a societal level, it will depend on use cases, et cetera, but I think it's a very important component. And then I think there's a tech side of it as well. You might have heard the term AI evals or AI evaluations being thrown around. And essentially the problem it's trying to solve is like, how do you know the AI is actually getting better? Like initially you can use intuition to tell, okay, like from the initial version of GPT-3 to now, like, okay, it's able to answer these questions, it's getting better. But it starts becoming really, really hard to do that as you're trying to fight for percentage points in accuracy. So for us also, we have a lot of AI-based evaluations in our systems. And why I'm bringing this up is because even if I were to rely on AI, and now the evals show that my AI evals have gone in the negative direction, or I'm depleting by 0.5% point if I push out this code, the AI can't really tell me why I got that 0.5% loss. I still need to manually figure out, okay, what did I do in my architecture that was wrong? Is there a methodology it missed? Is there business context that it's actually lacking when it's making this decision? Or like in technology, you have like different microservices. Does it not have knowledge of other parts of the code base and stuff? And I think both those things have that same effect that we're trying to prevent for, which is people becoming more over-reliant or dumb, but it's forcing you to then like be 10 times more critical and actually understand things. So I think there's a corrective mechanism you can put in place both on the non-tech and the tech side.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, trustee me.
Thank you for being here with us. Appreciate your insight. What I care the most is our investment, how we make money to pay our members' benefits. So my question is very simple. What industry sectors are the most fastest adapted to AI that realizing the ROI in the CapEx?
Well, I think as I sort of mentioned before, I think the more you go down to the foundation, like the more certain you are of the demand and the ROI and the capital being deployed. So I think in things like energy infrastructure, the things around GPU production and deployment, whether it's networking, cooling, like all the things you need to do to deliver the thing that delivers the model that ultimately delivers the stuff we use. Like, I think the ROI on that is more certain than on the end products where it's going to be very competitive and you have much less certainty around like who's going to win. I think you have more certainty around the growth path of we're going to need this much energy. And then because of that, we're going to need this much energy storage. We're going to need these many GPUs. We're going to need this much networking. We're going to need this much cooling in data centers. And it's going to have to be air cooling isn't going to work anymore. It's going to have to be liquid cooling or like air conditioner type liquids. And there's layers and layers of this that are going to have to get built out. So I think the infrastructure part is easier to see the ROI. And then the end part, somebody's going to make all that revenue, but it's harder to predict like who's going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you our perspective, which is, I agree. I mean, from an AI perspective, right now we are building the foundational layer. There's a lot of capital going into that, similar to what we saw when cloud infrastructure was being built out. It's a incredibly heavy capital, very capital intensive business that really only a few people at the end of the day will ultimately be involved in. The way we generate returns across all of these technology cycles in software is by buying these really innovative businesses that will use this infrastructure that's being built that leverages a lot of the capital that's in the ground and help work with management, turn them into high growth, high profit companies in very capital efficient businesses. And that's what's been, such a mainstay of the software industry over time. So from our perspective, sure, there's going to be some early winners building the infrastructure. I think there's going to be a handful of large providers over time. And I think there's going to be a big opportunity, at least from our side, to do what we do really well, which is operate these companies in conjunction with management in a high growth, high profit way to deliver the same types of returns that we've delivered to our investors over time. That's how we view it. And we view this as just another technology cycle that's taking place. We've been at this now for 25, 30 years. This one will be big and different, and it might come at us a little bit quicker. But ultimately, when you focus on the operations of a company, managing the business efficiently, working with great leaders in management, our view is that regardless of what that underlying platform is, we'll be able to deliver returns consistent with what we've done in the past.
I'm not sure specifically like which industry specifically, but two ways at least that I think about it that might be helpful are A, is it a verifiable problem? So in AI, like for example, like the reason it does so well for coding, for instance, is it's a verifiable output. So if I wanted to code, say, a Sudoku solver, I can run the code and be able to verify that this actually solves the Sudoku puzzle. Or if I want to prove out math theorems, like I can get the thing and prove out, okay, does this actually prove out a specific theorem? So I think industries that have a very clear like verifiability pathway or like a very clear like objective function that they're working towards, I think will be faster at adopting AI because there's less ambiguity in terms of like, is this right or wrong, or is this problematic if we ship it out? Because it's like, it's very clear, it's binary. Is it right or is it not? So I think that's one good way, I think, to think about it. And I think the second good way is like just how much cognitive load is spent on a specific task in the sense of the universe of data is limited, then less cognitive load is spent. So what I mean by that, sorry, I think I'm in my own head in terms of terms, but think about customer support. If I go to a customer support agent, they will pull data from all the FAQs or support docs. So the data, the universe of data that they're pulling from is limited, right? Like there is no like net new creativity or whatever, like it's just pulling from that. So that becomes a much more easier thing to pass to an AI to automate or be able to do. Or for example, an executive assistant, assuming the executive assistant, all this person does is schedule stuff, hypothetically. I know they do much more, but just hypothetically. Then even that is, there's a limited universe of data you're playing with. It's the hours in a day and empty time slots that you have. So I think those two things combined, to me at least, paint a very neat matrix of figuring out, like if someone asked me on the spot, oh, do you think this will happen sooner or later? I try to do it on those two dimensions. Is it a verifiable output? And is there a limited universe of data that needs to be implemented for this AI to do the job equivalent, or if not better than a human person would?
We're thinking really similar on the same way that what problems there to be solved and what the demand to solve the problem. And that's how I see what industry might adapt it the fastest as well. So what I might be biased, I see the healthcare industry adapt very fast because one is that industry is really big, and then they have a lot of room to improve the efficiency and productivity, and then they adapt to a lot of innovation technology very fast, in my observation.
I would agree. I think healthcare is interesting because you can verify proteins, you can verify if they work. I think where the slowness comes in is obviously like regulations, and for good reasons. Like if you're conducting trials or the FDA needs to approve something, like then the bureaucracy is actually delaying it. It's not a technology delay necessarily. So as long as we isolate technology like delays from others, like technology-wise, again, science or physical sciences, etc., like there's super verifiable problems.
Any other questions? Trustees, staff? Well, thank you. It looks like we'll get a chance to get to happy hour a little bit earlier through here, but thank you very much. So I show on here just closing remarks and good of the order. Do we have any, John, since you started this out, would you like to officially close it out with any remarks or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm nervous about tomorrow, given that I have the first session, and to follow a day like this is a pretty tall task. So maybe I can have some agentic AI version of John, if it can be prepared overnight. Or if anyone wants to take my place, they can do that. But on a serious note, I thought today was really fantastic. Discussions, presentations, foundations presented. Great speakers and great engagement. So thank you, everyone.
All right. Do any of my colleagues, trustees, have anything else to say before we look to adjourn for a break before dinner?
I'll say something.
Go ahead, Eileen. Absolutely.
Yeah, I join John's remarks. The lineup of panelists was just phenomenal. The presenters were all great. Thank you to everyone that worked on all the different presentations. And thank you very much to our people in the background, our AV, our executive assistant. You are all amazing. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you.
So Trustee Glanton said exactly what I wanted to say. You know, we see the outcome of the work here, the result here, but we don't see all the work have put behind, you know, to get to where we're experienced today. So just want to say thank you. I enjoyed today very much.
Debbie, anything?
Another good day. Every time I sit through these, I feel like I walk out and my head is swimming, right? And we need to dissect it all, but I think you picked some really great topics, a really beautiful venue. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you.
Trustee Prophet?
Nothing.
Nothing? You won't be there. Let's see who else. Anyway, that's it for the people in the room. I think David left beforehand. I'll likewise just echo thanks for the staff. Great level of effort. You can see it. Great curation of speakers. Absolutely fascinating group to come through. Louis, did you have a administrative thing as it relates to dinner or anything like that? Anything that were we meeting to walk over or Uber over or any other kind of administrative things that you wanted to make sure we knew before we broke?
No, we'll meet at the lobby at 5:10 for dinner for those that want to walk over.
Okay.
So
Well, there be, oh, I'm sorry, Bobby.
I'm pretty sure you can, but verify with Linda. Yeah.
All right, with that being said, I will see you all down at the bar for a brewski. Okay, thank you. All right.